Chapter 1632. Nank Country, at the foot of Xiaoyang Mountain, the former Ox Village. It still retained this name, but it had become the ancestral land of the Qin dynasty that was heavily guarded. In the blink of an eye, 60 years had passed. 6 years had passed in the outside world, but in this strange place where time flowed at an astonishing speed, nearly 2,000 years had passed. Taoist Cloudy Mist had obtained the great Tao and his cultivation had increased tremendously. He was now one of the top figures in Nank and Huangliang countries. He was still free and unfettered. It was said that once he obtained the longevity fruit, he could live with the world. The Qin family that was protected by his bloodline rose with the tide. The family's power continued to grow. Finally, 200 years ago, they established a country and became the third country in the world after Nank and Huangliang countries. The Great Qin. It was rumored that after the Qin dynasty was established, the founding Qin emperor moved the graves of the two ancestors who were the foundation of the family into the emperor's mausoleum to stabilize the destiny of the Qin dynasty. Taoist Cloudy Mist appeared in the Qin palace. No one knew what he said to the Qin emperor, but this matter was dropped. The Qin dynasty designated an area of 800 miles around Xiaoyang Mountain as the ancestral land of the Great Qin dynasty. The imperial court sent a large number of soldiers to guard it. After 200 years, the Qin dynasty grew stronger day by day. The weather was good, the country was prosperous, and the people were at peace. The ancestors' protection naturally contributed to this. The Qin emperor set out a month ago, leaving the imperial capital to patrol the world. He arrived at the ancestral land yesterday. He would fast and bathe for 3 days before personally paying his respects to the ancestors. The heavily guarded surroundings of Xiaoyang Mountain were now even more heavily guarded, attracting the attention of all the people in the world. The Qin dynasty had been in power for 200 years, and the Qin emperor was now in his 4th generation. The current emperor was called Qin Xuanzong. He was a dignified middle-aged man in his 50s. At this moment, he was wearing a white robe. He was riding an ordinary carriage with only a woman from the palace, a young son, and 2 old eunuchs. They were slowly heading towards the Taoist temple halfway up Xiaoyang Mountain. The temple was called Xiaoyang Mountain, but it had not been famous for many years. Only those who had read the secret records of the royal family could discover the close relationship between this Taoist temple and the Great Qin Empire. Every emperor would return to the ancestral land to pay respects to the ancestors 3 to 5 years before they were crowned the crown prince. This was also the reason for today's trip. The 2 eunuchs had been in the palace for a long time and were absolutely trustworthy. One drove the carriage while the other closed his eyes to rest. Inside the carriage, the noblewoman in the palace, who obviously already knew something, couldn't help but feel nervous. She grabbed her son's hand, intending to remind him of something. However, she was afraid that if she said too much, she would make a mistake and lose her usual grace. Qin Xuanzong smiled. He didn't care. When he followed his father to the Qingliang temple, his mother was even more nervous than imperial concubine Xu. The succession of the throne could not be decided by the Qin emperor alone. It seemed like a scandal of the imperial family, but in reality, it was a secret that the Qin clan accepted wholeheartedly. Although there were records of how their ancestors formed the celestial destiny, nothing in the world could withstand the erosion of time, not to mention the small ox village at the foot of the mountain. The Qin clan, which was born as a countryside doctor, had now enjoyed the power of the country for more than 200 years. The difference between them was more than just the difference between heaven and earth. No matter how great the favor was, there would always be a time when it was used up. And whether or not they had the support of the top immortals on the mountain, the Qin Empire would naturally be in a different situation. All they could do was maintain enough respect and try their best to increase their karmic ties with the immortals on the mountain peak. There was no need to say more about the crown prince, and this was also a heavy karma. So regarding the matter of the emperor's inheritance, It was necessary to ask the old Taoist in the Qingliang temple who had been cultivating in seclusion. Within the Qin clan, anyone with a discerning eye was sincerely convinced by the brilliant plan that the founding emperor had come up with in the past. The carriage stopped. 2 eunuchs jumped down and respectfully waited at the side. Qin Xuanzong pushed open the door and stepped down. He lightly said, "You wait here." "Yes, Your Majesty." He took his son's hand and glanced at Imperial Concubine Shu. Imperial Concubine Shu faintly smiled. "Let's go." The Emperor personally knocked on the door. The door of the Taoist temple opened and a little Taoist boy walked out. He respectfully bowed. "Your Majesty, Master invites you in." Qin Xuanzong smiled and returned the greeting. "Thank you, little immortal master." The little Taoist boy's face was tense, but he was still somewhat cautious. It was probably because he hadn't been on the mountain for long. The 4th prince was a 12 or 13 years old boy. He looked at the little Taoist boy in front of him with red lips and white teeth. He smiled and said, "You are so handsome. When you grow up, you must be very good-looking." The woman in the palace was startled. Her expression changed slightly, and she was about to speak, but she was stopped by Qin Xuanzong's eyes. The little Taoist boy's face was slightly red, but he wasn't angry. He whispered, "You are also very good-looking." Qin Xuanzong laughed out loud. After entering the temple, the Taoists in the Qingliang temple received an order to stay in their rooms and not go out. The little Taoist boy led the way, and brought the 3 people of the imperial family to the backyard where the master was in seclusion. "Master, His Majesty is here." Come in." He pushed the door open and entered. The little Taoist boy walked to the side and slightly lowered his eyes, looking like a calm adult. The 4th prince found this very interesting. His lips curled up into a smile as he quietly sized up everything in the room. He didn't know the truth of today's trip. He only thought that his father brought him to see an immortal master who was on good terms with the imperial family. Qin Xuanzong looked at the room. Taoist Cloudy Mist's appearance hadn't changed in the slightest from decades ago. He suppressed his surging and complex emotions and cupped his hands. "Qin Qing, I brought my concubine, Shu, and my son, Qin Tsong, to visit the old immortal." He didn't have much etiquette, but his tone was very respectful. The 4th prince was startled and hurriedly followed his father and bowed. Over the years, he had seen many immortal masters on the mountain. Some of them were very famous in the 3 countries. However, he had never seen his father being so respectful to someone before. His attitude was so humble. Taoist Cloudy Mist smiled and raised his hand. "Your Majesty, there is no need to be so polite. Please sit." He turned around and ordered, "Little boy, serve tea to His Majesty, Her Highness, and the Prince." Qin Xuanzong said, "I don't dare to trouble little immortal master. Qin Tsong, go and pour tea for the old immortal." His eyes were obscure and deep. If he didn't truly like Qin Xuanzong, he wouldn't have gone against the opinions of the masses and chosen the 4th prince, the son of a concubine. He brought him all the way to Qingliang Mountain because he had high hopes for him. Qin Tsong took a deep breath. "Yes, Imperial Father." He took 2 steps forward and bowed. "Old immortal master, Qin Tsong doesn't understand the etiquette of the mountain. If I offended you, please forgive me." He poured the tea until it was 80% full. He covered the cup and slowly returned to his original place. This simple matter caused beads of sweat to appear on the forehead of this 10-year-old noble. Taoist Cloudy Mist glanced at Qin Tsong, who had returned to his original place. He faintly smiled and picked up the teacup. Qin Xuanzong immediately revealed a smile. The eyes of the woman next to him reddened. She nearly cried on the spot. Qin Xuanzong bowed. "Old immortal master, please bestow me a name." At this moment, a word appeared in Taoist Cloudy Mist's mind. He smiled. "Mu." 15 years later, Qin Xuanzong passed away. The fifth emperor of the Great Qin, Qin Muzong, inherited the throne. On the day that Emperor Mu of Qin ascended to the throne, outside the Ox village of the Qin dynasty, a young man appeared out of thin air in the graveyard of the Qin clan's ancestors. He stared at the gravestone that had been weathered by the wind and rain for thousands of years. 6 years ago, Li Mu came here once. He hesitated whether or not to make a move. He opened the coffin to take a look to confirm his thoughts. But in the end, he still didn't make a move. After that, every year, Li Mu would come here once. He would do nothing but quietly stay here for an entire day. No one had ever discovered his whereabouts. Even Taoist Cloudy Mist, who had been quietly cultivating on Qingliang Mountain and was known to have an unfathomable cultivation level. Today, as he looked at the tombstone in front of him, the depths of Li Mu's eyes became increasingly deep, like a bottomless sea. He frowned and slowly said, "Is it just a coincidence that the great Qin Empire is here? Or is there a deeper meaning?" Li Mu felt even more awe and fear towards the madam that he had never truly met. When her whereabouts were unknown, he didn't act rashly. Now that she had returned, Li Mu naturally wouldn't act again. He would look and look again. He never lacked patience. If he couldn't see clearly in this life, then he would wait for the next reincarnation. West Desolate Border Military Mine Cave. Marquis Zhongwu Ningqin's whereabouts were unknown. Although the imperial capital announced that they had sent Marquis Zhongwu for another important matter, as time passed, some rumors continued to spread. Finally, there were bad signs. True Saint Baiyu buried his head under the lamp, frowning as he dealt with military affairs. In just a few years, his hair had turned white. It could be seen that the past few years had been really difficult. In fact, if it weren't for his royal bloodline and his powerful uncle, the sky-bearing king, True Saint Baiyu would have been ostracized long ago. "Who?" With a low shout, True Saint Baiyu suddenly looked up, his eyes shining brightly. A figure walked out of the darkness. What came into view was a strange yet familiar face. It was as if he had seen it somewhere before. The other party didn't attack and instead appeared on his own initiative. True Saint Baiyu took a deep breath and coldly said, "Who are you? How dare you trespass into an important place of the army? Don't you know that the military law is ruthless?" Qin Yu thought for a moment and slowly said, "Southwest Desolate Region, Broken World, East Sea, Wanlu." Across from him, True Saint Baiyu's eyes widened. "It's you." His joy faded and he asked, "What did I say that day?" A strange expression appeared on Qin Yu's face. "You called me Brother Wanlu, said you wanted to kill the enemy side by side with me, and you seemed to have a good impression of me." True Saint Baiyu was overjoyed. "It's really you. I knew that we would meet again in the future after we parted ways in the past." He strode over and patted Qin Yu's shoulder. "When I returned to the West Desolate, I tried to find you, but I didn't get any news. You are. If it's not convenient to say, then forget it. You and I don't need to care about our identities." Qin Yu was a bit dazed. He looked at the excited True Saint Baiyu and thought, "Those white hair at your temples are fake, right? How come you haven't made any progress in the past few years? Or could it be that I really am your nemesis? As soon as we met, did your brain cramp?" Qin Yu took a deep breath and rubbed his face. His voice changed a bit. "Baiyu, take a good look at who I am." Schwar, the face in front of him, changed. With the crackling of bones and muscles, the one who appeared in front of him was the Marquis Ningqin, who had been missing for 6 years. True Saint Baiyu sucked in a breath of cold air. His eyes widened and his fingers trembled, unable to speak. Qin Yu was a bit worried that he would faint in the next moment. Qin Yu coughed. "I can explain this matter." An hour later, the dreaming True Saint Baiyu sat in a chair in a daze. Then, he lifted his hand and slapped himself across the face. "Par, it hurts." His eyes brightened. "It's true, it's all true. Ha! No wonder I always felt that the Marquis was pleasing to the eye and that I felt close to him from the bottom of my heart. So he is Brother Wanlu. My Bayu's judgment of people is as accurate as ever and incomparably powerful. Chapter 1633. The reason Qin Yu revealed his identity to True Saint by 2 wasn't because he couldn't transform back, but because of the Western Wasteland. What he needed to do next required great support from the Western Wasteland. He had to erase the unknown fear and wariness in the Western Wasteland Great Emperor's heart. Thinking about it, Qin Yu changing his appearance and impersonating the Dark Ruler to enter the desolate region might have some flaws. With Qin Yu's current status and importance in the Western Wasteland, revealing his identity shouldn't be too risky. Rather than being suspected by the Western Wasteland in the future and failing at the last step, he might as well take the initiative to clear the mines now. At worst, he could just abandon his identity as Marquis Loyal Marshal. As the little blue lamp had warned him before he left, 30 years was an incomparably short period of time. There was no room for mistakes. He could walk down a more difficult and thorny road, but he couldn't walk down a relatively flat road and only discover a fatal problem halfway through. A carriage quietly stopped in the wilderness. Qin Yu pushed open the door and rubbed his temples. I've obtained my new identity, but we aren't in a hurry to leave. I still have something to do. Little Meaty frowned. Where to? Iron Thorn City. 6 years had passed since the storm at the Western Border Army Camp. Iron Thorn City, which had always been jittery, had returned to its former tranquility because it was used to seeing heads rolling on the ground. The only thing that made the people of the city sigh with emotion was that the Wang family residence was now in ruins. In the past, the Wang family was one of the highest-ranked families in Iron Thorn City. They enjoyed wealth and glory for generations, but who would have thought that they would be embroiled in a high-level struggle of the border army, causing the deaths of hundreds of people in the entire family. Wang Kai had become a headless ghost in the underworld, but many elders in Iron Thorn City still cursed and poked at his back. They used him as a negative example to educate their children. They said that he was an evil creature who had forgotten his ancestors and destroyed the entire Wang family for his own selfish desires. Even after his death, he would still be burned. Another change wasn't too conspicuous. The black iron wine was still being sold, but from the brewing workshop to the retail store, everything had changed. That charming woman who had provoked countless men in the city and caused them to suffer from the evil hands of her family's yikshaws was now missing. Many of the men who were still drinking the black iron wine couldn't help but sigh when they thought about it. Without that woman to accompany the wine, they couldn't help but feel refreshed when they drank. Some people said that the woman married a young man who came to the border to make a living. He was tall and strong, and one could tell at a glance that he was the kind of person who could cause trouble. He also had a few taels of silver in his hand. Thus, he was raised in the courtyard and rarely showed his face in public. This made many talkative border town women snort disdainfully. They said that no matter how they looked at it, that lascivious hussy didn't have a happy life, and that such a plausible rumor could never be trusted. On this day, a carriage stopped outside the shop that sold black iron wine. The reason why it attracted everyone's attention was because the driver was a woman. Most of the people in the borderlands were ferocious, so it wasn't rare for a woman to drive a carriage. However, the woman in front of him was dressed in a white robe. Although only her eyes were exposed, they still couldn't conceal her fiery charm. There were burning gazes, but no one dared to act recklessly. The borderlands of the Empire had never been peaceful, and it was normal for people to die. As long as it didn't cause too much of a commotion, the soldiers didn't like to meddle in other people's business. The woman's carriage looked travel-worn. Since it could smoothly arrive at Iron Thorn City, it in itself was a kind of invisible deterrence. The carriage stopped and the door opened. A young man walked out. His aura was restrained, and his expression was calm. However, there was a hint of calmness in his every movement. The surrounding gazes fell on the white-robed woman like a mouse seeing an old cat, and they immediately withdrew. It wasn't a good thing to say, but it was an essential skill to make a living in the borderlands. Only a blind person wouldn't be able to see that this young man wasn't someone to be trifled with. It was likely that he could pull everyone's head off without blinking. He approached the wine shop and found the owner. No one knew what he said, but he quickly turned around and bid farewell. The carriage slowly drove away and disappeared from everyone's sight. 2 hours later, the carriage stopped outside an inconspicuous small courtyard in the north of Ironthorn City. This time, the man didn't appear. The white-robed woman jumped off the carriage and knocked on the door. There seemed to be no one in the courtyard. The white-robed woman knocked for a long time, but there was no response. Just as she furrowed her eyebrows and a chill appeared in the air around her, a man's calm voice echoed out from the carriage. "Good. Since he isn't here, let's go." The white-robed woman respectfully nodded. She returned to the carriage, pulled on the reins, and slowly left. In the small courtyard, on the bed in the room, lying in a man's arms, the woman's long dress had mostly fallen off. Her face flushed with excitement, then paled. Her eyes were filled with panic. The man in front of her was tall, and he was also capable of tossing and turning. But he wasn't someone who came to the border to make a living, but someone who came from the border army. He was one of the interrogators who had been ordered to investigate the assassination of Marquis Zhongwu Ningqin. Afterwards, he found the woman. It was unknown what agreement the two came to, but she was soon removed from the eyes of all parties and raised in this small courtyard. "I'm afraid," the woman's voice trembled. Her snow-white chest was tightly pressed against the man's body. Her arms wrapped around his neck like snakes, her body shivering. The interrogator frowned, his complexion gloomy. "There's no need to be afraid. What happened in the past has already been settled. No one will have the patience to deal with you. I'll wait 6 years before I make a move." Puff, with a dull thud, the interrogator's eyes widened. Thick blood gushed out from his nose and mouth. A bloody hole had been torn open on his back. His heart was in the woman's hand, still beating unwillingly as it spat out massive amounts of blood. She casually pushed the interrogator onto the bed and stood up. She didn't care at all about her exposed body. She slowly said, "You're right, but I should still be a bit more careful. I can't rely on a fluke in my heart. I've used you to hide for several years, but now I must leave." She blinked, a charming smile on her face. "I'll take 6 years of service in exchange for your heart today. That's quite fair." She tossed the heart into her mouth. As she chewed, she fell to the floor, dead. A moment later, space twisted and a translucent shadow appeared in the room. Looking around, he muttered, "There's no one here. Could it be that I'm being too cautious?" Just as her voice fell, the translucent shadow froze in place. Little Meaty grabbed onto her neck. Her eyes swept over the blood on the bed and she frowned. Her grip tightened. "Kill it!" Qin Yu's voice echoed in her ears. Without hesitation, Little Meaty clenched her fingers. With a dull puff, a high-quality Yin spirit was extinguished. Schwa Little Meaty's figure vanished. She returned to the carriage that had already left Ironthorn City. As she carefully wiped her hands with gauze, she frowned. Qin Yu smiled apologetically. "I've troubled you. After all, you were the most suitable person to deal with this matter. Those who are more capable do more work." Was this praise? Little Meaty rolled her eyes. "Stop. I don't want to touch this sort of dirty work in the future. I still find it disgusting." Qin Yu smiled. He didn't argue with her any further. He lightly said, "Now, I have an approximate idea of Wu Tongtian's background. The commander of the Western Border Army, the one who controlled 40% of the Empire's border armies, the one who truly deserved to be called a super boss of the military, was actually one of them." "How interesting!" A sharp light burst out from deep within Qin Yu's eyes. He had wasted precious time going to Ironthorn City and deliberately alerting the enemy. Of course, it wasn't because he was bored. Between him and the Western Wilds, they were simply using each other. No matter what happened, there would always be some harvests in the future once this matter was revealed. Heaven pulling sect. Within the borders of the western wilds, the influence of sects declined with each passing day. They had fallen to the top of the ruling class. Although this was an indisputable fact, this didn't mean that the cultivators within the sects lived difficult lives. In fact, compared to the vast number of living beings beneath the heavens, the cultivators of these sects were absolutely superior. As for the famous heaven-pulling sect in the northwestern region of the empire, because their ancestor was a half-emperor Taoist heaven-pulling Taoist. Even though he had long since decayed and died, the connections and foundation he left behind still made the heaven-pulling sect a cut above the rest. In recent years, the heaven-pulling sect's ancestral hall had been incomparably excited because they had found a peerless jade. After several years of cultivation, there was no doubt that their foresight had been proven. The entire sect viewed this person as a treasure and had high hopes for him. It was said that 2 years ago, when the sect leader was drunk, he had boasted that within 100 years, the heaven-pulling sect would have a peak ruler. He had even said that he would be able to cross the threshold of the emperor realm within 200 years. Once this was achieved, the heaven-pulling sect would be able to restore the status and glory of their ancestors. They would then be able to ascend to the heavens in a single step and replace the position of the demonic sect. They would become the new leader of all the sects in the world. They might even be able to reverse the current situation where the sect's influence was declining like the setting sun, and lead the sects and factions back to the top of the ruling class. At that time, all the sects and factions in the world would owe great karma to the heaven-pulling sect. This was all to ensure that the sect's legacy could be passed down for tens of thousands of years. 6 years was enough for a 12-year-old youth to become an elegant young master, not to mention that Qin Yu hadn't grown crooked in the slightest. Now, he stood on the mountain peak in his white robes, fluttering in the wind like an immortal. It was as if he were a true immortal who had descended to this world. The female cultivators of the heaven-pulling sect looked at him with infatuation. If there were peach blossoms here, they would probably be in full bloom all year round. Sigh. Qin Yu, who looked like a young man, sighed. His brows furrowed slightly, and there was a hint of worry on his face. His frown almost shattered the hearts of his senior and junior sisters. A female cultivator in a white dress of the same style, who was as beautiful as a flower and as beautiful as the moon, took a step forward and said softly, "Junior brother Yu, what's wrong? If there's something bothering you, you can tell me. Maybe I can help you solve your problems." Qin Yu faintly smiled. He turned around and said, "I see how enchanting the green mountains are. It's just that autumn is gradually approaching and there will be a day when the mountains will wither and turn yellow. I feel a bit emotional." The senior sister in the white dress smiled. "How difficult can that be? I will go back and report to the sect so that the old ancestor can use a supernatural power to prevent the bitter cold of autumn and winter, allowing the mountains to remain green all year round." Qin Yu shook his head. "Thank you for your good intentions, senior sister, but life and death are the principles of the heavenly Tao. How can I easily interfere with it?" He shook his head again, helplessness on his face. "What will come will come. How can I hide from it?" As he finished speaking, Qin Yu revealed a smile. He cupped his hands towards his senior and junior sisters and took a step forward. "I have a guest who has arrived. I will be leaving first." His figure flew far away, like a white rainbow disappearing in the blink of an eye. The women behind him were even more dazzled, and they wanted to pull him into their arms and cherish him. After several breaths of time, the white rainbow came to a stop and rolled to the ground. Qin Yu, overflowing with the aura of an immortal, knelt on the ground with a thud and respectfully kowtowed. "Qin Yu greets master." The car door opened. Qin Yu sat inside and sneered, "If you don't greet me, you won't have to face me? Qin Yu, what do you think I should do with you?" Qin Yu faintly smiled. At this moment, the sky was bright and beautiful, and it seemed as if all things in the world had come to life. Madam, the past is the past. Since we are all still alive, we should look forward. Leave me and pretend that nothing has happened. That is the best choice, especially now that Master is very pressed for time. Only with my help will you be able to step into the Emperor realm as soon as possible. His tone was calm, as if victory was already in his grasp. Little Rose's lips curled up, her eyes cold. It seems that you are very confident. Chapter 1634. Qin Yu kowtowed again. Master, I was wrong before. Today, Qin Yu swears that I will never have the slightest thought of offending you in the future. I ask that you be magnanimous and give me a chance to turn over a new leaf. There was silence. Qin Yu knelt on the ground. His face paled and beads of sweat covered his forehead. As his white robes were nearly soaked through, Qin Yu finally spoke up. Qin Yu, I've thought about it carefully. In truth, swallowing you isn't a bad choice. His expression was calm, not revealing any of his inner thoughts. After all, you also said that I am short on time. So, the fastest way to increase my strength is a good way. What do you think? Qin Yu's body shivered. He finally couldn't hold himself back any longer. He looked up to reveal a crying face. Master, please don't. I was born sloppy and I often don't wash my feet for a year and a half. Moreover, I don't eat regularly and I like to gorge myself on food and drink, so I suffer from constipation all year round. If you eat me, that would be blasphemy and irresponsibility towards yourself. I absolutely won't allow you to ruin yourself like this. Little Meaty coldly sneered. It doesn't matter. I am very good at washing myself. Even if you jump into a pit of shit and soak in it for 3 to 5 years, I can still turn you into a delicious feast. She looked at Qin Yu, her eyes eager to try. Qin Yu thought for a moment. Qin Yu was so scared that he peed himself. His nose was covered with snot and tears. He no longer had the demeanor of a banished immortal. Instead, he cried in a pitiful manner that moved one's expression. Master, I know I was wrong. Please give me a chance, give me another chance. Qin Yu reached out a hand, silently looking at him. Qin Yu's eyes are very red. He blinks a few times. His tears are falling down with a pitter-patter. If you continue to play dumb, you really will die. Qin Yu wiped his tears. He reached out a hand and slapped between his eyebrows. A mass of light flew out and his complexion paled. Qin Yu reached out a hand and the mass of light fell into his hand, disappearing without a trace. You said it yourself. This is your last chance. If you let me sense anything else, you can prepare an elegiac couplet ahead of time. The carriage door closed. Baiji turned her horse around and slowly rode into the distance. Qin Yu stood up and gently sighed. Honorable Master, come out. You can't even hide from me, much less them. Shwa, shwa, 5 figures appeared at the same time. There were men and women, young and old, but all of their auras were obscure and deep, and their eyes were ghastly. That's right, they are all Qin Yu's teachers. In the past, when a peerless piece of jade fell from the sky, the hall of the founders of the heaven-pulling school almost had an internal strife. Unable to come to an agreement, no one was willing to give up. Thus, with a wave of his hand, the sect leader decided that everyone would teach him together. That was why there were these 5 masters. Of course, the sect leader of the heaven-plucking sect was definitely one of them. Qin Yu, who are they? Qin Yu crawled up and wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. It's someone our heaven-pulling sect absolutely cannot afford to offend. His words caused the 5 heaven-plucking sect elders to choke and roll their eyes at the same time. One of them, who looked to be in her 30s, walked over and touched Qin Yu's head. Is he really that strong? My disciple has never suffered such injustice. I really can't swallow this. Qin Yu sighed. He helplessly said, a true man knows when to yield and when to stand tall. Let's endure this. He swept his eyes over the 5 heaven-plucking sect elders in front of him. His tone was earnest. I'm serious. Let's just forget about this. Don't go to your death and drag me down with you. His tone was unkind, but the 5 people from the heaven-plucking sect seemed used to it. It was as if he was used to it and wasn't angry at all. However, there was a hint of coldness in his eyes. They had sensed that Qin Yu was different, otherwise they wouldn't have such confidence in him. They wouldn't have believed that he would be able to reach the Emperor realm. If even they feared him, just who were the man and woman in the carriage? Within the carriage, Qin Yu opened his eyes, a cold light flashing in them. Little Meaty said, "That little fellow is truly afraid, that's why he called them over." Her lips curved up in a smile. "Don't worry, the people of the heaven-plucking sect definitely won't dare to do anything. Moreover, even if they did, would they be afraid that I would hold on?" Qin Yu nodded. Little Meaty glanced at him. "Qin Yu is right. For you, him being alive is the best result. Eating him isn't impossible, but you and I both know that is just to scare him. Eating him was easy, but digesting him was far too difficult. But Qin Yu only had 30 years. Otherwise, this could be considered a good way to rapidly increase his cultivation." Qin Yu said, "He was born as a spirit embryo of the heavens and earth, possessing great destiny and great karma. Now that he has become my vassal, it's normal for him to be unwilling. So, I will allow him to fight for himself once. But only once. Otherwise, I won't eat him and will instead give him to you. I believe that will be of some benefit to you." Little Meaty licked her lips. "Then I won't try to persuade you otherwise." Her eyes brightened with anticipation. In the heaven-plucking sect, Qin Yu's lips suddenly twitched after he broke away from his 5 masters. A bitter smile appeared on his pale face. Deep in his eyes, a ruthless and awe-inspiring light appeared. But there was also an irrepressible fear mixed in. Qin Yu was serious. He really did have the thought of giving him to Little Meaty. If he really fell into that person's mouth, no matter how difficult it was to kill him, he would really die. He lifted a hand and slapped his forehead. Qin Yu fell to the ground, wildly rolling back and forth as he howled in anguish. "My life is bitter, my life is really bitter. My fate, why is it so difficult to cross south?" He flipped over and pointed a finger upwards. "Useless trash. That's right, what are you looking at? I'm talking about you. That was such a good plan and you could have killed him with your eyes closed. But in the end, you were completely destroyed by that person and you even suffered a loss in silence. You will have to endure for 30 years before you can speak again. What are you staring at me for? Even if you stare at me, you useless trash." Bang! In the skies above the heaven-plucking sect, a bolt of heavenly thunder appeared out of nowhere. It crashed into Qin Yu's residence and knocked him down. His hair stood on end and his entire body was scorched black. The members of the heaven-plucking sect hurried over with fear still lingering in their hearts. They saw Qin Yu flipping over and pointing his middle finger at the skies. "You bastard, if you have the ability then kill me, otherwise I will curse you every day." He was full of energy and his previously dispirited aura had miraculously recovered after being struck by the heavenly thunder. This left the heaven-plucking sect master and the others stunned for a moment. Then, they felt gratified. This disciple of theirs was truly talented. However, as they thought of the man and woman in the carriage, they couldn't help but feel a bit gloomy. Just what had Qin Yu handed over? Our heaven-plucking sect's Yu Pu, the future leader of our sect, how could he recognize someone else as his master? Although we agreed not to attack, our heaven-plucking sect has a wide network of friends and connections. Shouldn't we give it a try? After all, we didn't attack, so we didn't go back on our promise. Unfortunately, the young man and woman in the carriage didn't give the heaven-plucking sect a chance to beat around the bush. They circled around the mountain forest several times before their whereabouts were unknown. Even though the heaven-plucking sect used their sect's great array to secretly track them, they still couldn't find them. His whereabouts were still thrown off cleanly. Thousand Islands Prefecture. The blue waters of the Great Lake stretched for tens of thousands of miles. Countless islands dotted the lake. Although Changdao was long enough, in terms of its landform, it was not eye-catching at all. According to Lord Min, the reason why he chose this island was that the name of this island also happened to have the word long in it. The word long was a good word, especially for a man. Either word was good. That was why he spent a lot of money and signed in the government office of the Thousand Islands Prefecture. Then, this island had a new master. Of course, the one who acted was definitely not Lord Min. He was very experienced in doing such things and would definitely not expose his whereabouts. After all, this time he had abandoned his base in the imperial capital and moved to the Thousand Islands Prefecture in order to hide from the madam in the Marquis's mansion. The Thousand Islands Prefecture was still in chaos. Lord Min also chose Changdao. According to him, he could sleep peacefully and work there for hundreds of years without any worries. When the limelight was completely over and he got tired of the rural life, he would move back to the big city and continue to live as a rich man who enjoyed his life in peace. TSK, this was how a happy life was. As for his only son who was still depressed and hadn't walked out of the pain of love, how many years had it been? Didn't it just mean that my son was a sentimental person? The longer he immersed himself in love, the more he would come back to his senses and let go. Then, he would truly be enlightened and wouldn't be troubled by love. This was the advantage of living a long life. He didn't have to worry about wasting his best years and delaying the cultivation of immortality. Because my son was born with a long life. Thinking of this, old Master Min was very pleased. Which of those old fogies who bared their fangs at him back then had this ability? Only he could have such a promising son. When Min Xiangtai grew up, the father and son would join forces to cut through gold. Who could stop them? However, Lord Min, who had enjoyed a peaceful life for a few years and ate a bowl of old wontons when he was free, began to lose his wits shortly after he went fishing on the boat today. In the past, he would miss the wontons so much that he would get anxious if he didn't eat them for a day. Even when the slender girl served them to him, he couldn't lift his spirits. After taking a few bites, Lord Min forced a smile. I'm not feeling well today. I'm going back. The big boat hurried back. The breakfast stall owner, who had now become a member of Lord Min's kitchen, hesitated slightly before bowing. He said softly, "Old master." Min Zhongjing waved his hand. "This has nothing to do with you." He looked up at the sky, his face full of helplessness and sorrow. "I thought that my family's ability to deceive the world was already top-notch, but I still underestimated the heroes of the world. Difficult, it's really too difficult to live." Chef rubbed his hands and said after a long time, "Why don't I ask Big Girl to come over and massage Old Master's shoulders to make you feel better?" Old Master Min glared at him. "If there's nothing else, then scram. Stop talking nonsense here. I'm going to leave Big Girl for Xiangtai." But he couldn't help but linger a little in his eyes. He thought to himself, Min Xiangtai, this little bastard, to be able to reincarnate as my son. He really has accumulated 80,000 lifetimes of good fortune. Chef laughed foolishly. "Whatever you say, old master. I'll get lost then." He left happily. He was in a good mood. If Big Girl could follow young master, that would really be a great fortune. The journey was smooth sailing. The big boat docked at the pier. Old Master Min went ashore with a gloomy face. He immediately saw Go Xing waiting respectfully at the pier. His face was pale, but there was a hint of unnatural redness. He became more and more skinny, like a thin dog that had been starved for a few years. But his eyes were especially bright, flashing with a light that made one's heart palpitate. Chapter 1635. I'm Go Xing, a dog under Madam's feet. I took the liberty to come to Changdao today. Please save my life. Go Xing bowed respectfully and spoke respectfully. Then, in the next moment, he directly fainted. Lord Min's face was livid. He wished he could kill this little bastard who called himself a dog right here and now, so that he wouldn't feel disgusted in front of him. But after thinking about it, he didn't dare to do it. After all, it was up to the master to beat a dog, not to mention the words of the master. This time, he couldn't avoid the eyes of that madam. Even if he was more cautious, he wasn't sure he could avoid it next time. What a sin! Lord Min smiled bitterly and waved his hand. Take this guy home. Be gentle. He's dying. As it turned out, Master Min had overestimated Go Xing. How could he still have half a breath? He was clearly hanging on by a thread. After being lifted up and tossed around, coupled with the fact that he had relaxed his mind after reaching his destination, he looked like he was about to breathe his last after a few steps. Lord Min was scared and hurriedly asked his servants to put him down. He pinched Go Xing's philtrum and patted his chest. Seeing that it didn't work, he bit his cheek and took out a small jade bottle. He poured out an elixir and carefully rubbed some powder on the corner of Go Xing's mouth. This damn short-lived guy. He should have died long ago. Why did he come to me? Isn't it good to die? He should be reincarnated into a good family in his next life. Feeling indignant and distressed, Lord Min flicked his sleeves and left. The servants hurriedly carried Go Xing and followed him from a distance. Walking in front of him, Lord Min's eyes were gloomy. Lightning flashed in the depths of his eyes from time to time. Dog's Leftovers, hee, what an amazing name! Thinking of this guy's background and why he ended up like this, Lord Min thought about his name. Thinking about his name, Min Chongjing wished he could turn around and slap him into pieces right now. What did that madam want to do? Did she really think that he wouldn't dare to kill her? One day later, Go Xing woke up. His first words made the gloomy Lord Min break out in a cold sweat on his forehead. Madam deliberately told me to wait a day. Her original words were that if you killed me, she would personally kill your son. Old Master Min was terrified. If Go Xing was killed, of course, he wouldn't be able to hear this, and if he wasn't prepared, he definitely wouldn't be able to stop that madam. His gaze was like a torch, truly like a torch. The secret that he had hidden for so many years was quietly grasped in his hands. As for that B***** Go Leftover, he was truly a dog. To think that he wasn't afraid of death and would still do as he was told. Cough. Go Xing, it's hard for you to recover from your injuries in a short period of time. We still need to think about it in the long run. Old Master Min was sincere. Go Xing bowed respectfully. Everything will be done as you say. This lowly one has no objections. Western Wilderness, Flowing Light City. As one of the 108 main cities, it was famous for producing a special construction material called the flowing light tile. Under the sunlight, this kind of tile could reflect a myriad of splendor, but its true use was naturally not just to look good. The flowing light tile could gather the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and use it to pave the roof. It was naturally a spirit-gathering formation, and was the favorite item of high-class immortals and rich families. It could show off their family's foundation. Simply put, this thing had a high status. Therefore, even if it had the same effect, the cost was several times higher than ordinary spirit-gathering formations. But it was still extremely popular, and was even sold as far as the eastern wilderness. Because of its wealth, the scale of the Flowing Light City's transmission formation was particularly large. The soldiers stationed there were all in shiny armor, and the weapons in their hands emitted a cold aura. With one glance, one could tell that it was an extraordinary item. According to the words of the old people of Flowing Light City, in terms of face, the several city lords of Flowing Light City were all the ancestors of this path. Otherwise, they would not be able to sell the flowing light tiles at such a sky-high price, and not worry about the market at all. Next to the transmission formation of the imperial capital, now there was a group of people waiting. Most of them were silent, but their bearing and bearing were extraordinary. After all, not to mention the cost of entering the imperial capital's transmission formation, just the right to use it was enough to make many people shrink back. Even so, a routine inspection was essential, and it was also extremely strict. "Greetings to the three of you. Are you all here together?" the soldier responsible for inspecting them asked with a smile. His attitude was very good. Qin Yu nodded. "That's right. My wife and my wife's maid." The soldier's attitude became increasingly gentle. "Here are your proof of identity." He took it and carefully looked over it. There was no problem. His eyes fell on Baiji. "Old Master Qin, there is no problem with your proof of identity. But, according to the rules, those who enter the imperial capital's transmission formation must reveal their true appearance." This wasn't a major matter. Qin Yu had already intended to have Baiji pull down her white veil. But at this moment there was a sneer from the side. "Sir, there is a lowly maid next to you, and she still has a white veil covering her face. Isn't it a bit inappropriate for my wife to take off her veil first?" The one who glanced over was a young sir. He wore embroidered robes and held a folding fan in his hands, overbearing and arrogant. Although he called himself sir, there was no respect in his tone at all. Qin Yu frowned. Before entering the transmission formation area to wait, the two of them had met face to face. At that time, this young sir's attitude was gentle and polite. Compared to now, it could be called the difference between the heavens and earth. But when he was repeatedly refused by Little Meaty's side, his expression began to darken. If it weren't for the fact that this person didn't dare to act recklessly in the teleportation formation, the few strong and muscular bodyguards beside him would have long since made their move. Qin Yu had experienced the power of the words femme fatale. He didn't want to meddle in this matter, but this person had provoked him on his own initiative. Looking at Little Meaty's complexion, he felt that it was better for him to step forward. Otherwise, a minor matter could easily turn into a major matter and ruin his original plan. Although he wasn't afraid, it would only delay him. Qin Yu turned around, his expression calm and his eyes calm. "Young sir, when you go out, have the elders of your family not told you not to be too arrogant? Otherwise, there might come a day when you might lose your life. Why waste the good eyesight of your reincarnation?" Across from him, the young sir in luxurious robes who was covered by his gaze paled. His eyes widened, revealing endless panic. It was like he had been forcefully dragged into a nightmare. Insolence! How bold! Several bodyguards were enraged. How could they not know that their young master had fallen into someone's scheme? They roared out and were about to attack, but before they could even move, they felt as if they had suffered a heavy blow. With stuffy coughs, they were forcefully suppressed where they stood, unable to move at all. Their eyes widened in horror. The guard of Flowing Light City's transmission formation was a man with keen eyesight. He hurriedly rushed over and glanced at Qin Yu. He smiled and said, "My lord, please calm your anger. You should know that it is strictly forbidden to fight in the transmission formation area, otherwise the laws will not tolerate it." Qin Yu faintly smiled and took a step back. "This Lord General is right. When you are outside, it is best to abide by the laws." As he stepped back, the several people across from him felt as if they had been granted amnesty. The young sir in luxurious robes gasped for breath, awe in his eyes. But Qin Yu could still sense a trace of hatred deep in his eyes. It seemed that these people all had decent backgrounds. He hesitated for a moment but didn't do anything. They even dared to enter the Western Wasteland imperial capital, so how could they fear a mere youth? The Flowing Light City guard laughed. He cupped his hands together and said, "My lord is right. If everyone could be as magnanimous as you, we would be much more comfortable." He waved his hand and ordered several high-grade flowing light tiles to be brought over. These weren't the kind used to pave roofs, but rather were finely processed ornaments. Ordinary nobles liked to place one or two of them in their study and use them as lighting fixtures. According to the words of our city lord, This is called further processing and then selling it. It is a way to earn even more profit. Although they didn't understand, it really was a great profit. There were several companies in the city that were engaged in the deep processing of flowing light tiles, treating the city lord as a living bodhisattva. It was said that if it weren't for the city lord's stern refusal, a memorial tablet would have been erected in their temple. It isn't too expensive. It is just a little local product. I would like to give it to my lord's maid as a token of our appreciation. Qin Yu glanced at this guard who knew how to conduct himself. He smiled and nodded. That's also good. Then accept it. Baiji respectfully nodded. She stepped forward and received the flowing light tile, casually putting it away. The guard didn't exchange any pleasantries. After a few words, he turned and left. Not long after he left, the transmission array was ready. Qin Yu and the others cut in line, but no one had any objections to this. The pale-faced young master in luxurious robes lowered his head and followed in. This caused many people's eyes to brighten. They thought that if they moved a bit faster, they might be able to catch a good show. The transmission array lit up and the figures of everyone vanished from sight. The guard watched this from afar. At this moment, his complexion relaxed and he let out a long breath. General, who was that just now? Ruler Realm. The guard bitterly smiled. He rubbed his face. Those big shots, why did they have to pretend to be commoners? Fortunately, this person has a more gentle personality, otherwise something might have happened. Hiss, several people nearby sucked in a breath of cold air. But from what I see, that noble young master doesn't seem like he wants to keep the peace? Just a moment ago, he went with him. The guard shook his head. The imperial capital is deep and not something our flowing light city can compare with. Since he isn't afraid, he must have some sort of confidence. But this has nothing to do with us. We just need to send him away. Whether or not there's a bloody fight afterwards, that's up to them. Everyone praised the general's wisdom for smoothing things out ahead of time and sending away this group of gods of plague, preventing any complications from occurring. The guard was expressionless, but he knew in his heart that this lord didn't seem like an ordinary ruler. In terms of sensing auras, he had always been extremely sensitive. Although he didn't discover anything special, he felt that this person was stronger than the city lords. No, it was more accurate to say that he was much stronger. It seemed that this noble young master from the imperial capital was willing to bow his head and admit defeat, but if he wanted to get back at them, he feared that if he wasn't careful, he would stir up a great deal of trouble. In fact, while it was true that he wanted to get back at them, there wasn't much trouble. This was because after Qin Yu left the transmission array and arrived in the capital region, he went straight to find the guard general guarding the transmission array and showed him the token in his hand. This token couldn't indicate one's identity, but it meant that behind this person was at least a great general and he had a massive army under his command. Please wait a moment, I will immediately pass on the message. The guard respectfully bowed and didn't dare to delay. He turned and hurried away. There was the sound of breaking air and two figures arrived together. One of them could be considered the first person Qin Yu had met in the western wilderness. He was General Yi Qin from the old Yi family. The one beside him was likely the other newly promoted general of the imperial capital's guard. He was an unfamiliar face. Seeing this from afar, the young master in luxurious robes who was waiting not too far away had a pale complexion. He didn't dare to have any more thoughts. He bowed from afar and left in a hurry. What nonsense! He had casually flashed a token and two generals of the imperial capital's guard had rushed over. Was such a character someone easy to provoke? A soft persimmon was easy to pinch, but something like an iron plate was an idiot who kicked it. Yi Qin landed on the ground. He said in a low voice, "Who are you? Why do you have a military token in your hand and want me to come here to speak?" Qin Yu flipped his hand and took out an item. "I ask General Yi Qin to bring this item to see His Majesty. Tell him that this sinner doesn't dare to enter the palace without permission and is waiting here." He waved his hand. "General Yi Qin should not ask anything else. There are some things you need to know that knowing too much isn't necessarily a good thing." Yi Qin's complexion changed. He looked at the military token and then at the flowing light. It was clear this wasn't an ordinary artifact. He took a deep breath and said, "All right." After receiving it, he shot into the skies and flew straight towards the imperial palace. Chapter 1636. Zhou Ming, the great eunuch who served His Majesty, had committed some sort of crime and was disliked by His Majesty. These past few years, his life had been deteriorating with each passing day. If it weren't for the fact that he was well behaved in his early years and had some connections in the palace, he likely wouldn't have lasted until now and would have died long ago. In the past, this great eunuch was so prestigious that even the high officials of the imperial capital had to greet him with a smile. But now, he was doing the task of sweeping the imperial roads. His body was stooped and he wore an old black cotton robe. After the cuffs were stained with oil, they were polished black and shiny. It wasn't easy for him to finish today's cleaning work. As Zhou Ming hugged the broom and gasped for breath, he suddenly heard the sound of footsteps behind him. Many people were madly running towards him. Zhou Ming's heart skipped a beat. He hurriedly lowered his head and retreated to the side. The rules of the palace were very strict. For such a commotion to occur, it was clear that something major had happened. With his current status, he was like a bug in the palace. If he didn't hide far away, he would die for nothing if he was trampled to death. But what happened soon made Zhou Ming feel as if he were in a dream. His lips trembled and his eyes widened. He didn't know what to say. "Godfather, what are you standing there for? His Majesty has ordered you to wash up and change your clothes to quickly wait outside the study. This time, you've really had a sweet time. In the future, let's see if anyone in the palace dares to look down on you." Surrounded by smiling faces, Zhou Ming returned to his original residence in the palace. He took a hot bath, which he hadn't had for a long time, and changed into the standard robe of a eunuch. When he arrived outside the study, Zhou Ming was still in a daze. "Oh, eunuch Zhou Ming, you're here? His Majesty is inside and has been waiting for a long time. Hurry in and let us brothers drink and reminisce in the future." A great eunuch he was acquainted with in the past smiled and spoke from afar. But Zhou Ming could see that there was a curious look in his eyes. He couldn't understand how someone like him, who had been stuck in the mud for several years, could suddenly turn things around. But in truth, Zhou Ming didn't know either. This was why he was suddenly rejected and suppressed, and this was also why he was suddenly revived today. Taking a deep breath, Zhou Ming tried to appear calm. "I'll go see His Majesty first." After reporting, Zhou Ming bowed and quickly walked in with a heart filled with awe and apprehension. He knelt on the ground and kowtowed. "Slave Zhou Ming greets Your Majesty." On the 9th floor, the Emperor of the West Wilderness put down the memorial and looked at him. "From today onwards, you will continue to serve the Emperor." That was all. The great Emperor didn't give an explanation. From His Majesty's point of view, there was no need to waste time. After all, the eunuchs in the palace were all servants of the royal family. Their life and death, honor and disgrace were all in his hands. Was he supposed to apologize for all these years? If he really did it, Zhou Ming Kai would be scared half to death. This was the sorrow of the weak. Not to mention the unpredictable rise and fall of their lives, even after the ups and downs, they still couldn't figure it out. Naturally, Zhou Ming would never have imagined that the reason why he was banished all those years ago and the sudden turnaround today were all because of the same person. And this person had already secretly met with the great Emperor of the West Wilderness and told him that he had no choice but to commit the crime of deceiving the sovereign from the very start. The specific details and process were extremely complicated and the evidence was clear. The general summary was, after he killed the true ruler of darkness, because he yearned for the higher realm's desolate region, he impulsively impersonated someone else. In addition to his ignorance, he committed a grave mistake and ruined the West Wilderness plans in the broken world. Because of this, he didn't dare to reveal his identity. Afterwards, he was highly regarded by His Majesty and was promoted all the way to a high position. However, his heart was always anxious and restless. Now that he was plotted against and killed, he thought about it over and over again and changed his ways. He was willing to confess everything to His Majesty and ask His Majesty to be magnanimous and give him a chance to atone for his crimes. This was indeed a risk, but it wasn't because he was completely unprepared. In the capital region, he used the Tiger Seal to mobilize troops to ask for Yi Qin's help. Of course, this wasn't some sinner's heart was filled with fear, but rather it was to give himself some leeway. If things really went wrong, he could follow Medes' plan and leave the Western Wilderness imperial capital, abandoning his identity as the Marquis of Loyal Marshal. This matter was placed in the open. As the saying goes, first a villain, then a gentleman. If the great emperor of the West Wilderness could see this, he would be more willing to believe Qin Yu's story. This was related to the calculation of the human heart. It was an open and above-board plot, so there was no need to worry that it would backfire. Of course, the most important reason the great emperor believed this was because Qin Yu's confession was true and could withstand any investigation or scrutiny. It also coincided with a mystery that had always existed in the depths of the great emperor's heart. For instance, why did the crazed Li Siji bite the Marquis of Loyal Marshal, Ning Qin, to death in the cage? His failure and his current situation were all thanks to Ning Qin. If Ning Qin wanted him dead, then it was normal for him to do so. If it were anyone else that dared to commit such a great crime of deceiving the heavens and deceiving the great emperor would have already slapped them to death. But for Qin Yu, he was willing to listen and think about it. He was even willing to play the little tricks he had played before. He was willing to tolerate it. After all, a living Marquis of Loyal Marshal, Ning Qin, was far more useful than a corpse, especially in the current situation. According to what Qin Yu said, everything that had happened to him in the borders of the Goliaths was all because of that race. Because of their meticulous planning, they had caused him to die once. There was a great terror between life and death. The reason the Western Wilderness great emperor was willing to believe Qin Yu was because he could feel an aura of death that hadn't yet faded from his body. He used the destiny of the nation to support himself and borrow the power of the heavenly Tao to ask questions. If so, it wasn't difficult to borrow a pair of all-seeing eyes. The Western Wilderness great emperor didn't fully understand what was involved in reviving from the dead, but he knew that Qin Yu must have suffered a great loss because of it. The Western Wilderness great emperor didn't believe a single word of it. At most, they were just using each other. Qin Yu wanted to borrow the strength of the Western Wilderness to take revenge on that race. According to what he said, he had lost half of his destiny in this life and death situation. And this thing was incomparably important to him. If he couldn't take it back, all that awaited him in the future was death. That's right, regarding this plot, Qin Yu had used Little Medes' reminder as a reference to Li Ruhua's matter. The Western Wilderness great emperor didn't easily believe this, but in the state of the all-seeing eye, he could see that there was indeed a remnant destiny on Qin Yu's body. It was weak, but it was also filled with a violent backlash. In the past, the last wisp of bloodline from the heavenly bull's horn had fused with Qin Yu, forming the reverse momentum of the nine nether swallowing the heavens. After the little blue lamp concealed itself, no one could see it. Then, it retracted its strength, allowing the Western Wilderness great emperor to see everything clearly. He didn't know what had happened, but he took it for granted that it was a change in Qin Yu's destiny after reviving from the dead. The Western Wilderness great emperor didn't know the root cause, but he could faintly feel that the current Qin Yu and that race were as incompatible as fire and water. When Qin Yu said that he had been plotted against by that race and that half of his destiny had been taken away, it was completely consistent with this. Moreover, that race had relied on seizing destiny to rise to where they were today, so it was normal for them to do such things. Of course, the most important point was that the Western Wilderness Great Emperor had seen how the Four Claws had destroyed the Stone God tribe's totem god stone in the past. From then on, he could see that the one who had plotted to kill Marquis Loyal Marshal, Ning Qin, was indeed that race. All of this could be used as evidence to form a complete chain of evidence. In addition to what he saw with his own eyes, the Western Wilderness Great Emperor finally believed what Qin Yu had said. He agreed to forgive everything that had happened in the past and that from now on, he and his subjects would be of one mind and one heart. Otherwise, what would have been waiting for Zhou Ming wouldn't have happened today. Instead, he feared he would have lost his head without even knowing why. However, this was called being of one heart and one mind. It was fine if he just listened. The great emperor felt that he had gained a much deeper understanding of Qin Yu's route. As long as he put in some effort, it wouldn't be difficult to control Qin Yu. Before Qin Yu left the imperial capital, after the ruler and minister reached a consensus, he didn't forget to ask the Western Wasteland Great Emperor for several treasures from the palace storehouse in order to conceal his aura. This could be considered as covering up a seemingly inconspicuous but extremely critical flaw on his body. Zhou Ming happily left. After obtaining the Western Wilderness Great Emperor's personal promise, there was nothing more reassuring than this. As for the reason or explanation, he didn't think it was important. As long as he could live a happy and comfortable life, the truth wasn't important. Being a muddle-headed person wasn't necessarily a bad decision. Minor characters also had their own philosophy of survival. Regardless of whether they were sad or not, they always had their own reasons. The little eunuch Li Zhouqing walked out from the shadows. He bowed and said, "Your Majesty, Qin Yu has already left the imperial capital." The Western Wilderness Great Emperor thought for a moment. He slowly said, "What do you think of this person?" Li Zhouqing furrowed his eyebrows for several breaths of time. He bowed and said, "I think that at least from the current situation, Qin Yu is worthy of your Majesty's trust." The Western Wilderness Great Emperor didn't speak. He simply waved his hand. Li Zhouqing turned and drew back, vanishing into the shadows. He lifted a hand and rubbed between his eyebrows. Then, he took a step forwards and vanished from sight. In the next moment, he arrived at the imperial palace. Within the Thunder Pool prison, his eyes were as calm as a great lake, without the least bit of ripples. 2 hours later, accompanied by the endless roars of thunder, the Western Wilderness Great Emperor left the Thunder Pool. It was unknown what he had done or what sort of answer he had obtained from Li Siji, but his complexion was much more relaxed than before. It was just that he didn't see Li Siji, who was covered in wounds and gasping for breath in the Thunder Pool. Li Siji's eyes were blood-red and filled with a gloomy coldness. If one were close enough and carefully looked into his eyes, they could faintly see that in the depths of his eyes, there was a faint crescent moon hidden within. A carriage quietly drove down the road. The driver, Baiji, was still as striking as ever. Qin Yu rubbed between his eyebrows. He slowly said, "Concerning my confession, how much do you think the Western Wilderness Great Emperor believed me in the end?" Little Meat thought for a moment. "Around 7 to 8. Qin Yu nodded. "I also think so. That should be enough for now." He took a deep breath and then slowly exhaled. "Now, shall we move? Let's go somewhere first." Little Meat's lips curled up in a taunting smile. "Since I've found you, you should put in some effort." Qin Yu didn't understand, but seeing that Little Meat had no intention of explaining, he didn't ask. After all, the two of them had truly gone through life and death together. He closed his eyes and began to cultivate. The countdown to 30 years had begun the moment he woke up. Now, in Qin Yu's eyes, every breath of time, every second, was precious. If he didn't want to die a miserable death, he could only do his best. Little Meat glanced at Qin Yu, who had entered a state of cultivation. Her lips curved up in a smile before she composed herself. Matters in the imperial capital weren't as simple as they seemed. When Qin Yu went to see the Western Wilderness Great Emperor, she hadn't been idling around. When she was in the imperial capital, she had faintly sensed that something was wrong, and now she finally discovered it. As for the reason that other party dared to come into contact with her, it was likely because it had sensed her current condition. Otherwise, even if it had 100 times more courage, it still wouldn't have dared to show itself. Both sides had their own needs, so they reached an agreement. As for the Western Wilderness Great Emperor, after dealing with a few more waves, it shouldn't be too much of a problem. Thinking this, Little Meat licked the corners of her lip. This was because when it came to things that were old enough, she simply didn't have any resistance. As for the one hiding in the thunder pond of the Imperial Palace, it was bright red and looked extremely delicious. She reached out a hand and a tree branch came forward on its own initiative. She casually poked it and drank several mouthfuls. She thought that with her current state, could it be that she didn't even have the ability to eat a meal? She couldn't help but feel a bit sad. When she looked at Qin Yu again, he seemed like an eyesore. Hiss! Qin Yu shivered and sucked in a breath of cold air. His eyes flashed open. What is it? Little Meat coldly sneered. It's nothing. Qin Yu shook his head, a bitter smile on his face. He was too lazy to think about why she had suddenly gone crazy. He closed his eyes and continued to cultivate. Central Wasteland Divine Continent. 13th floor. As the highest mountain peak of the world, the 13th floor was known as the only way to step into the highest heavens and reach the White Jade capital. It was a place that countless cultivators yearned for even in their dreams. Today, the Li family's third-generation direct descendant, Li Ruhua, officially entered the 13th floor and began a new life of cultivation. There was something that greatly surpassed the Li family's expectations. Before Li Ruhua left for the 13th floor, she had already been granted the status of a family elder. For a time, she became even more dazzling. Junior apprentice Sister Li, I have been waiting for you here on the orders of the Tower Master. High in the heavens, a mountain peak broke through the clouds. The sunlight above was as bright as gold, illuminating the sea of clouds for 10,000 miles. The disciple of the 13th floor, Mingzhe, smiled and said. He was handsome and had an extraordinary bearing. Li Ruhua bowed. I'll have to trouble senior apprentice Brother Ming. Mingzhe was one of the 10 strongest people in the world below the Emperor realm. He was ranked 3rd. He had once fought with an Emperor realm expert and was able to escape unscathed. It was rumored that he was still hiding his true strength and had the qualifications to contend for first place. Even Li Ruhua didn't dare show the slightest bit of disrespect in front of this seemingly gentle and calm young man. The so-called 10 strongest people below the Emperor realm were only half a step away from leaping through the Dragon's Gate. In fact, due to their aptitude and foundation, their status was no less than that of a half-step emperor. Mingzhe's gaze fell on the person beside Li Ruhua. He hesitated for a moment and said slowly, Junior apprentice Sister Li, every disciple of the 13th floor is qualified to bring a servant with them. They will be our best helpers on our path of cultivation in the future. His words were vague, but Li Ruhua understood his meaning. She bowed and said, I understand Senior Brother Ming's good intentions, but he is indeed my best choice. Your honey is my arsenic, you may see him as a stubborn rock, but I see him as an unpolished jade. There were many similar situations in the world of cultivation. After all, everyone's fortunes and encounters were different. Mingzhe cupped his hands. I have been presumptuous. Please forgive me, junior sister. He smiled faintly and waved his sleeves. Then, let's go. The sea of clouds parted with a wave of his sleeve, revealing a flight of stairs leading to the heavens. Mingzhe led the way and Li Ruhua followed behind him. The one who she had insisted on choosing as her servant despite the objections of her family was Chun Shanglu of Guanhai City, whose family had been wiped out. He was currently submissive and didn't dare to reveal anything, but there was a trace of emotion in the depths of his eyes. "Father, can you see this in the heavens? Your son is currently walking on the stairway leading to the 13th floor." Mingzhi turned his head and glanced at Chen Shanglu, then at the calmly Ruhua. He seemed to be deep in thought. Chapter 1637. Magpies chirped in the branches. According to old Master Min, an honored guest was coming to visit. He ordered the steward to bring servants to carefully clean up the courtyard and sprinkle water on the roads. He changed into a new set of rich and noble robes and personally went to the pier to greet them. The steward nodded again and again. He led the servants into a busy state, but he couldn't help but mutter inwardly. Just where did this honored guest come from that the old master would care so much about him? Could it be that the old man from the young master's mother's side was angry that the old master had stolen away his precious grandson without even informing him, so he came to visit in a fit of rage? But the old master had clearly said that in order to prevent the old man from rushing about, he would first hide where he would be staying from the old man. Once everything was settled, he would take the initiative to apologize to old Taishan. The young master had also agreed to this matter. He personally wrote a letter to appease the old man's mood. He had personally delivered the letter, but the old master was worried and had secretly opened it to see if there were any problems. The steward shook his head and decided not to think too much about it. Just what sort of person was his old master? All he needed to do was listen to orders. On the pier, old Master Min stood facing the wind, a smile on his face as he faced the great lake. But right now, it was like he was chewing on a piece of top-quality gold thread. The taste could be imagined. He had lived for so many years, but even when he was forced out of his home by a group of old bastards, he had never felt so aggrieved. At the very least, those old bastards had lost several teeth. Moreover, he had already bowed his head in the imperial capital. If he continued to act so shamelessly, wouldn't he become nothing more than a puppet in the hands of that madam? This was going too far. Although he wasn't a human, his methods were still going too far. Old Master Min smiled and clenched his teeth. He had to make things clear today. Even a rabbit would bite when it was cornered. He had to let that madam know that he wasn't some soft dough. A ship sailed over from afar. Master Min, who was filled with hatred, hurriedly took 2 steps forward. A smile immediately blossomed on his aged face. The ship slowed down and slowly docked at the pier. Old Master Min waved his hand as he looked at the 3 people walking out. "Marquis, madam, I have been waiting here for a long time. I welcome the arrival of 2 honored guests." Qin Yu had a calm expression, but he actually felt a bit strange in his heart. He hadn't interacted with this old man in the imperial capital, but right now he was clearly an ordinary person without the slightest bit of the aura of a cultivator leaking out from him. However, an ordinary person clearly did not have the qualifications to become the master of an island in the Thousand Islands County. It was even more impossible for Little Meaty to remember him. Therefore, the more ordinary he looked on the surface, the more extraordinary he was in reality. This old Master Min was definitely a powerful character. Seeing that Little Meaty had no intention of speaking, Qin Yu smiled and cupped his hands across his chest. "I took the liberty to come here and disturb your peace. I hope you don't blame me." Lord Min's smile grew brighter. "Marquis, you're flattering me. It's our great honor that you and your wife can come to Changdao." He observed Ruru's expression and saw her frown. His heart shivered and he immediately gestured with his hand. "It's windy outside. We've already prepared some simple refreshments at home. I hope Marquis and Madam don't mind." Qin Yu nodded. "Thank you for your hospitality." The master and servant disembarked from the ship. A servant had already prepared a carriage for them. After boarding the carriage, the journey was smooth and they soon arrived at the new residence. The scale was large and the courtyard was imposing. After Qin Yu left the carriage, he couldn't help but take several glances at it. Lord Min said, "This is a remote courtyard in the countryside. Besides taking up a bit more space, there isn't anything exquisite about it. I've embarrassed myself in front of Marquis." Qin Yu smiled. "Lord Min is too modest. This residence of yours is quite good at the very least. At least, it is far better than my residence in the imperial capital." Sensing his aura, he could feel that the great heaven and earth net was extremely lax in restraining this residence in front of him. This was more like a form of tacit understanding and respect. The meaning behind it was clear. Old Master Min was wearing a common Lao Guai-style robe. It looked very rich and noble, but in reality it was unfathomable. "Marquis, you praise me too much." Old Man Min glanced over, feeling somewhat bewildered. How could a mere early-stage ruler be able to see through the depths of his courtyard? But thinking about it, if Marquis Zhongwu could be this madame's man, cough cough, even if it was only in name, how could he be an ordinary person? If he had this ability, then it was normal. "Marquis, madame, please." After sweeping it clean, the residence seemed even more tranquil and beautiful. As they walked down the stone-paved path, they could see a brilliant and vibrant scene in the distance. Seeing Qin Yu look over, Lord Min smiled. "These are flowing light tiles produced in our western desolate flowing light city. They are a bit expensive, but they do look beautiful. Marquis and Madame's residence is in that courtyard covered in flowing light tiles. At night, when the stars shine down, it is a completely different scene." As he spoke, he led the way. Lord Min was calm and collected, his words extremely humorous. From start to finish, little Meaty maintained an expressionless face. It was only that the corners of her lips would occasionally curve up in a heart-shaking sneer. Of course, the one who was frightened was Lord Min. Before this, he thought he had seen through the madame's problem, but now that he saw her, he didn't feel too sure. As to what choice to make, his heart was tangled. After all, he only had a single son. They entered the living room and sat down. There were already maids that had prepared refreshments. The tea wasn't ordinary, it must have been produced from a top immortal tea tree. Unexpectedly, the pastries were also very delicious. For Qin Yu, who had tasted the cooking of the root man, to give a very delicious evaluation was already commendable. Little Meaty suddenly said, "These pastries are quite good. They should be rewarded." Lord Min hesitated for a moment. He smiled. "Since Madame says they should be rewarded, then call the chef over to personally thank Madame. This can also be considered a blessing for him." He waved his hand and naturally, the servants left in a hurry. Soon, the owner of the breakfast stall, who had left the imperial capital with him for some reason and became a part of his master's small kitchen, appeared in the living room. He looked like an honest man. At this moment, his forehead was covered in sweat and he was still panting in his white apron. He constantly rubbed his hands, as if he was at a loss for what to do when he was suddenly called. "Alai, Marquis Zhongwu's wife likes your pastries. She called you over to receive her reward. Hurry up and kowtow." The old chef named Alai's face flushed red. He hurriedly knelt down and respectfully kowtowed. "Thank you, madam, for the reward." Baiji walked out and placed a stone in his hand. This stone was one of the fragments of the totem god stone from the stone god tribe. It was worth a small amount of money. The old chef's face turned even redder. He looked at his master as if he was holding a red-hot soldering iron. He didn't know whether to accept it or not. Lord Min pondered for a moment and smiled. "Since it's Madame's reward for you, then accept it. Also, kowtow to Madame." "There's no need to kowtow," Little Meaty said lightly, her eyes bright. "I like the pastries you make very much. Are you willing to leave with me? Don't worry, I will naturally give Lord Min a very generous ransom. I won't let him suffer a loss. As for whether you agree or not," she looked up and smiled. "I think Lord Min won't refuse for a chef." For my sake. Lord Min smiled bitterly and said without hesitation, Madam, what are you talking about? It's this chef's blessing that you like him. I'll lie, from today onwards, you're no longer a chef in our house. You can go anywhere you want. The old chef's face paled. He waved his hands. Master, I've received a great favor from you and I haven't repaid it. I won't go anywhere in this life. If you don't want me to be your chef, then I'll go back to my old profession. I'll borrow a piece of land on this island and set up a stall. He looked at Little Meaty and said carefully, Madam, it's indeed my blessing that you like my cooking. I didn't know how to appreciate your kindness. If you want to beat me or kill me, you can do as you please. Little Meaty lowered her head and looked at the chef kneeling in front of her. You really don't agree? Your master knows that I have a bad temper. Since you said you can do as you please, don't regret it when the time comes. Lord Min's expression changed. His lips moved, but he didn't say anything. The old chef said firmly, I won't regret it. I'm willing to accept your punishment. Baiji's eyes flashed with a cold light. In her opinion, it was this old chef's great fortune to be valued by the madam. He actually dared to reject the madam. He deserved to die. Little Meaty glanced at her and waved her hand. If you don't want to, then forget it. Just pretend that we don't have the fortune to eat good food. Her words had a double meaning. Lord Min's forehead broke out in cold sweat. He felt more and more uncertain. I'm a little tired. Arrange for someone to bring us to rest. Little Meaty stood up and spoke. Her face was expressionless and her voice was cold. Qin Yu didn't think that he had lost face because of this. After all, he knew that if it wasn't for Little Meaty, he probably wouldn't even have the chance to walk into this living room and sit down for a cup of tea. However, when it came to something like face, it was better to leave some. If it was too stiff, it wouldn't be a good thing. Then I'll have to trouble Lord Min. Lord Min's face was full of smiles. It's my duty. Servants, bring the Marquis and the Madam to rest. We will definitely serve them well. After the three of them left, Min Chongjing wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and sat back in his chair. He picked up his teacup and drank it in 2 mouthfuls. He glared at old chef, who was still kneeling on the ground. You've got guts. The old chef reached out a hand. Master, I'll have to trouble you to help me. My legs are soft and I can't get up. Min Chongjing sneered. If you can't get up, then kneel. Right now, my legs are also soft. He really was a little afraid. Just now, the living room seemed calm and tranquil, but the truth was a turbulent undercurrent. Although the Marquise Madam was sitting motionless, the way she looked at the two of them was as if she was staring at a piece of fat meat in a bowl. It was as if in the next moment, a pair of chopsticks would reach out and grab the two's vital points. Then, she would send it into her mouth and chew on it. Soft and delicious. The living room quieted down. After a long time, the old chef crawled up, his face pale. Master, how did you provoke this madam? His words nearly caused Min Chongjing to jump up and curse. How did I provoke her grandmother? In all honesty, this was really like a pot falling from the sky when I was sitting at home. I've already abandoned my family and business and ran all the way from the imperial capital to this wilderness, but this madam still refuses to let go. What can I do? When he thought of the cause of this matter, it was because of that 9-tailed fox. Min Chongjing gritted his teeth in hatred. Damn it, I really have a natural conflict with the demon race. If he could do it all over again, he would never talk about the old relationship. He would slap that coquettish fox to death and get rid of all the evidence. Chapter 1638. Unfortunately, there was no medicine for regret in this world. Otherwise, old Master Min would have bought hundreds of them and eaten them like jelly beans. Old Chef knew he had said something wrong when he saw his master gritting his teeth, his face full of anger. He quickly slapped himself. My mouth just doesn't know how to speak. Master, don't be angry. Otherwise, why don't you kick me a few times to calm down? Get lost. Old Master Min shouted. Go back to your kitchen and don't come out for a few days. If that person asks for it again, I don't want to continue living in fear." Old Chef hurriedly nodded. Yes, I'll go back now and never show my face again." He hesitated for a while and whispered, "But this matter, are we just going to let it go?" "Old master, that's not what you said before." Min Chongjing did not get angry. The corner of his mouth twitched. He slowly said, "I have a feeling that things are not so simple. Let's wait and see." "Well, it's good to be safe. I'll take my leave then." Old Chef respectfully bowed and walked out of the living room. When he returned to the kitchen, he waved his hand to tell his daughter not to worry. He said he was tired and wanted to rest alone. After his daughter left, he casually prepared 2 side dishes to go with the wine, a plate of pickled cucumbers, and a plate of fragrant fried peanut. He opened a pot of coarse wine that the servants in the mansion drank, and began to eat and drink with relish. His expression was calm. There was no trace of his previous cowardice. Although he was still stooped, he naturally gave people a majestic aura that was as immovable as a mountain. Old Chef finished drinking and eating. He casually cleaned up and poured himself a cup of tea. His eyes swept around leisurely. Right at this moment, a loud bang resounded, and the door let out a blood-curdling scream. It almost died on the spot. Old Chef suddenly stood up with a panicked face. "Old master, what's wrong with you?" Min Chongjing's face was gloomy. He looked around the room and smelled the lingering smell of alcohol in the air. He expressionlessly said, "Oh, you drank? And also ate a plate of pickled cucumbers. Unfortunately, the fried peanuts are a little overcooked. Although they are fragrant, they are slightly bitter." Old Chef dryly laughed. "Old master, you are very observant." Before he could finish his words, he was kicked to the ground. Min Chongjing did not feel relieved after the kick. He rushed over and gave Old Chef another round of kick. Bastard! What are you trying to do? If you want to die, don't drag us down with you. I'm telling you, Old Master only has one son. Nothing must happen to him. Not even a single hair is allowed to fall. You better behave yourself and take back all your thoughts. Otherwise, I'll break your 3 legs and make you unable to be a man for the rest of your life." As he scolded and kicked, the kitchen was filled with loud bangs. The girl with the long braid, who was guarding outside the door, nodded her head vigorously as she felt sorry for him. She thought to herself, "Master, it's best if you use more force to prevent father from having that kind of idea again. The best would be to really break his legs so that he could lie on the bed. However, 2 would be enough." After she left, she was still thinking of finding a companion for her father so that he wouldn't have a miserable life in his old age. It wouldn't be good for him to become a widow. In the distance, a group of servants hid and peeked, listening to the movements in the kitchen, then looking at the beautiful maid at the door. They couldn't help but swallow their saliva, their faces slightly pale. In their hearts, they thought that Old Chef's daughter was really pretty, but her heart was too cruel. She could even do such a thing to her own father. If it were them, what would happen to them? All right, they should stay far away from her in the future. Don't ever have any ideas that you shouldn't have. Otherwise, you might die one day. The kitchen finally quieted down. Min Chongjing panted and pulled a chair to sit down. His face was still ashen. "Say, do you understand?" "No." Old Chef, who was curled up, raised his head pitifully, revealing his swollen face. I understand. Old master, please calm down. Did you hurt yourself?" "It's all my fault. I'm already so old, but my bones are still so hard. It's a big sin to hurt you," he said with a face full of shame. Old Master Min couldn't help but raise his head and sigh. He really wanted to rush out and give him another beating. "You think you're awesome because your bones are strong? Why don't you look at the situation? What are you showing off for?" He took a deep breath and exhaled. Min Chongjing stared into his eyes. "Listen to me on this matter. Before I say anything, you can't do anything. Otherwise, that precious daughter of yours can forget about being the legal wife of my son. At most, she'll be a concubine. You know the rules of our family. I don't need to explain the difference between a legal wife and a concubine, right? Old Chef widened his eyes pitifully. Old master, please don't. We've already agreed on it. How can you change it just like that? He looked pleading and kept looking at the door. Old Master Min sneered. I'm the old master. I can change it if I want to. What can you do about it? He flicked his sleeves and walked away angrily. He thought to himself, if it weren't for the sensible little girl who quickly informed me, you would have ruined my plan. That madam, if you could really do anything, I would have let you die. But this matter, it's not that simple. The door closed and opened again. This time, it was the little girl who came in. A few years had passed, but she still had her black braids and her figure was even more curvaceous. She looked at her father quietly with a faint look in her eyes. She said softly, I heard what old master said. If you spoil my marriage and turn me from a legal wife to a concubine, even if you're my biological father, you won't be able to talk to me. Old Chef's face was full of grief and indignation. Stupid girl, don't you see how I look now? You're still standing there saying such heartless words. The little girl sneered. Father, I'll call you father again. But if you continue to play dumb, I'm not sure what you'll say next. Old Chef looked up to the sky and sighed. Good. Good. I won't mess around, all right? When a girl is of age, she can't be kept at home. She'll always side with outsiders. The ancients were right. The little girl blushed and walked over to pull Old Chef up. Father, I'm doing this for your own good. Old Chef's eyes widened, but before he could react, he heard two crisp cracking sounds. His whole body fell to the ground with a thud. Both of his thighs had been kicked so cleanly that his bones and tendons had been broken. He pointed at his daughter with a trembling hand. His lips moved a few times, but he couldn't bear to scold her. The little girl knelt on the ground and kowtowed respectfully. Father, I don't want you to die, and I don't want to spoil my marriage. I can only let you suffer a little. When that madam leaves, I'll listen to you. Old Master Min, who had already walked far away, suddenly twitched his mouth twice. He turned his head to look at the kitchen. He thought to himself, this lass has a good temperament. She can even kill her own father. Our future head of the household must have this kind of decisive temperament. This time, he could really rest assured. He turned around and walked a few more steps. Old Master Min couldn't help but rub his chin. He thought to himself, maybe I should restrain my gaze from now on? The little girl was all grown up. If she held a grudge or something, his old arms and legs might not be able to bear it. The effect of the flowing light tile was not just for show. In Changdao, the density of heaven and earth spiritual energy was at most average. But when he walked into the courtyard and took a deep breath, he felt a little damp. He felt like he was bathing in the spring rain. Of course, this was just a figure of speech. It meant that the heaven and earth spiritual energy in the courtyard was so thick that it almost condensed into raindrop. For cultivators, even if they were at the ruler realm, staying in this kind of environment for a long time would be greatly beneficial to their cultivation. Most importantly, the process of gathering spiritual energy was silent. It didn't have the shocking momentum of a spirit-gathering array. As the saying goes, the water is deep and the water is silent. The more subtle a method was, the more it showed off one's background. It was no wonder that the flowing light tile was so expensive and was still popular in the desolate region. Bang! With a heavy kick, Baiji was sent flying backwards. She spat out a mouthful of blood and her face paled. Meaty's eyes were icy cold. You really are an idiot. Do you know who Min Chongjing and the old chef are? It's true that they don't dare to touch me, but they aren't people that a lowly maid like you has the qualifications to threaten. Baiji struggled to get up and kneel. Madam, I just feel that. Before she could finish, she was interrupted by a slap. I don't want you to feel that. Moreover, who do you think you are? Do you think you have the qualifications to express yourself in front of me? Meaty sneered. Believe it or not, if I leave here, you won't live past tonight. You will be cooked and served on the table. If you don't even have this little bit of eyesight, what use do you have for these eyes? You might as well dig them out and step on them twice to hear the sound. Baiji shivered. She could clearly feel the madam's anger. She clenched her teeth and took a deep breath. Then, she lifted her hand to dig out the eyeball. Bang! Another kick sent her flying out the door. You brainless fool, I want to hear the sound. Do you think I don't know how to do it myself? Do I need you to dig it out yourself? Scram back to your room. For the next few days, without my orders, you are not allowed to take a single step out, otherwise I will really leave you here and let you experience what it means to be in purgatory on earth. Yes. Baiji respectfully bowed and limped away. Meaty's face was dark and gloomy. Her mood was as bad as ever. Baiji's stupidity wasn't the main reason. It was because she had run into the muzzle of the spear that she had become today's punching bag. Min Chongjing, humph, you old thing, you actually dared to bare your teeth at me, and you even brought along such a helper. Humph. Do you really think that my teeth have all fallen off and I can't bite you two bastards? If it weren't for her being by Qin Yu's side, then according to Meaty's temperament, she would have flipped out on the spot. In the imperial capital, that idiot in the Thunder Pond, and now Min Chongjing and the old chef had caused Meaty to feel the disparity between them. It could be imagined how bad her mood was. If this were in the past, she would have had 100 times more courage. She gloomily thought for a moment. Then, she looked up and saw Baiji spitting out a mouthful of blood on the ground. She coldly sneered, What? Do you want to try and see how much my power has declined? Fine, I will eat up that stupid woman today. Let's see what you can do about it. From the blood stain on the ground, light surged and a faint figure appeared. He bowed and said, Meng Shan greets you. After a brief pause, he fell to his knees and bowed in the proper manner of the barbarians. Meng Shan came here today to thank you. You didn't hesitate to consume your own source energy to save the sovereign of my barbarian race. The barbarians will forever remember this kindness and will never forget it in the slightest. Meaty had no expression. Speak less nonsense. I didn't save him because I wanted to owe you barbarians a favor. If you have anything concrete, then hurry up and take it out. Chapter 1639. Today, the great shaman of Meng Mountain had borrowed Baiji's blood to descend here. He didn't know whether it was because of his honest nature or because he sensed that little Meaty was in a bad mood, but he didn't hesitate. He reached into his chest and pulled out a beating heart. Of course, this heart wasn't his. In this world, there was no strange existence that would kill themselves to thank others. But it was also the heart of a great shaman. Only like this could it still keep beating and contain such a formidable strength after being taken out for so many years. This heart came from a great shaman of my barbarian race who died on the sea. If necessary, you can swallow it and burn this great shaman's heart. It should be enough for you to restore your peak strength in a short period of time without needing to worry that it will cause you too much damage. The great shaman of Meng Mountain respectfully said, Compared to your great kindness, the reward of my barbarian race today is insignificant. Please don't be angry. Little Meaty reached out and the great shaman's heart fell into her hand. Her eyes brightened and she subconsciously licked her lips. She turned her hand away and said, Don't think that I don't know what you are thinking. Aren't you just worried that something will happen to your barbarian sovereign? You gave me this great shaman's heart so that I can better protect your barbarian sovereign. The great shaman of Meng Mountain bowed. Your eyes are like torches. My humble thoughts cannot be hidden from you. He took a deep breath. I will have to trouble you with my barbarian sovereign. Little Meaty coldly sneered. There is no need to flatter me. I accepted it because I wanted to and it has nothing to do with you. He paused for a moment and said, "Since you've come, why don't you meet me?" The great shaman of Meng Mountain was a bit tempted. He hesitated for a moment and shook his head. "It's better not to meet me. Otherwise, I might draw out my aura and cause trouble for His Majesty." "You're quite thoughtful." Little Meaty looked at him. "Is there anything else?" The great shaman of Meng Mountain said, "Yes. The first matter is about His Majesty's incense flame Great Tao. Since Your Majesty has already stepped onto it, I can secretly make arrangements to collect incense for Your Majesty. This will be of some help to Your Majesty's cultivation." Little Meaty shook her head. "No, at least not now. He cannot be tainted by the power of the Goliath Joss flames, otherwise his identity will be exposed." She looked at him with a deep gaze. "You underestimate that building in Middle Wasteland. Even if it's just an empty frame, don't forget that there's a white jade capital above it. The Berserker's kismet has always been dissipating. They might not be able to sense it for a while, but if the incense sticks show any abnormal movements, they will definitely be locked onto." The Grand Shaman of Meng Mountains felt his heart tremble. He took a deep breath and cupped his fist. "You are right. I was too careless. I'll temporarily collect the Joss sticks of my clan, and I'll give them to His Majesty when the time is right. The second matter is that there was a great shaman who committed a great crime in the early years of the barbarian tribe and was identified as a rebel. After the trial, his identity was taken away by the shaman ancestral court, and his whereabouts are unknown." When he said this, a bitter smile appeared on the great shaman of Meng Mountain's face. But now, reality has proven that he was not wrong. Instead, it was those seniors of the shaman tribe who committed a grave mistake. Not long ago, this great shaman who lost his identity suddenly sent me a message saying that he wanted to return to the shaman ancestral court and take back his identity that was taken away from him. Little Meaty's lips curled up in a mocking smile. "Those old fellows of the shaman ancestral court aren't willing to lower their heads and admit their mistakes? That's right. Those people are old and smelly to begin with, and their mouths are very tight. Making them lower their heads is even more uncomfortable than killing them." The great shaman of Meng Mountain's heart chilled. He discovered that this mysterious person in front of him had a very deep understanding of the barbarian tribe. The meaning behind her seemingly ordinary words was enough to make one think deeply. Little Meaty glanced at him, and the smile on her lips became even wider. "Many years ago, I ate a great shaman of the barbarian tribe. He made a deal with me, but after that, he went back on his word. How could there be such a thing in this world? So, I do know quite a bit about the barbarian tribe." The great shaman of Meng Mountain's expression changed. He believed that Little Meaty was not lying. His thoughts raced, and he soon found the ancient records of the barbarian tribe. It was about a certain great shaman who had suddenly died without any warning. The so-called sudden death was just a story told to the outside world. The truth was that the great shaman had suddenly disappeared, and he was in his own secret training room. After he disappeared, the barbarian tribe investigated and collected evidence. They found some faint traces in the great shaman's personal notes. It seemed that many years ago, this great shaman had once made a deal with an extremely ancient and mysterious existence in this world in order to make a breakthrough. This matter involved the dignity of a great shaman of the barbarian tribe. In fact, it was highly likely that it would cause some sort of instability within the barbarian tribe. After all, the realm of the great shaman was far beyond their reach. If they made a deal with some existence, they might be able to make a breakthrough. Even if they knew that there would be endless troubles in the future, there would still be many barbarians who were stuck where they were, unable to make a breakthrough, and would be willing to take the risk. This matter had been sealed as a top secret, and it had never been unsealed until now. Only the great shaman of the barbarian tribe had the qualifications to read its contents, and they also needed to swear an oath with the barbarian tribe's bloodline that they would never attempt to make a deal with this mysterious existence. Little Meaty picked up her teacup and casually drank 2 mouthfuls. She ignored the great shaman of Meng Mountain, whose face was filled with uncertainty. Her eyes were calm. The great shaman of Meng Mountain let out a long breath. He bowed and said, since it was a violation of the deal, it is only right that he pay the price. He hesitated for a moment and then bitterly smiled. But regarding this matter, I ask that you do not tell the other barbarians, lest something unexpected happen. Little Meaty's eyebrows arched up. His bloodline still has descendants? The great shaman of Meng Mountain took a deep breath and said in a low voice, right now, the great shaman who controls the barbarian ancestral court is a direct descendant of his bloodline. He has been secretly investigating the mysterious disappearance of the great shaman. Little Meaty licked her lips. Is that so? Then that is a pleasant surprise. She waved her hand. Go back and tell that unlucky fellow that I have agreed to help him make a trip to the ancestral court in the future. The great shaman of Meng Mountain forced a smile. My lady, I am a bit regretful that I told you about this matter. Little Meaty had no expression. It's too late. She vaguely remembered that they had signed a bloodline contract in the past. In other words, the descendants of his bloodline were all her slaves? This was like a radish that had suddenly sprouted from her own vegetable field. What a pleasant surprise! The great shaman of Meng Mountain's forced smile deepened. As he looked at Little Meaty's face, he thought that His Majesty the barbarian sovereign wouldn't just stand idly by and watch as this person acted recklessly, right? After all, this was the barbarian ancestral court. If something were to happen, it would surely cause a great uproar. He took a deep breath and cupped his hands together. My lady, Meng Mountain bids farewell. Little Meaty arched an eyebrow. You're leaving just like that? Why don't you think about it carefully? Is there anything else you haven't said? The great shaman of Meng Mountain shook his head. Baiji is now your maid. Whether she lives or dies will depend on your will. I will not interfere. Shwar, his figure vanished from sight. Little Meaty looked at the place where the great shaman of Meng Mountain had disappeared and rubbed her temples. This was a person who knew when to advance and when to retreat, and knew how to act appropriately. If he dared to make a request just because he gave her the heart of a great shaman and flattered her a few words, she would definitely agree. But as for how she would do it, that would depend on her mood. This woman Baiji was a bit stupid, but her life wasn't bad. Then, she would stay here for a bit longer. Little Meaty looked up at the void in front of her and sneered. Old Master Min wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. He stood up and cupped his hands in apology. When he sat down, he looked aggrieved. This is my home. How could you come and go as you please? Have you ever considered the feelings of your master? But, the one who came just now was really strong. Well, of course, he was still weaker than me, but if he fought with old Chef, he would probably have a 50-50 chance of winning. Was it that madam who deliberately found a helper to put pressure on them? No, if that was the case, he shouldn't have come and gone in a hurry. He should have stayed for at least a few days, waiting for the dust to settle. Old Master Min scratched his head and took a sip of tea. As the cold tea entered his stomach, he felt even more irritated. He always felt that this madam's actions were too strange, and he couldn't figure out her depth. For example, Goshing, the third-generation disciple of the Li family, who thought he was a dog. She was the one who sent him here, but after he arrived, she didn't care. Did she not care at all, or did she think that old Master Min would not dare to act recklessly? No matter how angry she was, she had to pinch her nose and accept it? No matter how he thought about it, he felt that the latter was more likely. This made old Master Min's mood even worse. Qin Yu was cultivating. After returning to his residence, he could feel the rich heaven and earth spiritual energy that had condensed into water droplets. His eyes brightened, and he didn't want to waste any time. As for other matters, he didn't know why he had to come to this mysterious and unfathomable residence. Just leave it to Little Meaty. 30 years passed in the blink of an eye, and he had to work hard every day. The only exception was when the great shaman of Meng Mountain arrived. Qin Yu's thoughts stirred, and he faintly sensed something. He confirmed that the source of that feeling came from Little Meaty's residence. After thinking about it, he pretended that he hadn't discovered anything. He now believed in Little Meaty, and since he believed in her, there was no need for him to doubt her. So, since Little Meaty didn't say anything, that meant that he didn't need to appear. He continued to cultivate Drifting Fire Tribe. Many days had passed since the death of the barbarian sovereign, but life was still going on as usual. There was no change. The fear in everyone's hearts dissipated a little. They thought that even if the sky collapsed, there would be someone taller to hold it up. Drifting Fire Tribe gradually regained its stability. As a matter of fact, after successfully selling that high-quality stone, the Chu Heavenly Clan's clan chief was so happy that he married another woman to him. Today, they were holding a wedding. The old barbarian hadn't been in a good mood recently, so he didn't want to participate. He listlessly leaned against a stone, wearing a tattered robe. His back was hunched and he looked drowsy. As he heard several boys angrily discussing this matter, he opened his eyes and waved them away. Go do what you need to do. What are you all talking about? If you aren't convinced, then go find the tribe leader and scold him. I'll give him a thumbs up. The several young barbarians immediately withered. One of the boys bitterly smiled and said, "Uncle, please don't mock us. How could we possibly provoke the tribe leader?" He clenched his teeth and pointed a finger. "We are the ones who aren't convinced. Who in the tribe doesn't know that Aya and him are on good terms? Aya's parents said that they were willing to give Amu 5 years. As long as they could take out a betrothal gift, they would marry the girl to him. But the tribe leader wanted to marry a concubine, and he insisted on choosing Aya. Her parents didn't dare to resist, but Amu went to cause trouble and was beaten by the tribe leader's guards." "Bah! What bullshit guards? He is the brother-in-law of the tribe leader's wife. He is helping his brother-in-law find a concubine. He is a scoundrel with ulcers on his head and pus on the soles of his feet. In the past, he pestered Aya and was taught a lesson by us. I think this matter was most likely instigated by this scoundrel." Everyone was filled with anger. The boy named Amu had a swollen face and a bloody nose. He stared at the ground without speaking. The old barbarian frowned. His eyes fell on Amu. "Do you think this is true?" Amu looked up, his eyes red. "Uncle, Aya will be brought back to the tent by the tribe leader tonight. I want to go save her." As he finished speaking, he fell to his knees. "If I go, I won't be able to return. My parents are still in the tribe, and I want to ask you to take care of them." The reason why these young barbarians liked to surround the old barbarian was because his luck was good and he could always make a small fortune. That stone from last year was proof. Secondly, the old barbarian really knew a lot and they could gain a lot of knowledge by following him. Thirdly, he had a special status in the tribe. It was said that the old barbarian was not a member of the tribe. Back then, he had fainted in the wilderness. When he was picked up, he looked like this. Even now, the tribe leader treated him with respect. The old barbarian frowned. "Is it worth it?" Amu nodded. "I promised Aya that I would marry her, so I won't let her suffer. Otherwise, I will live the rest of my life sullenly. I might as well die like this." The old barbarian muttered, "As long as you don't live sullenly, you aren't afraid of death." Amu clenched his teeth. "I'm not afraid." "Then go." The old barbarian thought for a moment and took out a knife from his chest. He usually used this knife to cut meat and eat. It was sloppy and had a layer of grease on it. "For you, use it tonight." Amu took it with both hands and kowtowed. At night, the wedding turned into a funeral. The tribe leader was beheaded by Amu. 2 elders close to the tribe leader attacked in anger and became ghosts under the knife. Then, everyone became quiet. They stared at the knife in Amu's hand with wide eyes, their faces filled with disbelief. Even Amu himself, the totem fire spirit of the flowing fire tribe, appeared and directly announced to the tribe that Amu had become the new tribe leader of the flowing fire tribe. And tonight was the tribe leader's wedding. Amu, who had become the tribe leader without even knowing it, brought his new wife Aya to find the old barbarian on the second day. They didn't know when he had left. This made the group of young barbarians look at each other in dismay. Their eyes gradually showed respect. Amu pulled Aya to kneel on the ground and respectfully kowtowed towards the old barbarian's tent. And now, thousands of miles away, the old barbarian was silently hurrying on his way. Even a junior knew that it was better to die a glorious death than to live sullenly. Yet, he couldn't see through it all these years. It was really laughable. He didn't know what was right or wrong before, but now that he was in the right, how could he continue sullenly? There was no such logic in the world. Today, he had to go to the ancestral court and take back his identity. He had to let them announce to the entire barbarian world who was in the wrong in the past. The old barbarian knew that this matter was very difficult and might even be dangerous. But he wasn't afraid. This world was still reasonable, and his fists were almost fully grown. Chapter 1640. Little Meaty suddenly changed her mind. Of course, before she changed her mind, she first looked around to make sure that Qin Yu was indeed in seclusion. Baiji was released and allowed to walk through the residence. Not just that, but she also took off her white robes and changed into a dress that accentuated her curve. When Old Man Min inadvertently saw Baiji on the cruise ship and Min Xiangtai talking and laughing with him, he felt as if he had been struck by lightning and nearly lost his composure. He turned to look for Little Meaty and nearly fell to his knees. He sullenly said, "Madam, I will definitely help cure that subordinate of yours. But this matter is very troublesome, so you must give me some time. I only have a single son and I can't afford to be tossed around like this. I ask that Madam show mercy and call back that young miss at your side." Little Meaty took a deep breath and then gently laid down the teacup, not revealing the slightest bit of anger. "If Old Man Min feels this is inappropriate, then you can personally kill that girl. There is no need to make a trip here." Old Man Min rubbed his face. He really did want to do this, but unfortunately, he didn't dare. Of course, he denied it again and again, wishing that he could swear on the spot that he wouldn't dare to show the least bit of disrespect to Madam. Little Meaty didn't believe a single word of these words. But they had already exchanged some words and had vaguely expressed their attitude. Now they could begin their proper business. She tapped the table and lightly said, "It's just a dog, it isn't worth my trouble. So what if it dies?" Min Chongjing's lips twitched. He took a deep breath and said, "May I ask, Madam, is there something else? If this old man can do it, I will absolutely not decline." Little Meaty lifted a hand and pointed to where Qin Yu was in seclusion. Marquis Zhongwu obtained a lucky chance a few days ago and was able to see the gate of heaven and man ahead of time. But just because he can see it doesn't mean he can touch it. We need to open a path for him. Min Chongjing furrowed his eyebrows. He fell silent. The air was quiet and peaceful. Little Meaty's lips curved up. "How is it? Old Man Min has endured for so long and now you don't plan on hiding any more?" She licked her lips, her eyes bright. Min Chongjing forced a smile. "Madam, you speak too seriously. Even if this old man ate the courage of a leopard, I wouldn't dare to harbor any ill intentions towards you. It is just that this matter is extremely thorny. That's right, this old man admits that I can indeed do this. However, building a ladder for the great Tao of others will damage one's own cultivation. There is no such logic in this world." He looked up and looked at her. His tone was still respectful, but there was something different in his eyes. "I don't think Madam wants to tell the horse to run, but doesn't want to give it a single blade of grass, right?" The bottom line was something that could be said lightly, as if it could be said directly with just a touch of his lips. But in fact, it was very heavy. It was fine if he couldn't touch the bottom line, but if he really crossed it, he would have to change his face and attitude, regardless of whether he was willing or not. Now, Min Chongjing had placed his bottom line in front of this madam. Whether she would take a step forward or take half a step back depended on her choice. Little Meaty's face was expressionless, and her eyes were cold. "Lord Min, how bold of you!" Min Chongjing shook his head. "There's nothing I can do. After living for so many years, I can't become a marionette when I'm old. Otherwise, I'll be ashamed of my cultivation." Little Meaty sneered. She flipped her palm and a beating heart appeared. Across from her, Min Chongjing frowned. His face was slightly pale, but there was no cowardice in the depths of his eyes. Humph! It seemed like old Master Min was afraid after all. But it's a pity to waste this heart in this place. So, let's make a deal. Min Chongjing hurriedly nodded, his face full of smiles. Good deal, good deal. Peace brings wealth. The corners of Little Meaty's mouth curved up. So, you'd better think carefully before you make your offer. Otherwise, I might change my mind. Min Chongjing cupped his hands respectfully. Don't worry, madam. This old man doesn't want to die yet. Even though he said that, they still had to engage in a battle of words. Little Meaty almost turned hostile several times before they reluctantly reached an agreement. With a bitter face, Min Chongjing left the courtyard covered with flowing tiles. Suddenly, he let out a long breath, a thoughtful look on his face. At some point, old Chef, whose legs had been broken, appeared beside him. He looked as if he was all ears. That's it for now. Since this madam didn't go too far, we'll just endure it. There's no need to make a life and death decision. Old Chef nodded. Master, you're right. These are wise and prudent words. Min Chongjing gritted his teeth. Get lost. I'm in a bad mood now. Don't be an eyesore. Although the worst situation had not happened, he had still suffered a great loss. Moreover, he was in his own home. Being suppressed by an outsider, of course he wouldn't be happy. Old Chef turned and walked away without any hesitation. Only when Old Chef was angry would it mean that he was fine. If he looked calm on the surface, that would mean that something big was about to happen. Come back. Weren't your legs broken? If you go back like this, the little girl will lose face. Min Chongjing had a dangerous look in his eyes. Old Chef instantly disappeared without a trace. Master, you don't have to worry about me. I naturally have a way to hide it from that little girl. As he ran, he looked a little wronged. He thought that he was really not a person who was good at hiding his inner emotions. Old Chef could see through his thoughts with one look. Just now, he really wanted to personally break his legs. Then it would really be broken. Alas, he didn't have many years to live. Why didn't Old Chef let him repay his kindness? He couldn't bring his skills with him after he died. It would be a pity to waste them like this. He might as well take a gamble. Although that madam was holding the heart of a great witch, if he directly abandoned his body, he might be able to seal her as well. He didn't need too much. As long as he could seal her for a while, it would be enough for Old Chef to take action and swallow her. When she fell into Old Chef's stomach, no matter how powerful she was, would she be able to escape? Then, at most, it would be a painstaking effort. At most, she would have an upset stomach for a few hundred years. Little by little, she would be digested. Perhaps it would be a great opportunity. He really couldn't figure it out. Old Chef was very distressed. But he was very clear about Old Chef's intention. Since he didn't agree to take action, he could only continue to endure. Qin Yu's seclusion was interrupted by Little Meaty. She bluntly told Qin Yu that she had made a deal with Min Chongjing. He would help Qin Yu build a path to enter. It was because he knew which door Little Meaty was referring to that Qin Yu was even more startled. He quickly looked her up and down. After making sure there wasn't anything wrong with her, he was still a bit worried. Little Meaty rolled her eyes. Don't worry, I didn't suffer a loss. At most, I paid a few things that didn't cost me anything. She paused for a moment and then her lips curved up in a smile. As for that old toad, he's going to vomit blood this time. Don't be polite and eat as much as you can. Qin Yu glanced at little Meaty, hesitating to speak. Enough. A man shouldn't be so straightforward. I just came to tell you something. Just wait. Little Meaty turned and walked away, a warm look in her eyes. Min Chongjing was waiting outside the courtyard. As he saw little Meaty come out, he bitterly smiled. When the madam is speaking, she always avoids me a bit. This old man has been listening outside. It's really a strange feeling. Little Meaty glanced at him. She lightly said, You must keep your word. I will personally go and bring Baiji back. I can also chat with this young sir of yours while I'm at it. Min Chongjing's complexion stiffened. He watched her leave and gnashed his teeth in hatred. But he could only squeeze out a smile and push open the door to the courtyard. Marquis, did the madam explain things clearly to you? If there isn't anything else, how about we begin now? Qin Yu smiled and cupped his hands together. It's no trouble at all. To be able to cooperate with the madam is this old man's good fortune. Min Chongjing coughed and lowered his voice, a bitter expression on his face. It's just that this cooperation is far too much of a loss. To build a path for Marquis, what this old man painstakingly cultivated day and night is my cultivation. So, I ask that Marquis be magnanimous and don't allow this old man's foundation to be damaged. Qin Yu nodded. Lord Min, rest assured. You have helped me so much, so how could Ning Qin not be grateful? I know what I am doing. Who was Ning Qin? In any case, I wasn't. Min Chongjing's face was filled with gratitude. He sighed with emotion and thanked Qin Yu again. Then, he gestured with his hand. Marquis, I ask that you sit down cross-legged and focus your attention on that door. Afterwards, this old man will help you build a path to enter. You only need to maintain this entire process and immediately lock onto that door. There is no need to worry about anything else. Qin Yu cupped his hands together in thanks once more. Then, he sat down cross-legged and focused his mind. Suddenly, that shining golden door appeared in front of him. Min Chongjing walked in front of Qin Yu. He lifted a finger and placed it between his eyebrows. After sensing it, his complexion changed and he revealed a bitter expression. It seemed that this Marquis's cultivation talent wasn't too great. This door was high and high, nearly reaching the edge of the heavens. If no one opened a path for him, then even if he obtained a heaven-defying lucky chance or good fortune and saw this door ahead of time, he feared he would never have the chance to step through it in his life. Bitter, bitter. The higher the door, the longer the road, the more cultivation he would have to consume. He originally thought that this wasn't too much of a loss for him, but looking at it now, it seemed that he had suffered a great loss. Min Chongjing hesitated for a moment, but that was all. The transaction had already been completed. If he went back on his word now, he wouldn't have the slightest bit of reason. Once that madam flipped out, she wouldn't have any scruples at all. At that time, he might not be able to protect his son and he might not be able to escape unscathed. After all, he had personally seen that great shaman's heart that came from who knew where. There was a great deal of strength contained within. There was no way he could lie about it. Min Chongjing clenched his teeth. Suddenly, golden veins appeared on his palm, like the roots of a great tree that sank into the ground. They gathered at his fingertip. Then, his fingertip turned a dazzling gold. Faint traces of golden aura poured into the point between Qin Yu's eyebrows. To cultivate the road of the Great Tao, what one consumed was the power of the Great Tao. Every trace of this golden aura was Min Chongjing's cultivation. Not to mention anything else, but as long as there was a monster in the world, if one could obtain even a trace of it, that would be a great stroke of good fortune. Even ordinary beasts, if they could swallow it into their stomachs and their bellies didn't burst open, they would be able to develop their spiritual wisdom and naturally understand the cultivation of the monster race. This was truly a supreme treasure in the eyes of monsters. The Thousand Islands County was originally a large lake, and this lake was tens of thousands of miles wide. The waters were deep and there were countless monsters living in the water. Normally, due to fear of the rule of the Western Wasteland Empire, these monsters didn't dare to act recklessly. They lived in harmony with these islands and cultivated underwater. But today, each and every one of them seemed to have lost their minds. They displayed the ability to overturn rivers and seas as they rushed over from all directions. Within the Thousand Islands County, countless island masters of all sizes widened their eyes in horror. Then, they discovered that the goal of these crazed monsters in the water wasn't them at all. Rather, they rode the waves and soared towards some place. Looking at that place, it seemed that it was Changdao, which had suddenly gained a master several years ago. For a time, countless eyes gathered on it. All of them had different thoughts, but they gradually revealed a bit of heat. As the saying goes, there is no wind in a cave. There must be a reason for the unusual movements. It must be a great opportunity that could make the thousands of monsters in the lake suddenly go crazy. Could it be that a treasure was going to appear in Changdao? Outside the crowd of monsters, there were some figures hiding in the stormy waves, quietly moving towards Changdao. Ahem, after all, we are all neighbors connected by the same river. As the saying goes, a close neighbor is better than a distant relative. Now that our neighbor is besieged by thousands of monsters, how can we, the good neighbors of the Western Wasteland, just sit back and watch? That's right. Chapter 1641. Old Chef's figure quietly appeared at the pier of Changdao. He took a look at the surging lake and sighed, thinking that this was really a case of not taking the road to heaven but going to hell when there was no door. But in this world, whether it was a human or a demon, they all had to pay for their own choices. This was the so-called everything has its own destiny. Besides, he didn't have much time left, and he might not even have a chance in his next life. Why should he worry about getting involved in this? Besides, he didn't make the first move. At most, he was just trying to protect himself. Old Master Heavenly Axiom saw it clearly, so he couldn't put all the blame on him. Old Chef turned his hand and took out a golden talisman. The lines on it were messy, not beautiful at all, like a child's doodle. But the moment the talisman appeared, in the deep lake around Changdao, those anxious water demons who wanted to rush up and start a massacre, suddenly felt terrified. The raging waves calmed down for a moment, and then the big demons in the deep lake turned around and ran out desperately. The burning greed in their instincts couldn't fight against the fear in their hearts. They only felt that Changdao in front of them was an open mouth, waiting for them to take the initiative to come to it. However, it was too late to escape now. The golden talisman in Old Chef's hand burned to ashes in an instant. Those messy lines that looked like graffiti became golden, as if they had come to life. They whizzed into the lake. They moved faster than lightning. In the blink of an eye, the water within 100 miles around Changdao turned into a cage. All water-kind spirit creatures who broke into the golden cage were locked inside. No matter how hard they tried to break the cage, no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't shake the golden cage, not even a little bit. Even further away, ferocious waves were still crashing towards them. Hidden beneath each wave was a water monster from the lake. The water within 100 miles had turned into a cage, but they didn't seem to notice it and just ran into it. Seeing this, the good neighbors of the islands, who were hiding in the dark, all widened their eyes in horror. The demon-trapping formation in Changdao could not only hide, but also allowed people to enter but not get out. It seemed like it was going to swallow all the water demons in the lake, which was really shocking. Such extravagance and might caused even some people that felt they were experienced and knowledgeable to be extremely astounded in their hearts, and their eyes instantly revealed reverence. Of course, he wanted to continue approaching, but he didn't dare to do so. However, he was also unwilling to turn around and leave just like that. Because the movement and the preparation in Changdao were premeditated no matter how he looked at it. It cost a lot and involved a lot of things. The Thousand Islands County was also known as the River of Islands. It had a circumference of several tens of thousands of miles. The water in the lake was strong and pure. It bred tens of thousands of monsters, definitely more than the number of islands. It seemed that the commotion today was not limited to a radius of 3,000 or 5,000 miles. Perhaps more than half of the Thousand Islands County had been alarmed. A demon trapping formation, no matter how high its grade or how powerful it was, could it really trap tens of thousands of demons? Just like those big eaters. They might be fine for a while, but after eating and drinking for a day and a half, their stomach will burst. At that time, wouldn't there be a chance? Of course, it's not too much for us to stay here and not get close to Changdao. As a good neighbor, we can watch from afar and wait for help. After all, it's our duty to help each other as good neighbors. In Min Xiangtai's yard, the young master who had fallen in love only had Baiji in his eyes. He didn't care about what was happening outside of Changdao. He had no idea what was happening outside of Changdao. Little Meaty sat on the ridge of the roof. The highest grade of Flowing Light City's flowing light tiles had fallen below her buttock. Right now, it had also become dim and lusterless. The wisps of spiritual chi that had gathered here had been completely devoured. At this moment, she glanced at the direction of the dock, raised her eyebrows, and showed a cold smile. This old chef was giving her a warning, and he was a loyal protector of his master. However, this demon-subduing method was really powerful. If she risked her life, it would be a bit troublesome. Otherwise, after Little Meaty left Changdao, she wouldn't mind sneaking back one day and swallowing this old bastard, which would make up for her loss. She raised her hand and took a sip of the wine fruit. Little Meaty sprayed out a bit of the smell of wine. She said blandly, "Get out." Min Xiangtai, who was in the room, didn't notice her at all. Baiji's body stiffened, and then she smiled like a flower. By the time the word left the island and came to a stop in the air above the 50-kilometer demon trapping formation, it was like a thunderclap rumbling in the ears of the neighbors, causing their faces to turn ashen and their bodies to totter on the verge of collapse. What bullsh *T schemes, what bullsh *T neighbors helping each other. They'd better run away and save their lives first. Changdao couldn't afford to mess with them. Not to mention the demon-trapping formation, there was a Grandmaster on the island? As for how powerful the Grandmaster was, they didn't know. But one thing was for sure. If he wanted to kill them, he just needed to move his mouth a few times. After shouting away the shadows outside the island, with the old chef's help, the water demons in the lake wouldn't be able to do anything. No matter how many came, they would all die. Little Meaty took another sip, and her eyes fell on the place where Qin Yu was cultivating in seclusion. It had begun. She curled up the corner of her mouth and gloated. She pushed the door of Qin Yu a little far away, and the old toad was going to suffer a big loss this time. Min Changjing gritted his teeth. His face was so gloomy that it looked like it was about to drip water. Opening a path to heaven was difficult, not to mention that it would consume one's own cultivation. Helping an outsider open a path was even more difficult. In this world, even his own father wouldn't do such a thing. But now, his only son was in front of that madam, and he didn't even know that he was outside the gates of hell. If he made a mistake, he would immediately die on the spot. No matter how angry he was, he could only endure it. After all, he only had one child in his family, the only one who could inherit his bloodline. But even so, he felt as if a hole had been dug in his hard-earned cultivation, and it was crazily leaking out. Min Changjing felt so uncomfortable that his heart was bleeding. Looking back, this was the first time he had suffered such a great loss in the tens of thousands of years of his life. But now, Qin Yu's entire mind was focused on one point, and he had completely cut off his perception of the outside world. Of course, he didn't know that Min Changjing was gritting his teeth in anger. He saw a golden path extending from beneath his feet all the way up to the golden door in the sky. This was a mysterious and wondrous feeling. Qin Yu could clearly feel that as the great Tao beneath his feet spread upwards, his connection with the world became increasingly close. It was as if he were one with the heavens and earth, becoming an incarnation of it. Simply put, he had turned himself into a part of the heaven and earth net, and used this to counteract the suppression of the heaven and earth net. In a daze, Qin Yu came to some understanding. No wonder those who had reached the peak of the Emperor realm were still able to live free and unfettered lives. They weren't crushed by the heaven and earth net until they bled from their noses and mouth. This must be the reason. Just as Qin Yu was immersed in this, far away in the heaven-pulling sect, Qin Yu, who was cultivating in seclusion, felt his heart throbbing. His eyes widened in shock and astonishment. Then, he smiled bitterly. Between the two of us, who was born of heaven and earth, such a thing could actually happen. As expected, there was a reason why the master was the master. After thinking for a while, the white-robed Qin Yu smiled. He closed his eyes, and with a thought, his aura instantly disappeared. All that was left was a body that had lost all of its essence, qi, and spirit. Since that madam wants me to help, then I'll help her. The path to heaven is known as the 9 bends. Only when the bends lead to seclusion can one enjoy the blessings of heaven and earth, and walk a true path to heaven. But since it's called the 9 bends, it's naturally winding, and one has to walk a lot more than others. In this world, there aren't many people who can really walk it. If Master can walk the 9 bends and open up the path to heaven, his future cultivation will naturally be unimpeded, and his achievements will be shocking. I'm wholeheartedly thinking for Master, without the slightest bit of selfishness. But if the person who helps Master open up the path to heaven isn't strong enough, or if he goes back on his words halfway and causes the path to heaven to become a dead end, then it's Master's own bad luck. It has nothing to do with me. Long Island, on the ridge of Min Xiangtai's house, a meaty eyebrow arched up and a mocking smile appeared on his lips. Little thing, you want to play mind games with me? You're far too naive. If it weren't for the sake of opening up a true path to heaven for Qin Yu, would I have been dawdling here until now? She lifted a hand and pointed. Min Xiangtai, who had been speaking eloquently with a happy smile on his face, suddenly slumped down on the table and fell into a deep sleep. Across from him, Baiji, who had been smiling like a flower a moment ago, immediately restrained her expression. She stood up and respectfully bowed. Madam. Baiji appeared across from her, her expression light. You've done well. You've made up for a bit of your previous foolishness. She lifted a hand and Min Xiangtai fell into it. Little Meaty turned her head and looked into the courtyard. There was a room with a tightly shut door. Little girl, I know you're hiding inside, but you'd better not move around. Otherwise, if my hand shakes, he really will die. At that time, you will be a pitiful little widow. With a creaking sound, the door was pushed open. A maid with a large whip in her hair walked out with a helpless expression. She respectfully bowed. Madam, please show mercy. Don't hurt the young master. I really don't want to be a widow. Little Meaty looked her up and down. Suddenly, her lips curved up. I almost made a mistake. Your Long Island is really interesting. The maid smiled. Madam, please keep this a secret. I haven't married yet. Little Meaty nodded. Of course. I also don't like that old toad. He actually dared to bargain with me. She picked up the unconscious Min Xiangtai and turned to leave. Her figure flickered and she vanished from sight. The maid stood up and wiped the cold sweat from her forehead. As she looked at the place where the madam had left, her face paled. She finally understood why the old master and her father had joined hands and still hadn't dared to act rashly. This madam was too terrifying. Chapter 1642. The big girl let out a breath and looked up at Baiji. She suddenly said, I finally know why madam called you stupid. It's because you really are stupid. I advise you not to move. I'm afraid that if I can't hold back and kill you, I'll get into trouble. Baiji smiled. When you were hiding in the room and saw me and Min Xiangtai whispering to each other, didn't you feel uncomfortable? The big girl frowned and turned to leave. I'm afraid of you. I don't want to die with you. That would be too much of a loss. She wasn't fast, but her figure was far away in an instant. Her aura fluctuated so that Baiji couldn't lock onto her with the sword on her back. Her face paled. Gritting her teeth, Baiji turned around and left. Her long dress was torn to shreds and fell to the ground. Before her naked body could come into contact with the air, she was covered by a white robe. She returned to her previous appearance, revealing only her eyes. Min Changjing's complexion could be said to be pale and his heart filled with anger. He had no choice but to suppress it, but when he felt Qin Yu's road to the heavens suddenly turn, it was as if a bolt of lightning had struck him, nearly causing him to explode on the spot. What was the meaning of this? A straight road wasn't enough and he had to go around in circles? Did he really not care about other people's cultivation? Thinking about how Qin Yu nodded without hesitation when he tried to persuade him, Min Changjing wished he could slap this little bastard in front of him and smash him to pieces. This deal wasn't going to happen. The angry old master Min was about to take back his hand. As for Qin Yu's road to heaven, if it became a dead end, then that was his own fault. If he wanted to blame someone, he should blame the madam who broke her promise. If you dare to stop, he will be the first to die. Little Meaty appeared out of thin air, holding Min Xiangtai in her hand. Her face was expressionless and her eyes were cold. Min Changjing was so angry that he laughed. Madam, you broke your promise first. Do you really think I don't dare to risk my life? Rumbled black clouds appeared in the skies above Changdao. They instantly piled up like a floating mountain, sprinkling down endless pressure that made it hard for people to breathe. This scene caused countless cultivators who fled Changdao to subconsciously widen their eyes. They began to sweat profusely and then rejoice. Another one came. What kind of place was Changdao? Big shots came one after another. It was fortunate that he had escaped in time. Otherwise, if he had fallen beneath the black clouds, he would have been squashed into a meat patty. But who could tell them what had happened in Changdao? Why was there such a huge commotion? The sound of something tearing through the air whistled out, and it was actually a large ship that tore through the wave. Its speed was swift like a bolt of lightning as it pierced through the turbulent waves all along the way, and it actually didn't stop at all. County Governor! The cultivators of the various islands cupped their fists respectfully. It couldn't be helped. Right now, the world was ruled by the Western Wasteland Empire. Everyone on and off the mountain had to be afraid of the Western Wasteland Empire. No one dared to go against them. Otherwise, with just a single order, the Western Wasteland Empire's army would move out and form a formation to surround and kill them. It didn't matter if they were a great sect that had existed for thousands of years, or a rebellious evil cultivator, they would all be killed. Similar things had happened many times in the past, and it was enough for the current cultivators to clearly see who had the biggest fist in the world. Swish, the wave-breaking flying ship stopped, and several figures flew out from it. The one in the middle looked dignified. Looking at the scene in front of him, he just frowned and looked gloomy, but he wasn't afraid at all. As the county governor of Thousand Islands Commandery, he patrolled the area on behalf of the emperor. He represented the face of the Western Wasteland Empire. Who dared to mess with him? However, the commotion in Changdao was too big, so the county governor stopped halfway to ask. Otherwise, he would have ordered people to rush to the island and order the madman, who had disrupted the water transportation and caused such a big commotion, to surrender and wait for punishment. What on earth happened here? The county governor asked. If they could tell him one or two things, then they would have a little favor. In the future, as long as they didn't go too far, they would definitely get some benefits. But now, the people present looked at each other and scratched their cheeks anxiously, but no one could tell the slightest inside information. Unless the county governor was tired of living, no one dared to speak carelessly. Otherwise, it wouldn't be trying to make connections, but seeking death. The county governor's face darkened and his thoughts raced. This was a bit unexpected. The island cultivators of Thousand Islands Commandery had always been well informed, but they actually didn't know the inside story of such a big commotion. And Changdao happened to be a territory that he had personally sold for a sum of money a few years ago. Although most of it was handed over to the national treasury, the part that was kept made the county governor happy for a few days. But who would have thought that the big fortune that he had gotten would now become a hot potato? The county governor glanced at the commotion in Changdao, gritted his teeth, and was about to send an order to mobilize the garrison in the commandery city. Otherwise, if things continued like this, once something big happened, he would be the first to get into trouble. But at this moment the county governor frowned slightly. He flipped his hand and took out the official seal. As he probed it with his divine consciousness, his face suddenly changed. When he looked in the direction of Changdao, he subconsciously showed deep awe. Taking a deep breath, the county governor's eyes flashed like lightning as he coldly swept over everyone. From this day forth, the area within 1,000 miles of Changdao is a restricted area designated by the imperial court. No one is allowed to peep in or take half a step inside, otherwise the laws of the nation will be ruthless. Everyone's hearts shook. They didn't dare to stay any longer. They all found excuses and fled far away. No wonder there was such a commotion, so it was related to the Western Wastelands Imperial Court. Could it be that the Imperial Court's masters were here to kill the villains on the blood list? The county governor glanced at Changdao from afar. Let's retreat another few hundred miles. The flying boat howled away, not daring to stay any longer. And at this time, in Qin Yu's seclusion chamber, little Meaty looked up at the sky. Her sneer deepened. Do you think I would be afraid? Min Chongjing lightly said, Madam, you might not be afraid, but if you really do fight, it's hard to say what the result will be. Min Xiangtai will die. Marquis Zhongwu will also die. Little Meaty narrowed her eyes. Then let's give it a try. She exerted a bit of force with her fingers. Min Xiangtai's neck suddenly emitted cracking sounds and cracks began to appear. Faint traces of golden light began to emit from within. Blue veins popped up on Min Chongjing's forehead. The golden light on his fingertips brightened and the faint traces of Tao that flowed into Qin Yu's body rose 10 times over. It was like a mountain stream that suddenly swelled into a river, one that could wash away the stone embankments on both sides at any moment. Little Meaty sneered. She opened her mouth and swallowed. From the cracks on Min Xiangtai's neck, golden light surged out. Stop! Min Chongjing shouted out loud, his face twisted. Madam, there is no such reasoning in this world. Do you really want to force me to die together with you? Little Meaty closed her mouth, allowing the golden light to float around her nose and mouth. If you were any slower, I really would have eaten him. Min Chongjing clenched his teeth, not speaking. He knew that as long as he spoke, he would lose this life gambling game. But he didn't dare to gamble. For so many years, he only had this one son. If he were to be killed, what future would he have in the future? Little Meaty faintly smiled. Now, we can rediscuss the contents of this transaction. Chapter 1643. Within the heaven-pulling sect, Qin Yu's body trembled and he slowly opened his eyes. He looked down at his hands and raised them to pinch his cheek. Then, he slowly pulled them outwards. Pain. This was real. He wasn't dreaming and this wasn't an illusion. The 9 Melodies' heavenly palace. He had actually succeeded just like that? Ah! Qin Yu cried out in pain and fell backward. With a loud bang, his head smashed into the hard ground. He rolled around, his heart going crazy. Impossible! How could this be possible? How could there be such a terrifying cultivation in this world? Even if there was, those that could cultivate to this step were all old turtles. How could they be so stupid as to harm themselves to benefit others? Qin Yu couldn't figure it out. Suddenly, he cried out miserably. With a light cracking sound, his eyebrows split open and a shallow wound appeared. But to Qin Yu, it was like a ruthless knife had pierced through his soul. The pain was one aspect, but what was even more terrifying was that it involved life and death. Ignoring the pain of his soul splitting open, Qin Yu climbed up and kowtowed. Congratulations, Master, for completing the 9 melodies, Heavenly Grand Tao. From now on, you can become a celestial being. There was no response. The crack between his eyebrows slowly healed. But, not only was there no joy on Qin Yu's face, it was as if he had lost his parents. Just now, Qin Yu's main body had really moved to kill him on the spot. But, it was worried that he had just completed the Heavenly Grand Tao and killing him would cause instability, so it chose to temporarily keep the peace. In other words, once Qin Yu stabilized his realm and the Heavenly Grand Tao became as solid as a boulder, it would be the first one to kill him. If it were anyone else, they definitely wouldn't do this. A living world spirit embryo avatar would be an amazing boon to one's cultivation. But Qin Yu wasn't an ordinary person to begin with. Everything in the past had already proven this, otherwise how could he have found the world's spirit embryo and successfully planted a soul? How could he have come out alive with that terrifying existence by his side? How could he have even completed the 9 melodies, Heavenly Grand Tao? Just thinking about it was enough to make one's legs go numb, and they wished they could kneel on the ground instead of getting up. Qin Yu stood up and sighed. He pulled at his hair. If he wanted to continue living, he had to do things seriously. At the very least, he had to let Qin Yu know that being alive was the best outcome for him. As expected, as I lived, I became the person I hated the most in the past. In order to survive, I had to be busy all day and compromise all the time. I didn't have the time or the chance to truly enjoy life and embrace this world. The more he thought about it, the sadder he felt. Qin Yu shed tears of sorrow. Chongdao. Min Chongjing collapsed on the ground, his body drenched in sweat. He gasped for breath like a fish that had been scooped out of the water. His face was ghastly pale, his eyes were dim, and coupled with his current sorry state, all of it showed that he was extremely weak. Little Meat was sitting cross-legged not far away. Her face was just as pale, but at least on the surface, she seemed to be in a much better condition than Old Man Min. At this moment, she slowly opened her eyes and looked at Min Zhongjing. A glimmer of light flashed in the depths of her eyes. Lord Min turned his head and looked into her eyes. Madam, this old man has really used all his strength this time. You won't go back on your word, will you? Little Meat was silent for a moment. Then, she faintly smiled. Of course not. I have always abided by the virtue of keeping my word. She flipped her hand and took out a golden fragment. I'll give this to you. We're even now. She casually tossed the exhausted Min Zhongjing to the side. Then, his movements suddenly became vigorous, and he carefully caught the fragment. After carefully sensing it and making sure there wasn't anything wrong, he let out a long breath. His eyes were filled with resentment. Madam, can you not scare me like that? If I can't catch it, wouldn't my heart explode from the pain? Little Meat lightly said, That's your problem. She looked at Min Zhongjing across from her and furrowed her eyebrows. The meaning in her eyes was clear. Why are you still here? With the item in hand, Min Zhongjing was in a slightly better mood, but he still choked a little. Wasn't this my home? This woman, she was really unreasonable. Of course, he didn't dare to show any of this on the surface. He smiled and cupped his hands together. Then, he picked up the unconscious Min Xiangtai and respectfully withdrew. Bang bang, the door to the room and courtyard closed one after another. His perception of the outside world was completely cut off. Of course, at this level of cutting off, Lord Min could still see it. But if he did so, he would clearly be discovered by the madam. He turned his head to look at the courtyard. Min Zhongjing's eyes flashed. He thought that the madam wouldn't be preparing to she shouldn't be. Otherwise, why would she have paid such a great price to begin with? Looking at the unconscious Min Xiangtai who had almost been eaten up just now, Lord Min couldn't help but be enraged. He fiercely tossed him away. But as soon as he let go, he felt an incomparable pain in his heart. He hurriedly raised his hand, slowing down the speed at which he fell. Father, why are you here?" "I am." As Min Xiangtai spoke, his complexion changed. He crawled up and rushed in front of Lord Min. "Where is Baiji? Where is Baiji? Father, let me tell you, you made me lose my fairy sister. If Baiji does this again, I won't forgive you." Min Zhongjing covered his face. This was really shameful. He raised his hand and slapped Min Xiangtai. Min Xiangtai was knocked out again. This kid was more pleasing to the eye when he was unconscious. Butler. The butler, who had been hiding somewhere, appeared in front of Min Zhongjing. He bowed respectfully. "Master, please give me your orders." "Go, send the young master back to his room. He won't wake up for a few days. Don't worry about anyone. After sending off the honored guest, I will deal with him." "Yes." The butler picked up Min Xiangtai and hurriedly left. He staggered and let out a bitter laugh. He raised his hand and rubbed his face with all his might. This time, although he had an unexpected harvest and was incomparably pleasantly surprised, he had still suffered a great loss. The 9 melodies, heavenly great Tao. Only he could grit his teeth and endure it. If it were anyone else, they would have long been turned into a dried corpse. This time, he had to go into seclusion for a few years to nourish his body. "I'll lie, you bastard, can't you see that I have come out? Are you ready? I'm about to die." Swish, space flashed and old chef's figure appeared. He was hunched over and carried a golden net in his hands. Inside, there were many lively fish and shrimp. If one looked carefully, they would discover that the eyes of these fish and shrimp were filled with panic and despair. They were all great monsters that had gained spiritual wisdom at the bottom of the lake. At this time, they had been forced to reveal their true forms. As old chef swept his eyes over them, they froze in place. With loud thumps, they fell to the ground, fainting from fright. "Is this all you've got? If you don't have anything better, just how long am I going to eat this?" As he frowned, he reached out and grabbed the golden net. He didn't know if it was an illusion or not, but where old chef grabbed it, the golden net seemed to dim a bit. He grabbed a red prawn and twisted his fingers. The prawn instantly turned into a dark red thumb-sized pill that was swallowed in a single bite. Old chef rubbed his hands, a look of guilt on his face. "I'm useless. Master, don't be angry. After the honored guest leaves in 2 days, I will go on a long trip and catch some great supplements for you." Old chef snorted and nodded. His hands didn't stop moving. After grabbing several times, the net was mostly empty. Only this old chef could eat monsters like jelly beans. If it were anyone else, they would either die from overeating or be corroded by their demonic energy. There were so many different water monsters, each with different demonic energy. If they were mixed together, it wouldn't be fun at all. But it was clear that neither old chef nor old chef were worried about this. After eating the last fish monster pill, old chef casually threw the golden net back. "Hurry up and send me another batch. They aren't of much use, but it's better than nothing." Old chef hurriedly nodded and disappeared. For the next 2 days, the only thing old chef did was eat, eat, eat. He didn't know how many water demons he had eaten in the lake. Only when the demon-trapping formation within a radius of 100 miles had become sparse did Master Min slow down his feeding speed and casually toss them into his mouth one by one. His face looked much better and ruddy. It was clear that as long as there was enough food, he could more or less make up for the lack of quality. Old chef came again with a net full of fish and prawns. Looking at old chef eating weakly, his face was full of guilt. He thought for a while and said, "Old chef, are you sure you don't want to try? That madam's condition might not be better than yours. If you can, not only can you recover your cultivation, but you can also improve further. By then, you might even become a truly perfect immortal." Old chef pondered and shook his head after a few breaths. "Since that madam dared to let me sense her weakness, there's a possibility that it's an empty fort stratagem, but it's not very likely. I'm not willing to take the risk. Otherwise, I might be killed on the spot even if I'm not perfect. That Grand Magus's heart was too troublesome. Otherwise, there might be a chance. Old Chef sighed in his heart. Old Chef, I'll remember you for creating trouble in the dark again and again. Little Meaty's faint voice rang out. Old Chef frowned slightly. With a loud bang, Old Chef was sent flying all the way out of Long Island and landed in the demon-trapping array in the lake. The water demons, who were already scared out of their wits, smelled Old Chef's aura and desperately ran out as if they had gone crazy. They crashed into the demon-trapping array with a loud rumbling sound. Their heads were bleeding and their scales were broken, but they did not dare to stop or look back. A mouthful of blood was at the edge of his mouth, but Old Chef forcefully swallowed it back. Otherwise, if he really spat out this mouthful of blood, all the water demons in the demon-trapping array would die. Old Chef still needed them to nourish his body, so he couldn't waste it like this. As for his own injury, because he forcefully swallowed this mouthful of blood, it would definitely worsen, but that was nothing. Old Chef didn't care at all. It didn't matter if he died 2 days earlier or 2 days later. The little girl's future was settled. Right now, he was forcing himself not to die because he wanted to help Old Chef one more time. Otherwise, Old Chef would rather die earlier. There was no meaning in living. He leaped out of the water. Old Chef's demon-trapping array naturally wouldn't suppress him. He landed on the island, dripping wet. He coughed lightly and bowed respectfully. Madam, this was all my idea. It has nothing to do with Old Chef. If you want to blame someone, blame me. All right. Little Meaty laughed coldly and dispersed her aura. Chapter 1644. 3 days later, Qin Yu woke up. Every time he took a breath, he felt the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth converge on him. It flowed into his body like a trickling stream, increasing his strength. Although it was so weak that it was almost undetectable, the increase was real. Qin Yu sensed it with rapt attention and gradually understood the function of the 9 bends heavenly great path that Min Chongjing had helped him open. To put it simply, the current Qin Yu could be said to be a very, very large bottle that had already been built with a good foundation. But no matter how big the bottle was, as long as he continued to pour water into it, it would eventually fill up bit by bit. This confirmed that Qin Yu's future cultivation would be a matter of painstaking effort. He wouldn't have to work hard to comprehend and break through to the next realm by himself. As long as he accumulated enough, he would naturally cross the threshold of the immortal realm and become a member of the Emperor realm. Qin Yu's difficulty in reaching the Emperor realm had been reduced by more than half, but the remaining part wasn't easy either. Accumulation was a slow process. Even if Qin Yu was blessed by the heavens, it still wasn't enough to accumulate enough strength to cross the threshold of the Emperor realm in a short 30 years. Therefore, conventional cultivation methods wouldn't work. He had to find a new path. Whoosh, exhaling, Qin Yu opened his eyes. Sitting across from him, Little Meaty was drinking tea. She glanced at him and nodded. Not bad. But remember, no matter how good the path others have opened for you, it can't compare to walking your own path. She raised a hand to rub her forehead. Plus, you're going to take a crooked path and pursue the fastest speed in your cultivation. There will definitely be problems with your foundation. Therefore, when you cross the threshold of the Emperor realm in the future, if you don't want to stop at the Great Path, you have to find a way to get rid of these problems. Qin Yu nodded. I'll remember. Little Meaty stood up. If there's nothing else, we're leaving. We've been here for too long. We can't stay any longer. She was also worried that if they stayed any longer, she wouldn't be able to resist eating the old chef, who kept provoking her on the verge of death. Using his own life to force Min Chongjing to make up his mind and create a true immortal, this old thing was quite loyal. Just wait and see. This isn't over yet. If there's a chance in the future, I don't mind going to Chongdao again to fulfill old chef's wish. Master Min's face was full of smiles as he welcomed Marquis Zhongwu and his 2 servants who came to say their goodbyes. He said that the Thousand Islands Commandery does have some beautiful scenery, and that the Marquis and Madame would like to stay for a few more days and go sightseeing on the boat. His words were extremely sincere. Qin Yu expressed his deep apologies. He said that he had important matters to attend to, so he couldn't delay any longer. Then, he expressed his heartfelt thanks to Lord Min for opening up the 9 heavenspan Great Tao. This gratitude made Min Chongjing's face stiffen. If it wasn't for the madam standing behind you, this old man would have slapped you to teach you a lesson right now. Since you've taken advantage of me, don't try to show off. From start to finish, little Meaty maintained her silence. As she watched Qin Yu and Min Chongjing exchange pleasantries with each other, a look of impatience gradually appeared in her eyes. Cough. Since Marquis and Madame have made up their minds, this old man will not try to persuade you any further. I wish you a safe journey. Little Meaty turned and walked away. Qin Yu smiled and bowed in return. Thank you for your blessings. At the pier, the boat that Min Chongjing had arranged was already ready. When the master and servants boarded the boat, it was like an arrow that had left a bow, whistling into the distance. The old chef's figure appeared once more. He quietly said, Master, this madam left of her own accord. She had to endure it for a long time. The meaning behind his words could be understood. Min Chongjing rubbed his eyebrows. There is no need to speak of this matter. He turned and left. You old thing, do you want to die so easily now? There is no such thing in this world. I'm still suffering, so you can accompany your master and continue tormenting him. The old chef was left alone. He looked in the direction of the boat, sighing and moaning. Father, let's go back. The braided little girl appeared at the side. The old chef looked at his daughter. Tell me, was I wrong? The little girl said, You weren't wrong. The old chef revealed a gratified expression. She was indeed my daughter. Her heart was still on my side. But before he could finish his thought, he felt a sharp stab in his heart. Father, go and find Master. Ask him if his previous promise still stands. If I am still young Master's wife, I will do whatever you say. If there is a change, your daughter will call you father for the last time. In the future, we will be strangers. If we meet, I will break your leg. The old chef blinked his eyes. He looked at the serious little girl in front of him. She didn't seem to be joking at all. He felt as if there was a knife in his chest. He couldn't help but cry. On the boat, Qin Yu let out a long breath. His tense body relaxed. He sat back in his chair and poured himself a cup of tea. With a gulp, 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 he drank it all in one go. Ro looked at him. Useless. Her face was full of disdain and disdain. Qin Yu didn't care. He smiled and waved his hand. Miss Ro's divine skills are invincible and your cultivation is as high as the heavens. Of course, I am far inferior to you. That is why I am afraid of being implicated. This is human nature. I ask Miss Ro to understand and not lower herself to my level. Glib tongue. Ro sneered. She turned and entered the cabin. Qin Yu faintly smiled. His heart was soft. Miss Ro had an invincible tongue. If she wanted to show off, then let her. In this sort of matter, if he wasn't willing to suffer a loss, then his head would be caught in a door or he would be kicked by a black donkey. The trip to the Thousand Islands County seemed smooth and without any problems, but even Qin Yu, who didn't have much contact with them, could feel dangers everywhere. It was like walking on a tightrope. If he wasn't careful, he would fall and die a horrible death. As for Ro, the reason she made this trip was to help him open up the 9 Melodies Heavenspan Road. This was something she had already decided upon when she arrived at the Heaven Pulling sect, or perhaps even earlier. There were some things that Ro didn't say and Qin Yu didn't mention, but that didn't mean that his heart was muddled. Qin Yu took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. He looked at the boundless waters in front of him, a complex look in his eyes. Min Chongjing had helped him open up the 9 Melodies Heavenspan Road. One didn't need to be a genius to know that he must have suffered heavy losses. If he hadn't received the reward, would he have been willing to lower his head and admit defeat? Qin Yu didn't believe that such an unfathomable character wouldn't have the courage to fight. Ro must have paid a great price. And this price should be the reason why she was trying so hard to cover up her current weakness. After the 9 Melodies Heavenspan Road was opened, Qin Yu's perception abilities had become even stronger. It was only then that he was able to sense these clues. These were all favors. In just a short period of time, he seemed to have owed Ro a great debt. Qin Yu reached out and grabbed the railing. He looked up into the skies. 9 suns shined above his head, illuminating the world since ancient times. The world was vast, far larger than he had ever seen. So, he needed to become stronger as soon as possible, stronger and stronger. He couldn't always be a little boy, who only knew how to take without any reward. He stretched out his arm and clenched it into a fist. Qin Yu waved it around and silently shouted out, "You can do it!" An hour later, he turned and returned to his cabin. From this day onwards, Qin Yu began to cultivate with an even crazier intensity than before. The intensity was astonishing, nearly without rest or sleep. Ro frowned as she watched him, reminding him that he didn't need to put in so much effort. According to Ro, she had already prepared a good heretical method. Although it wasn't the correct path, it was still quite brilliant. It was just that it wasn't ready yet. Once Qin Yu learned it, the speed at which he could absorb heaven and earth's spiritual strength would rise. Qin Yu believed Ro's words. Since she said this, then she must have made some preparations. But after he smiled, he continued to cultivate. I know that the heretical method you prepared will surely have an astonishing effect. But you already reminded me about my unstable foundation. So, the more effort I put in, the better my foundation will become and the less hidden dangers I will face in my future cultivation. Ro didn't argue. She glanced at Qin Yu, who continued to cultivate with his eyes closed and didn't urge him to rest again. There were some things that were always 100 times more precious than the advice of others. She wouldn't try to persuade Qin Yu to give up. After leaving the Thousand Islands County, master and servant didn't pause at all. They hurried straight to the transmission array. As space violently shook, they vanished from sight. On this day, the Western Wasteland Imperial Capital received the final message regarding Qin Yu and his 2 servants. Afterwards, the 3 of them were like stones sinking into the sea. There was no more news from them. The Western Wasteland Great Emperor thought for a moment and then ordered that there was no need to continue investigating. With the mysterious existence beside Marquis Zhongwu, Qin Yu, covering up their tracks was a simple matter. Moreover, since this person wanted to get rid of them, if they continued to tangle with him, it would be easy to send out the wrong signal. East Pole County City. Its name came from the great mountain at the base of the city. This was the East Pole Mountain. Most of this mountain was within the borders of the Western Wasteland. If one crossed over the summit and headed east, they would arrive at Jade Gate Pass. This Jade Gate Pass was an important area of the western borders of the Central Wasteland Divine Continent. It guarded the passageway and was said to be the most profitable business under the heavens. It had even reached the unsurpassed realm that all merchants dreamed of, lying down and making money until their hands cramped. If someone stood at the summit of the mountain and looked towards the eastern wasteland divine continent, they would discover that the eastern side of the mountain was covered in lush green trees. The trees were much taller than the western side of the mountain. This was a direct reflection of the difference in the richness of the heaven and earth spiritual strength. After all, there was naturally a reason why all sides in the world believed in the so-called divine continent. Today, the summit of the East Pole Mountain was still crowded with people. Their eyes were filled with enthusiasm and envy as they looked towards Jade Gate Pass. According to the borders, the summit of the mountain was still some distance away from Jade Gate Pass. But, in order to show respect to the divine guardian, the summit was tacitly agreed upon as the final destination for the people of the Western Wasteland. Without permission, those that didn't hold a jade archive were not allowed to take another step forward. A clamor of voices rose up from the base of the mountain. Everyone drew back, awe in their eyes. Several cold-faced youths stepped forwards, their clothes fluttering in the wind. Behind them were several soldiers in shining armor that dazzled the eyes beneath the sunlight. These people were calm and unruffled. Their eyes didn't look sideways and their expressions were calm. They naturally exuded an awe-inspiring aura. The radiant armor was the standard armor of the border army at Jade Gate Pass. These soldiers didn't have a high status in the Jade Gate Pass. But, even if there were some powerful Western Wasteland cultivators on this mountain peak that could kill them with a single finger, they didn't dare to act rashly. As for the group of youths they were guarding, they couldn't be provoked. For the Jade Gate Pass to send out radiant armor soldiers to accompany them, their background must be extraordinary. They were likely from a noble family within the borders of the Central Wasteland Divine Continent. Chapter 1645. A group of people silently walked over the mountain peak. Beneath countless envious and awe-inspiring gazes, they walked towards the sun-like Jade Gate Pass. Their figures gradually faded into the forest until they vanished from sight. The disciples of the Central Desolate. If I had to say, reincarnation really is a skill that tests one's skills. That's right, what is there to be arrogant about? It's just that their luck is better than ours. Shh. Everyone, be careful what you say. If the powerhouses of the Divine Prefecture hear what you say, you might provoke a disaster. A dark-faced youth frowned and said. After being reminded, the complexions of the several people changed. They shrunk back, not sensing anything wrong. They let out a sigh of relief. One of them bitterly smiled. We were just speaking on impulse. Thank you for the reminder, brother. Today, after experiencing the Jade Gate Pass and seeing the glory of the Divine Prefecture cultivators, we no longer have any regret. After a brief pause, he cupped his hands together and said, From your accent, you must be a local. I wonder if you can guide us to a good restaurant so we can drink a few cups together? The person across from him hesitated for a moment and then nodded. That's fine. The several people turned and left. These are the cultivators of the Central Desolate. They are truly superior people. Not too far away, a black-robed youth sighed with emotion. The woman beside him smirked, revealing a mocking smile. Although that person was a bit jealous, he wasn't wrong. When it comes to reincarnation, it is a very particular matter. Since the Central Desolate can be crowned with the name of the Divine Prefecture, how could it be an undeserved reputation? Since they are so mighty, they naturally have the confidence to do so. The maid beside her nodded. She never asked if the reason was right or wrong. As long as her madam said it, it must be true. Qin Yu revealed a helpless expression. I didn't say anything, so why are you mocking me? Little meaty humph. She turned and walked down the mountain towards the county city. Baiji fell behind. After a moment of hesitation, she said in a quiet voice, Marquis, you have been busy cultivating every day. Before she finished speaking, she was interrupted. You talk too much. Get back here. Qin Yu was enlightened. He quickly caught up and smiled. I heard that tonight there will be an extremely lively lantern viewing festival in the county city. I just happen to be a bit tired from cultivating, so let's go together and take a look. Little Meaty's face was expressionless. She fiercely glared at Baiji, who had lowered her head to admit her mistake. With a cold face, she said, I'm not going. Go. I've been cultivating all this way, and I'm about to suffocate. Miss Ro, please accompany me. Qin Yu's words were sincere. Ro sneered, but did not say anything else. That was her agreement. Qin Yu faintly smiled and glanced at Baiji. She lowered her head and remained silent. She did not say anything. At night, the Lantern Festival began in the county city. Lanterns were hung everywhere, illuminating the city even brighter than it was during the day. In order to attract the flow of people, the merchants who were rich and had great backing did not hesitate to spend a large amount of money to make a huge lantern that was over 100 feet tall. When it turned, it was truly magnificent. Although Little Ro had a cold expression on her face, her eyes were still attracted to him, and she couldn't help but take a few more glances. When she discovered that Qin Yu was looking at her, she frowned and coldly snorted, turning her head away. Qin Yu smiled. "This is the first time I've seen such beautiful lanterns. If I don't take a few more glances today, I don't know if I'll ever see them again in the future. I will definitely regret it." Little Ro gnashed her teeth. She wished she could grab his ear and spin him around 3 times. Suddenly, Qin Yu's voice echoed in her ears. "That's enough, let's not be angry. I know that you've been accommodating me this entire time, and that's my fault. Tonight, let's watch the lanterns. Once we pass through Jade Gate Pass, I promise to accompany you to that famous immortal-seeking tower and drink several jugs of God's nectar." Little Ro humphed twice and then took advantage of this opportunity to step down. She thought that this brat Qin Yu, it would be great if he could always be so tactful. Yesterday, she had overheard several cultivators chatting. That scene hadn't been too remarkable, but he had actually remembered it. This was the key reason why her mood had improved. She looked up at the lanterns, her eyes sparkling. Qin Yu now understood why Little Ro particularly liked bright objects. As he saw this, a soft light shined in his eyes. Baiji fell behind the two of them. She quietly glanced at them and then lowered her head. On the streets of the county city, a stream of people began to surge. It was a parade of lanterns, with many people clapping and cheering on both sides. They held all sorts of lanterns in their hands and constantly changed their postures. Most of them were young and beautiful women, dancing gracefully and gracefully. There were also tall and handsome young men who were striking their shields in a heroic manner. Clapping and cheering rose and fell. Many of them were directed at the men and women holding lanterns. Little Ro was initially interested, but soon she couldn't help but frown. She glared at Qin Yu and said, "You're looking quite serious? Then did you notice that the third one from the left is that little girl with long eyebrows? Her eyes are almost popping out of her head." Qin Yu looked up in amazement. He looked around. "Where? How come I don't see anything?" "Don't speak nonsense. That little girl is so beautiful, how could she possibly like me?" He remained motionless, his eyes looking straight ahead. In the parade of lanterns, there was a girl with long eyebrows. She couldn't help but bite her lips. She had been standing in front of that man for a long time. Could it be that he didn't understand the meaning behind her eyes? However, he was like a block of wood, standing there motionless. Could the woman beside him be his wife? But the distance between the two of them didn't seem like it. Taking a deep breath, the girl with long eyebrows moved forward. The girls participating in the lantern parade were all chosen by the county city, so she was a bit arrogant. But for some unknown reason, after she walked over, her anger rapidly dissipated and she felt increasingly lost. The girl with long eyebrows didn't know what was wrong with her. She usually had high standards, so why was it that she suddenly found it hard to calm her emotions towards this young man? In his eyes, he was just an ordinary person. She couldn't help but turn her head and look at where the young man was standing. Then, she froze and was so angry that she nearly messed up her dance step. He had been there just a moment ago and now he had left. In such a short period of time, he must have turned around as soon as she took a step. Biting her lips, the girl with long eyebrows felt indignant. She really wanted to chase after that young man and ask him why he looked down on her. Did he really think that no one wanted girls like her who walked the lanterns? The bustling parade of lanterns went far away. With some busybodies following them, the scale of the parade grew larger and larger. Qin Yu stood side by side with Little Meaty. He pointed a finger at a shop that was making large red flowers. "It's too noisy and annoying. I think that these quiet lanterns are better to look at. Moreover, they are bright red and festive. A waiter was standing at the entrance of the shop, trying to attract customers. He was originally annoyed that most of the people had been drawn away by the parade of lanterns, but as he heard these words, he immediately smiled and gave a thumbs up. "Sir, you seem like a sensible person. You must have read many books." Qin Yu smiled and cupped his hands together. "I haven't read many books. I can just barely recognize a few words." The waiter was in charge of welcoming customers. Although he didn't have much skill, his eyesight wasn't bad. After looking around several times, his smile became increasingly warm. "My shop has been passed down for hundreds of years and is a reputable old shop with a good conscience. All sorts of immortal treasures are of high quality and low price. How about you go in and take a look?" Qin Yu looked at the large red lanterns at the entrance. He thought for a moment and nodded. "That's fine. I'm a bit tired from walking, so I might as well go in and take a stroll. I might as well take a break and drink some tea." Little Meaty nodded. The waiter turned and shouted, "3 honored guests, please come in." Chapter 1646. The Red Lantern shop wasn't small at all. The grand and extravagant first-floor hall was illuminated by countless crystal lamps, making it seem as bright as day. It was clear that because the lantern procession had drawn away the original customers, the grand hall was now empty. Several female cultivators in the shop were whispering to each other. One of them had a worried expression and the others seemed to be comforting her. Hearing the commotion outside and seeing a guest arrive, several female cultivators in the shop spread out a bit and politely bowed. "Welcome, honored guest." It was normal for female cultivators in the shop to act as guides and answer customers' questions. Just as Qin Yu was about to point at someone, Meaty suddenly said, "Why don't you introduce them?" The female cultivator that was chosen smiled and nodded. "Yes, guest. She was born beautiful and her skin was especially white. It was clean and flawless, as if she were the most beautiful jade in the world." Qin Yu glanced at her. He felt that there was something wrong with this female cultivator's skin color, and her aura was a bit too weak. As for more, it was likely that this female cultivator's eyes were especially beautiful. They were clear and bright, round and flawless. As if sensing Qin Yu's gaze, the female cultivator lowered her head. She reached out a hand and gestured, "May I ask what 3 honored guests need?" She stepped forwards and quietly moved to Meaty's side, putting some distance between herself and the only male customer. Meaty's lips curved up. She glanced at Qin Yu and saw him rub his nose helplessly. Her mood immediately improved and she smiled. "I don't have anything I want to buy in particular, so I'll just casually stroll around." The female cultivator in the shop wasn't disappointed by this. Her voice remained respectful as she smiled and said, "Then I will lead several honored guests to stroll around the first-floor hall. As for the second and third floors, they are for sale. If there is anything you need, please feel free to tell me." This was a shop called Shiyu. It sold items used by cultivators and was also referred to by the world as mountain items. There were high and low grades, and most of them were clearly marked with a price tag. This was the so-called "you got what you paid for." In Qin Yu's eyes, although there was a bit of a premium, it could be considered fair. When he tried to attract business, he said that it was a shop that had been around for hundreds of years, but that shouldn't be too much of an exaggeration. She was truly just casually strolling around. Never did she expect that Little Meaty would actually take a fancy to an item. She did not say anything. However, the slight pause in her gaze was already enough. Qin Yu stopped and followed her gaze. He saw a thumb-sized stone placed atop the red silk jade box. Its surface was blue and white, but it didn't seem mixed at all. Rather, it gave off a feeling of perfect harmony, smooth and flawless. Specks of starlight sprinkled out and shone on the jade box. It immediately refracted a gorgeous halo, giving off a mysterious charm. Qin Yu pointed a finger. "What is this stone?" Although the female cultivator leading the way was afraid, she didn't show it on her face. She respectfully said, replying to customers' question, "This stone is called the Sun Moon Stone. by chance, it absorbed the essence of the sun and moon. It took more than 1,000 years for it to form. During the day, the hall was as bright as a lamp, and at night, there were millions of stars sprinkling down. It was incomparably mystical. Moreover, this object was refined by a refining master and can absorb the essence of the sun and moon. If you carry it with you, it will have a calming effect. Moreover, it can condense a drop of the essence of the sun and moon every month. After taking it, it can enhance your soul cultivation. As she spoke, it was clear that she had put in a lot of hard work in her daily life. Qin Yu glanced at little Meaty's expressionless face. He faintly smiled. "We'll take it." The female cultivator leading the way was overjoyed. Out of all the treasures on the first floor, the sun-moon stone was one of the few that sold for the highest price. But, besides the fact that it was made from decent materials and could produce phenomena of the sun and moon, the so-called calming effect and the drop of essence of the sun and moon every month were in truth quite useless. Cultivators that could afford to buy a sun-moon stone simply looked down on it. If it was just for appearance, there were plenty of immortal artifacts that had similar effects, but their value would only be a tenth of its original value or even lower. In short, if she sold this sun-moon stone, according to the rules of the store, she would receive a dividend. This would be able to slightly alleviate her family's current predicament. The female cultivator suppressed the joy in her heart and didn't reveal anything on her face. Her smile became a bit more sincere. "Does guest wish to continue choosing and settle the payment at the end, or would you like to settle the transaction now?" Qin Yu said, "Let's settle the transaction now." Little Meaty's lips curved up. At this time, a voice suddenly sounded out. "Hold on, I've also taken a fancy to this stone." Several people walked in from the entrance. The one who spoke was a young man in the middle. He wore white robes, and if it weren't for the fact that he exuded an arrogant and overbearing aura, his appearance would have been quite good. Beside him was a pink-dressed female cultivator. She pointed at the sun-moon stone and hugged his arm. Her body swayed back and forth as she coquettishly pouted. The white-robed young man faintly smiled. "Don't worry. Since it's something you've taken a fancy to, I will naturally take it." He opened his folding fan and gently waved it several times. "Everyone, since it was something you took a fancy to first, I am willing to increase the price by 30% as compensation to you." Seeing the white-robed young man, the complexion of the female cultivator in the store changed. But as she heard these words, she relaxed. She quickly winked at the three customers. "Little Sister Sue, we meet again today. Why are you winking at me? If you want to speak, then just say it. I won't blame you." The female cultivator took a deep breath and bowed. "Surly has an honorable status, and I am only a lowly person in a swamp. I am not worthy of such a title." She didn't say anything more. But the three customers could definitely sense her warning. This was all Su Zhihua could do. The white-robed young man surnamed Li faintly smiled, not minding at all. "Everyone, since little sister Sue has spoken, then I will show a bit more sincerity. I will increase the price by 50% and you may leave after receiving the money. This is a great deal for you." Qin Yu lightly said, "I apologize. We have also taken a fancy to this sun-moon stone and have no intention of transferring it." Within East Pole County City, the Li family's second young master Yuan Tai narrowed his eyes. "I didn't expect you to be such a bold outsider, and your appetite isn't small either. But I am in a very good mood today. I will double the price, take the money and obediently leave. I will pretend that nothing happened today." The implication was that if they didn't know what was good for them, they would remember this matter. This Li family's second young master was truly a despicable person. Even his threats were laid out in the open. Qin Yu glanced at Meaty from the corner of his eyes and saw that she was still expressionless. He understood what was going on and couldn't help but sigh. If a local snake provoked a major city, then there would be trouble. Although at worst he could kill them with a single punch, It was inevitable that he would be stained with blood. Sorry. It was only these 2 words, but the meaning was clear. Li Yuantai smiled. He opened his folding fan once more. 3 outsiders, this sun-moon stone is yours. Remember to close the door before going to bed so that you don't fall into a thief's trap. Not only will you lose your treasure, but you might even lose your head. Young Master Li, these 3 are my honored guests. Please be lenient with your words and don't ruin your reputation. A blue-clothed old man smiled and cupped his hands together. He was incomparably friendly, but a sharp light surged in his eyes. Li Yuantai closed his folding fan and cupped his hands together. Shopkeeper Zhou, I didn't know that you were personally here today. It was this junior who spoke rudely and offended you. He winked at the master and servants. I was just joking before, so don't take it seriously. Our East Pole County City's Li family has always been very hospitable. He smiled and turned to leave. The pink-dressed woman beside him lowered her head, not saying a single word. Before she left, she couldn't help but glare at him, her face paling. Shopkeeper Zhou took several steps forward. He smiled and said, 3 honored guests, I apologize for disturbing you. He hesitated for a moment and then turned to say, I will give you a 20% discount on this sun-moon stone. However, as for your dividends, you should follow the normal accounts. Just inform the accountant later. Su Jiruo revealed a grateful expression and respectfully nodded. Qin Yu thought for a moment. He cupped his hands together and said, Then I must thank shopkeeper. Shopkeeper Zhou bowed in return. He smiled and turned to leave. Wait a moment. Qin Yu lifted a hand and pointed to the 2nd floor. I have some items that I want to sell. I wonder if shopkeeper would be willing to take a look? Shopkeeper Zhou glanced at the calm master and servants in front of him. His thoughts stirred and he smiled. Esteemed guests have come to visit and are willing to do business at our store. That is already giving us a high opinion of ourselves, so how could I possibly refuse? Please follow me. Little Meaty said, You can go. I want to walk around a bit more. Qin Yu nodded. That's fine. Shopkeeper Zhou didn't have any objections. He reached out a hand and led Qin Yu straight to the 2nd floor. Little Meaty glanced at Su Jiru. Let's walk around a bit more. Su Jiru respectfully nodded. She led the madam and continued to walk around the hall on the 1st floor. After introducing 3 or 4 items, she hesitated again and again. She couldn't help but lower her voice and say, Esteemed guest, if you have friends or relatives in the county city, it would be best if you don't live outside. Or it would also be good to leave as soon as possible. Little Meaty glanced at her and smiled. We will consider it. Su Jiruo had an anxious look on her face. But, strictly speaking, this reminder was too much. She sighed inwardly and didn't say anything more. Baiji followed behind, a puzzled look in her eyes. She didn't understand why the madam treated this female cultivator so differently. But after suffering so many slaps and kicks, she had finally become a bit smarter. She knew that she shouldn't ask about matters that she didn't know. On the 2nd floor, the white-haired appraiser saw shopkeeper Zhou and Qin Yu enter. He stood up and welcomed them. Shopkeeper, why did you personally come? If there was anything you needed, you could have just called me. Shopkeeper Zhou waved his hand. Esteemed guest, there are some items you wish to sell. I will personally handle this matter, so I'll borrow your place. The appraiser smiled and nodded. I see. Then I'll be lazy and go drink some tea. As he spoke, he cupped his hands together towards Qin Yu. Then, he gathered up his things and walked out. Shopkeeper Zhou sat down in the appraiser's seat. He gestured with his hand and said, Esteemed guest, please sit. I am Zhou Yunshan, the shopkeeper of this store. I am responsible for all matters. His expression was solemn. He slowly said, May I ask what this esteemed guest wishes to sell? Esteemed guest, please rest assured that my Shiyu store has been in business for several hundred years and will keep the items in my hands a secret. Whether the transaction is successful or not, I will not reveal anything to the outside world. To this, Qin Yu believed it. If he didn't even have this much credibility, then let alone having been in business for several hundred years, he feared he would have been torn down long ago and the signboard would have been chopped up to be used as firewood. Unfortunately, he had many items on hand and wasn't prepared to sell them. Qin Yu faintly smiled. He cupped his hands together and said, "Today is the county city's lantern festival, and there are several shops that hang red lanterns at their doors. But the one at Shiyu Store's entrance is the largest, so we came here." Shopkeeper Zhou frowned. "Esteemed guest, you aren't planning to sell it?" Qin Yu nodded. "We are the buyers." "Esteemed guest, what do you wish to buy? The red lanterns at the entrance are quite good. I wonder if there are any similar ones that can be viewed in the future." Shopkeeper Zhou lifted a hand, indicating for the guest to wait. He walked to the door and slapped it against the wall. Faint traces of light flashed. In the blink of an eye, the entire room was covered, forming a small world of its own. Shopkeeper Zhou quickly walked back, his expression solemn. "Since esteemed guest knows the inside story of the red lanterns, you must be someone in the circle. So, I will get straight to the point. How many do you want?" Qin Yu stretched out 3 fingers. Shopkeeper Zhou frowned. "Does esteemed guest know the price?" Qin Yu reached out a hand and gestured several times on the table. Shopkeeper Zhou hesitated for several breaths of time. Then, he slowly said, 3 clearance tokens. Looking at the entire county city, there are only a few that can do this. Our Shiyu store does indeed have this ability. But esteemed guest should know that the world is ever-changing and accidents can occur at any time. So, I cannot give you an absolute guarantee on this matter. I will need some time to prepare. Esteemed guest, please leave behind a place to stay. Once the matter is confirmed, I will inform you as soon as possible so as to avoid any delays." Qin Yu nodded. "There are still 10 days before the gate opens. There is no rush. As for where I will be staying, I have yet to confirm. Once I have settled down, I will inform shopkeeper." Shopkeeper Zhou frowned, a strange expression on his face. Qin Yu thought for a moment. He pointed a finger outside the door. "These matters have always been decided by my families, madam. Shopkeeper, there is no need to worry. I will leave behind a deposit. I will have to trouble you to handle it." Shopkeeper Zhou smiled. "Thank you for your understanding." He thought for a moment and continued to say, "The Li family's second young master Li Yuantai has always been a narrow-minded person. Esteemed guest, please make some preparations to avoid any complications." Qin Yu cupped his hands together and thanked. Chapter 1647. A moment later, Qin Yu and shopkeeper Zhou walked down to the 2nd floor. At this time, little Meaty had chosen 2 more items. Shopkeeper Zhou glanced at them and smiled. "The honored guest is upstairs. If you sell something good to our Shiyu shop, including the Sun Moon Stone, we will give you a 30% discount." Little Meaty didn't comment. She didn't care about these things at all. Qin Yu had a good impression of this shrewd shopkeeper Zhou. He smiled and nodded. After paying the money and taking the items, the master and servants were about to leave. Shopkeeper Zhou patted his head and smiled. 3 guests, please wait a moment. I almost forgot something." Su Zhirua carried a wooden box and walked over. It was completely sealed, and there was only a single hole for an arm to pass through. Faint traces of light shimmered on its surface, releasing the aura of spells. Shopkeeper Zhou explained, "Every time the county city's lantern festival is held, in order to cater to the Lord County Governor, and also to let our guests enjoy themselves, our stores usually prepare some small prizes. As long as a customer buys something, they can draw once. The item isn't too precious, it's just pure entertainment." Little Meaty definitely wouldn't do anything, and Baiji was even more so. Qin Yu did it himself. He reached into the wooden box that was clearly sealed and couldn't be sensed by divine sense. He took out a white bead. After this object left the wooden box, it shattered on its own. A long red dress appeared from thin air, its surface overflowing with brilliant light. Suzuru gasped. She couldn't help but widen her eyes. Shopkeeper Zhou forced a smile. I actually regret reminding you of this on my own initiative. He pointed at the red dress that unfolded on its own in the air, as if it was worn by a beauty. There are thousands of similar beads in this wooden box in Shiyu's shop, but there is only one red dress, and the probability of it being picked is so small that it's almost negligible. As he spoke, he couldn't help but reveal a bit of heartache deep in his eyes. In terms of true value, this red dress was likely equal to the sum of the 3 items he sold before. This was no longer just a small prize. Qin Yu thought for a moment and said, I gave you a discount before, so it's not good to take advantage of Shopkeeper Zhou. I will draw again, but leave the red dress behind. Shopkeeper Zhou hurriedly waved his hand. How could that be? Shiyu's store has been open for hundreds of years, and we value reputation the most. Since your luck is good, the red dress is yours. Qin Yu smiled and didn't say anything else. He cupped his hands together and said, Then, many thanks. After retrieving the red dresses, the 3 of them left Shiyu's shop. Shopkeeper Zhou personally saw them off and waved goodbye, his face full of heartache. Now, he truly regretted putting the red dress into the wooden box. The only thing that Zhang Xian felt gratified about was the fact that it was extremely rare to get 3 clearance tokens. He would be able to earn a huge sum of money if he succeeded. However, time was tight, and he had to get it done as soon as possible to avoid delaying his business. Qin Yu reached out a hand and placed the red dress in front of Little Meaty. I'm a man, so I have no use for this dress. I'll give it to you. Meaty rolled her eyes. You casually drew a prize and you even pushed it away. Now you're giving it to me? Do you think I'll take anything? Qin Yu arched an eyebrow. I don't want it. Then I can only look for a chance to sell it. It's a decent robe. Humph. Little Meaty took it. You still want to sell it? How much do you owe me now? Let me remind you, don't think of reneging on your debt just because we have a good relationship. Consider this red dress as offsetting the interest. I'll slowly settle things with you in the future. Qin Yu smiled and nodded. All right. He looked up at the sky. It's already so late. Shouldn't we find a place to stay first? Although there isn't a curfew in the East Pole County City, sleeping on the streets isn't good. Little Meaty stretched out. I've already chosen a place. Let's find a place to sit down and wait a moment. She casually pointed. The wine's fragrance is average. It's barely edible. The master and servant trio entered. The restaurant that Little Meaty had chosen was certainly good in appearance, since it was able to open on the main road of the county city. The young waiter was clean and nimble. He greeted the 3 guests with a smile and asked what they wanted to eat. But in the end, only 2 people sat down. Bai Ji stood beside Little Meaty, her expression calm and composed. Just bring up some food and 2 jugs of your best wine. Very well, please wait a moment. The young waiter turned and left, without any hesitation. The wine and dishes were soon served. Most of the food was simple, but it didn't lack elegance. 2 jugs of old wine were opened and a fragrant aroma wafted out. But to the 2 people who were used to drinking wine and fruit, it was only somewhat edible. They drank 2 mouthfuls and casually picked up some food. Before Qin Yu could mention anything about the pass token, there was a quarrel from the upper floor of the restaurant. The sound wasn't small, but it soon became even louder. Both sides began to fight, and the restaurant was filled with cheers. It was clear that those watching weren't afraid of things getting out of hand. With a loud bang, a window shattered and a person fell to the ground, vomiting blood. It seemed that his injuries weren't light. Shwa, several more figures rushed out, hurriedly helping up their companions. The people chasing after them all had icy cold faces and thick killing intent. A white-clothed figure flashed and landed on the ground. He opened his folding fan and fanned himself a few times. He sneered and said, Where did these little brats come from? You dare to cause trouble in the East Pole County City? Today I will let you know what it means to say that there is always a higher heaven. This was the second young master of the Lee family who had competed for the Sun Moon Stone in Shiyu's shop, Li Yuantai. As this person appeared, several more figures appeared. They supported the young man who had been knocked down and was vomiting blood, surrounding him. The Lee family's young master. TSK, this group of foreigners. Of all people they could offend. I'm afraid they're going to suffer today. In our county city, who dares to not give the Lee family some face? Even if this matter reaches the Lord County Governor, I doubt they will have a good ending. Seeing that the Lee family was about to attack, a young man in the crowd clenched his teeth and walked out. He cupped his hands together and said, "Second young master Lee, I am Su Xianglin. I am running errands for Mr. Sunday. They are discussing a transaction with me and can be considered Mr. Sun's guests. I ask that second young master Lee show mercy and not lower yourself to their level." Li Yuantai's lips curled up. Mr. Sun's people? Su Xianglin's heart shrank. He braced himself and nodded. After being kicked away, Li Yuantai coldly sneered. A dog of Sun Yushui dares to bark in front of me, so I kicked him to teach him a lesson. Two people rushed out and began to punch and kick. Although they didn't kill him, they weren't light either. Soon, Su Xianglin vomited blood. "Brother!" With a scream, Su Zhihua, who had changed her clothes, rushed over. "Why are you hitting him? Let go of my brother!" Li Yuantai lifted his hand, a smile on his face. "Oh, so it's little sister Su. This is truly a case of water rushing against the temple of the Dragon King. One family doesn't recognize another. What are you two standing around for? Hurry up and help young Master Su up. If he is really injured, I will cut off your heads." Su Zhihua helped her brother up. As she looked at his pale face and the blood stains on his mouth and nose, tears began to flow from her eyes. She cried out with reddened eyes, "The county city is a place of law. The Lord County Governor will definitely not allow you to act as you please." Li Yuantai narrowed his eyes and his smile became even wider. "We didn't hurt him for no reason. It was your brother who wanted to stir up trouble. Little sister Su, don't speak nonsense. If you ruin the Lee family's reputation, then it will be difficult for me to deal with you." He took 2 steps forward and reached out a hand. "How about little sister Su come with me to the mansion today, and we can clearly discuss this matter. If we can talk things out, then we will still be a family. Today's minor matter can be put behind us and I won't pursue it any further. Don't touch my little sister." Su Xianglin struggled to move forward. With a loud bang, he was sent flying away. A jade pendant fell from Li Yuantai's body and broke into 2 pieces. He looked down at it and frowned, a thoughtful look in his eyes. "Young Master Su, this is your problem. This jade pendant is an ancestral heirloom of my Li family. Although the quality is average, it is of great significance. To my Li family, it is an object that cannot be bought with money. Today, it was destroyed by your hands. If you can't give me an explanation, then I fear that even little sister Su will lose face." Su Zhihua supported her big brother. She couldn't help but reveal a flustered expression. "You clearly dropped it yourself. My big brother didn't even touch you." Li Yuantai lightly said, "Little sister Su, although I like you, I cannot allow you to slander me. Our county city is a place governed by law. If someone tries to steal a treasure, they must compensate for it. You must understand this." Su Xianglin clenched his teeth. "Young Master Li, please state your price." Li Yuantai glanced at him, his lips curling up in a smile. "This piece of jade is really expensive. Are you sure you can afford it? Or do you want to pay with your life?" As the Su siblings were driven into a corner, a master and 2 servants were watching from the window on the 2nd floor of the restaurant. Speaking of which, the 2 parties involved in the conflict were actually people who barely knew each other in the East Pole County City. There was no need to mention Li Yuantai and Su Jiru. They had just parted ways, and Su Xianglin and those youths had met once at the summit of the East Pole Mountain. Little Meaty had also commented that her words were sour but also reasonable. If one considered it from this perspective, today's conflict was truly fated with them. Qin Yu glanced at the calm Little Meaty. She never did things without a reason, and she didn't like to be entangled with people she didn't care about. Her behavior in the shop today had been very strange. But since she didn't say anything about this matter, Qin Yu thought about it for a moment. Then, he faintly smiled and continued to watch. In this world, there were far too many people who weren't peaceful. It was impossible to manage all of them. Otherwise, if there were endless and monstrous karma involved, then even a true heaven master would be forcefully broken apart. Stop! The young man who was being supported by a friend was the one who had spoken up at the summit and then invited Su Xianglin to drink after being reminded. He struggled to stand up, a hint of struggle in his eyes. He slowly said, "Today's matter has nothing to do with the Su siblings. Let them go." Li Yuantai coldly sneered. "Take care of yourself first." Qilar, the young man, tore off his clothes at his chest. The air suddenly fell silent. On the young man's slightly sunken chest was a birthmark that looked like a fire flood dragon tattoo. Light surged on the surface of the scales, as if it would come alive at any moment and break out from his body. The Yang family's fire flood dragon. With a cry of alarm, the entire audience fell deathly silent. Countless people stared with wide eyes at the scene in front of them. They felt that today's commotion had really gone too far. Li Yuantai's complexion stiffened and he stopped waving his fan. He stared at the fire flood dragon tattoo on the young man's chest. After determining that it wasn't fake, his lips curved up and he squeezed out a smile. "Brothers of the Yang family, I know most of you today, I am truly sorry." He simply admitted defeat on the spot. It wasn't that Li Yuantai wasn't tough enough, but that facing the Yang family of the county city, he didn't have the qualifications to do so. If he didn't admit defeat, he feared he would have to accept his fate. Chapter 1648. East Extreme County City's Li family was certainly a resounding name, but the Yang family was even stronger. Simply put, when the Lord County Governor held a banquet, the Li family would definitely have a prominent seat. But as long as the Yang family didn't arrive, no one dared to eat at this banquet. The difference was roughly like this. Having a lifelike fire flood dragon on his chest meant that he was a direct descendant of the Yang family. This was something everyone in the East Extreme County knew. With the sudden appearance of this unfamiliar Yang family disciple, there was no way for Li Yuantai to continue this conflict after he admitted defeat. It could be said that the conflict had come to a screeching halt at the climax. The restaurant owner, who didn't want to offend the Li family, was now wiping away his cold sweat and begging for mercy. He kowtowed again and again, his face full of fear and despair. A direct descendant of the Yang family had been beaten up by Li Yuantai in his restaurant to the point of vomiting 3 liters of blood. Disregarding what price the Li family would pay for this, as the landlord on the surface, he wouldn't be able to escape being implicated. It was impossible for the boss behind him to plead with the Yang family for his sake. He feared that they wanted nothing more than to wash away all responsibility and have him quickly die. Interesting. Little Meaty's lips curved up in a cold sneer. But he didn't know what she meant by interesting. There was no more fun to watch. Qin Yu didn't know what she wanted to do next, so he took advantage of this time to close his eyes and cultivate. Pretending to sleep wasn't as good as real sleep, but it was still beneficial. It was better than nothing. He closed his eyes and opened them again. After an unknown period of time, his aura stirred and he turned his head to look outside. After listening for a bit, he realized that someone from the Yang family had come. They didn't act out on the spot, nor did they act too overbearingly. As for the restaurant owner, who had a mournful face as if he were grieving the death of his parents, they even said a few words of comfort, saying that the ignorant weren't guilty. It was unknown whether they were words of courtesy or if they were truly magnanimous, or if the Yang family didn't have the mind to deal with these matters right now. After all, a true direct descendant of the Yang family had suddenly popped out of nowhere. This was the first matter they had to deal with first. The Yang family led their people away. Li Yuantai also lowered his head and obediently followed behind a Li family elder, walking away from the crowd. He didn't know if it was a coincidence, but before he left, he looked up and saw the master and servants sitting by the window on the second floor. He glanced at Li Yuantai and then lowered his head without any expression. But Qin Yu could still feel the ruthlessness in Li Yuantai's heart from his eyes. After the main character left, the onlookers dispersed as well. As for Su Xianglin, who was beaten to the point of vomiting blood, no one paid any attention to him. The county governor's manor had remained silent about what had happened at the Lantern Festival. To a certain extent, this was the best decision to make. As for whether some people would lose confidence and trust in the prefectural governor's manor because of this, it did not matter. After all, they were just some insignificant people. Su Zhirua bit her lip. "Brother, let's go see the doctor." Su Xianglin waved his hand and squeezed out a smile. "I'm fine. I'm a tough guy. I don't need to see a doctor. I'll be fine after a nap." "Brother, I made some money today. Listen to me, you must see a doctor first." Su Xianglin hesitated for a moment before nodding. But before the brother and sister could go far, they were stopped by someone. Su Xianglin's complexion changed. He clenched his teeth and stood in front of his little sister. But soon, he heard his little sister's surprised voice. "3 guests you are." They were his little sister's guests. Su Xianglin's heart tightened and then relaxed. In addition to the fact that his injuries weren't as simple as they seemed on the surface, his vision darkened and he fainted. "Brother!" Su Zhirua cried out in alarm. "Don't be in such a hurry to cry. He isn't dead yet." Little Meaty paused for a moment before continuing, "But without accident, he will die soon. Don't speak nonsense. My brother was just beaten up by someone. He has fought countless times since he was young, and he has always been in a much more miserable state than this. But he has always been able to quickly recover." Su Zhirua quickly refuted. Meaty smiled. "Then how about we make a bet? If he doesn't die in an hour, I will give you that red dress." Su Zhirua's complexion changed and sorrow filled her heart. She had an approximate idea of the price of that dress that caused shopkeeper Zhou's heart to ache. Since Little Meaty said this, she naturally had confidence that if something were to happen to her brother, she would be all alone in this world with no family. Large tears tumbled down her cheeks. She lifted a hand to wipe them away and supported Su Xianglin, preparing to find the medical hall for treatment. "If you continue to toss him around like this, he won't even last a quarter hour." Su Zhirua stiffened. She placed her brother on the ground and knelt down. "I beg you, please save my brother. As long as I can save him, I am willing to do anything." He couldn't help but rub his nose. He thought to himself that this girl was quite unreasonable. Why did she look at him when she spoke? Little Meaty's lips curved up. "Lend us your courtyard for a few days, consider it our reward for helping you." She blinked. "Don't refuse. When you stepped into Shi Yu's shop, weren't you all talking about this when you were together?" Su Zhirua paled. She glanced at her unconscious brother on the ground, and then at the master and servants across from her. She clenched her teeth and nodded. Fine. Leading a wolf into the house, how many times had she seen such a thing happen? But she never imagined that it would be her turn today. Moreover, even though she knew this was the case, she had no other choice. Qin Yu coughed. But before he could speak, he was interrupted by Little Meaty. "Lead the way." Su Zhirua bit her lips. She glanced at Su Xianglin. Little Meaty lightly said, "Don't worry. Since I am here, he won't die." Su Zhirua took a deep breath. She helped her brother up and staggered forward to lead the way. Baiji stepped forwards on her own initiative and helped her support Su Xianglin. Little Meaty's eyes flashed. She thought that this stupid woman had finally opened up a little. In the capital city, the Su family had a small and shabby courtyard. It looked ordinary, but when one pushed open the door, one could see that it was a completely different world. The courtyard occupied a considerable area, and there was even an old pagoda tree in the courtyard. It looked like it had lived for many years, and its branches and leaves were luxuriant. There were many rooms. The brother and sister each had their own room, and the rest were empty. Although there wasn't much furniture, it was still clean and tidy. It seemed that the brother and sister would occasionally clean the courtyard. After helping Su Xianglin settle down, Su Zhirua hurriedly said, "This is my home. You can live wherever you want. Can you save my brother now?" Little Meaty looked at Baiji. She quickly bowed. "Madam, I can kill people, but I don't know how to save people." Qin Yu waved his hand. "Don't look at me. My strength isn't stable right now. If there are any twists and turns, saving people will become killing people." "Humph!" Little Meaty coldly sneered. Her complexion wasn't too good. She walked over to the bed and lifted a hand, tapping Su Xianglin's forehead like a bolt of lightning. She turned and walked away. She took out a white gauze and began to wipe her fingers. "It's enough. He will sleep for several days and then he will wake up." Seeing this, Su Zhirua couldn't help but widen her eyes. Fear rose in her heart. Could she have been tricked? How could someone save someone like this? This was far too childish. Fortunately, Su Xianglin, who was lying on the bed, had not woken up yet, but his breathing had calmed down, and his pale face had regained some color. This allowed Su Zhirua to truly let out a sigh of relief. But as she thought about what she would face next, she felt a deep sorrow in her heart. But what would come would come. She couldn't avoid it. She just couldn't figure out why this person would act like this when he clearly had a beautiful wife and maid by his side. Or was it that all men in the world were like this? It was just like her father. Because of his dissolute nature, he had finally provoked a calamity and caused his family to be ruined and killed. Little Meaty looked at her and lightly said, "I've already saved him. I'm tired today, so let's rest early." Su Zhirua's complexion paled even further. Her body shivered. I'm going to freshen up," she fled in distress. Qin Yu let out a deep sigh. He rubbed his eyebrows. "Little Meaty, this isn't good." Little Meaty arched an eyebrow. "I think it's good. Do you have an opinion?" Qin Yu nodded earnestly. Little Meaty coldly sneered. "Endure it." At this moment, Baiji felt that her madam was valiant and heroic. All daughters of the world should be like this. Of course, she didn't dare to reveal this too obviously. She only dared to keep this in her heart, lest she somehow anger her madam. It didn't matter if she was slapped or kicked. But, if she were to anger her madam's body, that would be her sin. That night, Su Zhirua was tormented to the extreme. She lay on her bed, her hands tightly gripping onto the corners of her blanket. Her eyes were wide as she stared at the door, as if in the next moment a big bad wolf would rush in and eat her up. Her eyes were wide open as she stared at the door, as if in the next moment a big bad wolf would rush in and eat her up. The next day there was a scream from her room. Su Zhirua crawled up, but she discovered that the door she hadn't locked last night was still closed. Her clothes were still neat and tidy. She carefully felt around and didn't find anything different. Then, she let out a long breath. In a room far away, Qin Yu opened his eyes, a bitter smile on his face. He shook his head and closed his eyes once more. In such a situation, what could he do? Should he walk over and seriously tell this Miss Su that she shouldn't be dreaming and that he wasn't interested in her at all? At that time, what would he do if this young lady flew into a rage out of shame? Little Meaty would also be annoyed, and he would ruin her interest in watching a play. It was rare for Little Meaty to act so recklessly, and it wasn't a major matter, so he let her be. From this day onwards, the Su family had 3 more guests who didn't pay rent. Su Xianglin was still unconscious, but Su Zhihua gradually relaxed. This was because she could clearly see that her big brother's condition was improving little by little. That Madame's words were likely trustworthy. But that man, just what did he mean? Su Zhihua blushed red. After thinking about it for a moment, she couldn't help but pinch herself. She thought that it was far too shameless for a virgin girl to think about such things. But why? She had been right on the edge of his lips for several days now, but he didn't seem to have any intention of biting her. Had she been wrong from the start? If that was really the case, then she would really die of shame. After hesitating for a while, Su Zhihua saw that the master and servants weren't evil people, so she found the madam who liked to sit under the locust tree in the courtyard and drink wine while looking at the sky. She carefully asked a few questions. In the end, it seemed that the madam had seen through her thoughts, and with one sentence, she was so scared that her face turned pale. "Oh, you're talking about this matter. There's no hurry. He needs to wait for a special time before he can bear to bite you." Su Zhihua didn't even know how she returned to her room. Not only was her hope dashed, but she also heard even more frightening news. What was a special time? This made Su Zhihua subconsciously think of the many horror stories she had heard before, and the female protagonists in those stories mostly had tragic endings. The categories were probably nothing more than harvesting yin to nourish yang, refining cauldrons, and sacrificing yin and yang. The more she thought about it, the more terrified she became. Finally, she couldn't help but burst into tears. In the garden, little Meaty smiled faintly. She thought that this girl's willpower was really strong. She could even endure these things. She had to think of a way to stimulate her emotions. Only like this would she be able to take advantage of the opportunity to see whether what she had seen was right or not. Humph humph, this fellow Qin Yu still had some uses. But as she thought about it, if it weren't for him, then she wouldn't have to go through so much trouble. She would have been able to see through this little girl's depths with a single glance. Her complexion couldn't help but darken. She thought that she deserved to feel so uncomfortable. Chapter 1649. At night, as Qin Yu was cultivating, he heard some faint movement. This time was different from the past. After a moment of hesitation, he pushed open the door and entered the courtyard. Little Meat was already in the courtyard. She was standing beneath a large scholar tree, looking at Su Zhihua's room. The girl should have been awakened by pain after falling asleep. He didn't know if it was because she had experienced this before, or if she was worried that there was an unwelcome guest in her home, but she didn't dare to make too much noise. The suppressed moans were very weak. If it weren't for a cultivator's amazing hearing, it would have been nearly impossible to hear. Qin Yu looked at Little Meat and pointed to the room. "Did you deliberately provoke this girl because you wanted to see this?" Little Meat nodded, not hiding anything at all. "If I didn't see clearly, how would I know whether or not I should make a deal with her?" Qin Yu said, "Did you see clearly now?" Little Meat lightly said, "I did. Is it worth the deal?" "Of course it is." Meaty raised her head and glanced at the pitch-black sky above her. A hint of coldness appeared at the corners of her lips. "But such a good deal is laid out in the open. There might not be anyone who completely understands it, but that doesn't stop people from bidding." Qin Yu thought for a moment. He furrowed his eyebrows. "Are you saying that we ruin someone's plans?" Little Meat coldly sneered. "No, it's that someone is blind and wants to die here." Although the Su family's residence was in dire straits, its location wasn't bad. There was a main street in front of the entrance. During the day, there were people coming and going. The shops on both sides of the street were open for business, and it was quite lively. But in the pitch black of the night, when one couldn't even see their own fingers, there weren't many normal people who would choose to come out at this time. In particular, there were some people who were sneakily lying on the eaves. Only their eyes were exposed as they stared at the courtyard in front of them. Puff, there was an extremely faint sound, nearly inaudible in the dark night. But the flesh and blood of the person's chest, as well as his heart, had already been pierced through. The stalker's eyes widened. His Adam's apple rolled up and down twice, but no sound came out. He died where he stood. Baiji expressionlessly sheathed her sword. Now that she had changed into black clothes, she could come and go without a trace. She turned and vanished into the night. This was not the first person she had killed, and it would not be the last. Walking in the darkness, Baiji harvested one life after another. As for why these people continued to advance wave after wave after wave after wave of death, Baiji didn't care. She didn't care about these people's stories. Madame had asked her to kill all the cultivators who tried to get close to this courtyard. But tonight there seemed to be something different. Perhaps it was because he had killed too many people previously, causing the other party to be enraged. Finally, an interesting one had arrived. In the dark night, Baiji's eyes lit up. She moved and reappeared on the long street. Opposite him stood a middle-aged man with some white hair on his temples. He held a sword in one hand and exuded an extraordinary aura. "Miss, if you want to chase them away, just show them a little. Why do you have to kill them all?" Baiji took a step forward. "You can ask him yourself." "Ask who?" Of course, it was those who had already been killed by her sword. The white-haired swordsman frowned. He lifted his hand and a beam of dazzling sword light erupted, illuminating most of the county city. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that it was majestic and vast. But although this sword had started with great momentum, it came to an abrupt halt. It was like a shooting star that streaked across the sky. Even if its brilliance overshadowed the stars, it was destined to last for only an instant. The white hair on his temples fell to his face, revealing a trace of embarrassment. He frowned in pain, but he couldn't understand. "A sword can be used like this?" Baiji's eyes brightened. "If my madam says it can, then it can." She spat out a mouthful of blood and turned to leave, thinking that she was still too weak. Even if she could force herself to use it, her body wouldn't be able to withstand it. The moment the white-haired swordsman behind her fell to the ground, he turned to dust. The smell of blood filled the air. A single sword strike illuminated half the city. Such a powerful figure was naturally a legendary sword immortal. The entire East Pole County city was shaken. But unfortunately, after this strike, there was no more movement. It was unknown whether it was that sword immortal who had already floated far away after slashing the enemy with his sword. In the latter half of the night, the commotion in the county city continued for a long time before gradually subsiding. But it was destined that some people wouldn't be able to sleep the entire night. County City Lee family. On the day of the Lantern Festival, after the inexplicable conflict, everything was calm and tranquil, as if nothing had happened. In the darkness of the night, there were still countless lights in the Lee family residence, but they couldn't clearly illuminate the entire residence. The shadows were dim, making it seem even more mysterious. The Lee family members who had woken up at night didn't receive any useful information. They all turned around and left. Because he had woken up at night, Li Yuantai was still angry. He tossed and turned for a while before finally falling into a deep sleep. When the sky was about to brighten, the door of the house in the southeast direction was pushed open with a soft creak. A woman wearing only a gauze dress as thin as a cicada's wings flashed out. Her bare feet made no sound as she walked into the courtyard. She respectfully bowed. "Greetings, my lord. White hair has failed." The voice of the figure in front of her was calm and without the slightest fluctuation. The woman's body trembled. She looked up with an aghast expression. She was illuminated by a spot of light in the courtyard. She could faintly see that it was the pink-dressed female cultivator who had followed Li Yuantai in Shiyu's shop. At this time, she was nearly completely naked, but she didn't care about it at all. Only her face was pale. Although she didn't know the origins of that sword cultivator, she knew that this person was one of the hidden cards in the Lord's hands. But now, before she could even probe out the other party's depths and roots, she had been directly defeated. The woman took a deep breath and bowed. What can this subordinate do? My lord, please tell me. The figure in front of her said, We have already investigated. The master and servant came to East Pole City to enter the central wasteland divine continent. She couldn't hear the following words. She could only faintly see his lips opening and closing. Shwa, the black shadow vanished without a trace. The woman turned and returned to her room, as if nothing had happened. After another night of fear, Su Jiruo finally returned to Shiyu's shop with dark circles around her eyes. She had already asked for several days of leave. Her fellow sisters gasped in surprise. They hurriedly asked her what she had been doing these past few days. She looked as if she had overexerted herself. Facing their strange gazes and teasing tones, Su Jiruo wanted to cry but no tears came out. But, her big brother was still unconscious at home, so she didn't dare to say a single word. With great difficulty, she found an excuse to get rid of them. Su Jiruo braced herself and went to find the manager on the second floor. According to Little Meaty's instructions, she spoke to him. The manager's complexion changed. He glanced at her and said, Wait here for a moment. I will go and invite the shopkeeper over. Shopkeeper Zhou soon arrived. He brought Su Jiruo into the room. Jiruo, are those guests staying at your place? Seeing Su Jiruo nod, shopkeeper Zhou looked her up and down, a thoughtful look in his eyes. He hesitated for a moment and said, Jiruo, I watched you grow up, so I have some words of advice for you. If you can obtain some practical benefits, don't think about the future. People always have to look at where they stand. He could only remind her of this. As for whether or not Su Jiruo could sense it and comprehend it, that was her own problem. After all, the other party only wanted 3 clearance tokens. This hadn't changed. Su Jiruo nodded in confusion. When she left Shiyu's shop and was about to return home, she finally understood the meaning in shopkeeper Zhou's eyes. Her face flushed red with anger and shame. Little Meaty stood at the door, smiling as she waited for her to return. Little girl, your cheeks are rosy today. You seem to be in good spirit. Su Jiruo suppressed her anger. Shopkeeper Zhou said that the matter has been completed. The 3 guests can go to Shiyu's shop the day after tomorrow to complete the transaction. She didn't know what they were buying or selling, but from the looks of it, it should be something very valuable. But so what? Her current situation was that of a fish on the chopping block. Besides waiting to be slaughtered, she had no other choice. Su Jiruo lowered her head and stepped over the threshold. She walked towards Su Xianglin's room. Behind her, Little Meaty's teasing voice sounded out. Thank you, little girl Su Jiruo. We have been waiting for you. Su Jiruo's footsteps were disorderly. Qin Yu pushed open the door, a helpless expression on his face. All right, that's enough. Since you want to make a deal with someone, for better or worse you should consider the mentality of a little girl. Little Meaty smiled and nodded. Qin Yu's complexion changed. He turned and walked away. Stop. Qin Yu coughed. People have 3 needs. Little Meaty coldly sneered. Hold it in. She walked over and circled around Qin Yu. Sir Qin, there is something I must make clear to you. The things on Su Jiruo's body are not for my own use. Do you understand? Qin Yu nodded. Of course I understand. If there is anything Miss Meaty needs me to do, please feel free to speak. He snapped his fingers and flashed a Meaty smile. You're right. She took a step forward and leaned close to Qin Yu's ear. Tonight, how about we act out a scene where a bully bullies a weak young girl and a beautiful girl comes to his rescue? How about it? Qin Yu's lips twitched. He roughly understood what she meant. He thought for a moment and made a final struggle. Do you think that Miss Su will believe you in this situation? Little Meaty waved her hand. Whether she believes me or not has nothing to do with me. I only want the process. Qin Yu choked. He looked at her bright eyes and thought that he couldn't avoid this. He had no idea how he had offended her these past 2 days. He clearly hadn't done anything at all. A woman's heart was like a needle at the bottom of the sea. You couldn't touch it nor could you guess at it. No matter how much Qin Yu sighed, night still arrived. He had been sitting in his room and had wasted half a day of cultivation. He frowned and racked his brains for countless thoughts. Finally, he lifted a hand to his face and clenched his teeth. This was something that would happen sooner or later. There was no need to wait for others to urge him. He stood up and pushed open the door. His back was sorrowful and bleak, as if the wind were howling and the water was cold. Then, Qin Yu gathered up his courage and pushed open Su Jiruo's door. He looked at the clearly frightened Miss Su and then at little Meaty, who was frowning and had a strange look in her eyes. Qin Yu knew that he had been played. And indeed, with several shouts, Qin Yu froze in place. Then, he put on an ashamed expression and turned to flee, leaving little Meaty in the room to comfort the Su family girl. He could faintly hear that she was saying, "With Big Sister here, you don't need to be afraid. I won't let him touch you at all." Qin Yu found this strange. Su Jiruo didn't seem like an idiot. Could it be that she had forgotten what had happened before and had actually believed her words? He was left speechless. However, being scolded a few times was better than having to put on a show of a bully bullying a little white flower. Thinking of this, he calmed himself down. He no longer cared about what little Meaty was planning and returned to his room to continue cultivating. There was nothing he could do about it. This world was just so realistic. If one didn't have a cultivation, then they had no human rights. In order to one day, he had to work even harder. In the room, little Meaty was comforting Su Jiruo. She glanced at Qin Yu's room and sneered inwardly. "You brat, you have quite the guts. But I probably won't give you that chance. Tonight, I thank Madame for saving me. Before this, Jiruo had many misunderstandings with Madame. I ask for your forgiveness." Su Jiruo stood up and respectfully bowed. Little Meaty waved her hand. "It's fine. I am a broad-minded person and have always been magnanimous. I won't lower myself to your level, so don't worry." She lifted a hand and pointed. "But, if those beautiful eyes of yours continue to remain on your body, it will definitely be a disaster." Su Jiruo took a deep breath. She said in a soft voice, "I ask Madame to save me." Little Meaty glanced at the extremely intelligent Su family girl in front of her. She faintly smiled and said, "Don't worry, I will definitely help you." Chapter 1650. It was unknown what the two of them spoke about, but when little Ro left, her face was full of smiles. It was clear she had obtained the result she wanted. Standing beneath a large scholar tree in the courtyard, she glanced at Qin Yu's room. She muttered to herself, "The good fortune bestowed by the heavens is indeed one's greatest blessing. But if this blessing is too great, so great that it surpasses the limits of one's endurance, then holding onto it will kill one." A gust of wind blew past. The old scholar tree swayed, as if it were nodding in agreement. Little Ro patted the old scholar tree. "As expected, you are the most sensible one. It wasn't in vain that I spent these past few days admiring the heavens." In his room, Qin Yu opened his eyes. Little Ro's words were naturally meant for him to hear. She was probably worried that there would be unnecessary burdens. Qin Yu faintly smiled and closed his eyes once more. In truth, little Ro had underestimated the trust he had in her. There really wasn't a need to explain. Beneath the old scholar tree, little Ro curled her lips, a bit of disdain on her face. She turned, folded her hands behind her back, and hopped back into her room. They had originally agreed to go to Shiyu shop the day after tomorrow to complete the customs clearance token. But the truth was that there was a knock on the Su family's door the next day. When Su Jiruo opened the door, she saw Zhou Yunshan standing outside. "Shopkeeper, how come you are here? Please come in." Zhou Yunshan took a deep breath, a bitter smile on his face. "I came here today to personally apologize to our guest." When Qin Yu heard the commotion, he stopped cultivating and came out on his own initiative. He frowned. "Shopkeeper Zhou, what happened?" Zhou Yunshan quickly walked forwards. He cupped his hands together, an ashamed expression on his face. Yesterday, our honored guest had Jiro return to Shiyu shop to pass on a message. I asked her to pass on a message, but today there was a sudden change. Sujiro was a smart girl. She turned and returned to her room, leaving space for the two of them. Qin Yu frowned. Shopkeeper Zhou, please speak clearly. Zhou Yunshan clenched his teeth and lowered his voice. Our Shiyu shop had already prepared 3 customs clearance tokens and could have received them today. But for some unknown reason, the Yang family suddenly spoke up and took 1 more. There were 2 more? Zhou Yunshan smiled bitterly and shook his head. There's only 1 piece left. The Li family suddenly took 1 more piece. This was originally a violation of the rules, but with the Yang family taking the lead and the Li family following suit, no one dared to say anything. He cupped his hands together and said, "This time, Shiyu shop has broken its promise. The deposit will be returned to you, and we will compensate you 3 times the loss. Please forgive us." Qin Yu remained silent. His mood wasn't too good. Right now, the most precious thing to him was time. If they could not obtain the pass, they would have to wait for the next opening of the Jade Gate, which would delay them for at least a month. Compensation would be meaningless. He waved his hand. Shopkeeper Zhou, have all the passes from the prefecture city been distributed? I wonder if you can tell me if there's anyone who still has some money on hand? We're willing to buy it at a high price. In truth, there was no need for things to be so troublesome. As long as Qin Yu revealed his identity, the county governor's mansion would quickly deliver the pass to him. Let alone 3 or 5, they could even double the amount. After all, this was a highly profitable transaction, and it was being carried out right under the eyes of the county governor's mansion. Qin Yu didn't believe that they weren't secretly involved. But when they entered the central desolate, in order to play it safe, the master and servants had decided from the start that they would not be tainted by the shadow of the Western Desolate Empire. They would purely use their identities as stowaways. This would make it easier for them to act in the future, and they would avoid any future troubles because of a temporary convenience. Thus, there was the matter of Meaty concealing their tracks and vanishing from the sight of the Western Desolate. Zhou Yunshan hesitated for a moment. The Li family's second young master, Li Yuantai, announced that he had 2 passes and was willing to sell them. He glanced at Qin Yu. Guest, you should also be able to see that there is something strange about this matter. But, if you say that it was just because of a little conflict in Shiyu's shop that something like this happened, that doesn't make sense. Shopkeeper Zhou revealed a probing expression. He was likely suspecting that there was some other connection between the 2 sides. Otherwise, for such an obvious design, it was clear that there was a problem. A sharp light flashed deep in Qin Yu's eyes. He thought back to what Meaty had said about someone offering a price. He thought back to when he was in Shiyu's shop and the conflict that occurred because of the Sun-Moon Stone. There seemed to be a hidden thread here. If it was related to the Li family, then today's matter could be explained in these past days. Qin Yu hadn't counted how many people Baiji had killed. After the sword cultivator was killed in the middle of the night, there was a day of peace and quiet. But the other side clearly hadn't given up. They simply changed their routine and started over. His thoughts raced. Qin Yu slowly said, "Let's not talk about the deposit for now. I ask shopkeeper Zhou to pass on a message, and ask that second young master Li whether or not he is willing to sell the 2 passes in his hands." Zhou Yunshan hesitated. He wanted to say something but hesitated. Qin Yu smiled. He waved his hand and said, "Don't worry, this is my decision. No matter what the result is, it will not implicate Shiyu shop." After his thoughts were seen through, Zhou Yunshan revealed an awkward expression. In the end, he was a seasoned character and soon composed himself. "Thank you for your understanding. In truth, we businessmen don't want to be entangled in a vortex of trouble." He took a deep breath and said, "Shiyu shop will do its best to help you deal with this matter. Before nightfall, there will be news." Zhou Yunshan bid his farewells and left. Qin Yu stood beneath the large scholar tree. His eyes narrowed and other thoughts flashed through his mind. For instance, the Yang family's sudden move. For instance, how did the Li family know that they just happened to need 3 passes? The meaning behind all of this was different as he thought about it. Even the sincere and ashamed shopkeeper Zhou that had revealed a trace of so-called magnanimity before leaving seemed a bit ridiculous and laughable. Shiyu shop interesting. Midi pushed open the door and walked over to the old scholar tree. She looked up at the skies and lightly said, "For this matter, it's normal for there to be an accident. If things really went smoothly, then I wouldn't think it appropriate." Qin Yu earnestly said, "Kill less people. This time we are going out to do something great. If we cause too much noise, that would be bad." Midi nodded. "Don't worry, I have more experience than you in dealing with this sort of matter." As expected, before the skies darkened, another person came to Shiyu's shop. This time, it wasn't shopkeeper Zhou, but a steward. According to what he said, shopkeeper Zhou was suddenly tied down by some matters and had sent him to apologize to the 3 guests. He also insisted on returning the 3 times deposit. The steward said that the Li family's second young master wasn't sincere at all. If the 3 guests weren't in a hurry, they could patiently wait a month and Shiyu's shop would surely obtain 3 passes and sell them to them at a 10% discount. Qin Yu waved his hand. "We are in a hurry, so I ask the steward to directly state what second young master Li's offer is." The steward hesitated for a moment. He forced a smile and said, "Li Yuantai said that the passes can be traded, but he wants Madame and her maid to personally speak with him tonight. The price can be negotiated." Qin Yu narrowed his eyes. The steward's breath caught in his throat. His face paled and a look of horror appeared in his eyes. Although this feeling passed in an instant, the steward still revealed a deep awe in his eyes. He was a bit puzzled. Although the Li family had always been overbearing in their actions, most of them had a sense of propriety. So, why did they act so recklessly this time? In particular, this guest in front of him was clearly not someone they could provoke. He had immediately sensed this, so how could the Li family not know? But these matters weren't something that a steward of Shiyu's shop like him had the qualifications to ponder and explore. He could only pretend that he didn't know. "Go back and tell shopkeeper Zhou to tell Li Yuantai that we agree to his request." Midi pushed open the door, her expression calm. Qin Yu frowned. Before he could speak, he was interrupted by her glare. The steward wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. He didn't dare to stay any longer. He bowed and hurried away. "I don't think it's appropriate," Qin Yu said. Midi curled her lips. "What's inappropriate about it?" She looked Qin Yu up and down several times. "You shouldn't be worried about your face, right? Or do you think I care about such a minor matter?" "A minor matter." Qin Yu coughed, not speaking. But the meaning behind his eyes was clear. "If you really don't care, why are you saying such things? I haven't even said anything yet." "Humph," Midi coldly sneered. "You don't need to worry about this matter. I will naturally handle it. As for the Su family's little girl, watch her well tonight. Don't let anything happen to her, otherwise it will be your own problem." Qin Yu nodded. He thought for a moment and earnestly said, "Don't forget what I told you before. Don't cause too much of a ruckus." Midi turned and left. "You talk too much." Li family. After receiving the message from Shiyu's shop, Li Yuantai was stunned. He didn't think that they would agree so easily. Originally, this was only a pretense. He had prepared many other methods to amuse these 3 outsiders so that they could truly experience the hospitality of the Li family. The pink-dressed female cultivator moved closer to his ear and whispered a few words. Li Yuantai thought for a moment and then smiled. "Good. Since they have agreed, then send someone to invite them. If they really can let me enjoy myself tonight, then I won't mind giving them the pass." As he spoke, he reached out and pinched the pink-dressed female cultivator's round and tight bottom. You aren't allowed to leave tonight either. This young master wants to hold a grand banquet to appreciate all the beauties." This caused the pink-dressed female cultivator to pout. She hugged him and swayed back and forth. Li Yuantai laughed out loud, as if he didn't notice the cold chill that appeared deep in her eyes. And in fact, the pink-dressed female cultivator also didn't notice that as Li Yuantai laughed, there was a mocking smile on his face. He wasn't a fool. He naturally noticed all the strange things happening around him. But the people of the Li family, including his parents and his big brother, all turned a blind eye to this. What could he do? Of course, he could only play along with everyone else. Being a marionette in the hands of others wasn't something that made one happy. But life was like this. How could everything go according to one's heart? After obtaining the status of the Li family's second young master, he could enjoy a life of pleasure. Why would he ask for more? It was rare for him to be confused. A small red sedan stopped outside the Su family's gate. Little Ruru brought Baiji out and sat down. "Lift the sedan," a steward of the Li family shouted out. He smiled and turned to look at Qin Yu at the door. He respectfully said, "Mister, please rest assured. My family's young master has said that he will deliver the madams and madams back in good condition tomorrow morning. You should rest early." Qin Yu narrowed his eyes. Hiding behind the door, Su Jirua's eyes widened with disbelief. In particular, as she saw Qin Yu not moving at all, she couldn't help but reveal a look of disdain. That's right, in her opinion, the three guests of her family were indeed unusual. But so what? The one who came tonight was the Li family's steward. After entering that great mansion, even if they had transcendent abilities, they wouldn't be able to display them. They could only be fish on the chopping block. Qin Yu turned and met the eyes of the Su family's young miss. He nodded and walked away. "Hey!" Su Jirua shouted. Qin Yu stopped and turned his head, a puzzled look in his eyes. Su Jirua clenched her teeth. "Although I don't know what you want to do or what you are relying on, if your madam and maid enter the Li family, they will definitely suffer grievances. You should clearly consider this." Qin Yu smiled. "Thank you for your concern." He walked away. After several steps, he stopped. "Tonight, there might be some movement. Miss Su, you should stay in your room." Su Jirua's eyes widened. She had already explained the situation so clearly, and yet this person was still in the mood to say such things. Movement? What movement? To see you howl in pain in the middle of the night and hit your head against a tree? What sort of man was this? Even if there really was something going on, he should be the one taking the lead. What sort of ability was having a woman go out to shield herself from the wind and rain? Chapter 1651. Returning to his room, Qin Yu rubbed his nose, a helpless smile on his lips. He didn't know how deep the Li family's mansion was or what sort of cards they were hiding, but they would soon understand what it meant to invite a god in but send him away. Qin Yu had never worried about Midi. Even if she had lost something, it wasn't something that a mere Li family could shake. But in life, there were many paths beneath one's feet. Since it was one's own choice, they would have to bear the corresponding price. Qin Yu shook his head and closed his eyes to cultivate. But for some reason, the Li family steward's eyes kept appearing in his mind, like a mosquito that wouldn't budge. He opened his eyes and let out a deep breath. As he thought, his heart cultivation was lacking. Even such a minor matter was placed in front of him. But in truth, the fundamental reason was that Qin Yu placed Midi in a very important position in his heart. Otherwise, if the two of them had just met, he wouldn't have cared about this sort of thing at all. If the Li family wanted to seek death, that was their own business. As for how Midi wanted to play, that was her own choice. It was fine to just watch from the sidelines, but now it was hard to maintain this sort of detached state of mind. If his mind wasn't at peace, his cultivation would only yield half the result. Qin Yu stood up and pushed open the door, sitting beneath the old locust tree in the courtyard. To call it an old locust tree wasn't an exaggeration. It was unknown how many thousands of years had passed before it had reached its current boundary. Plants and life forms cultivated like this, as long as there was the slightest mishap, all their years of hard work would be wasted. Compared to other life forms in the world, they suffered a great loss in terms of cultivation. But in the cycle of samsara, the heavenly Tao paid particular attention to fairness. It wasn't easy for plants and life forms to cultivate, but once they succeeded, they would often be extremely strong. Of course, this old locust tree was still far from that level. The only thing it could do right now was to flatter Meaty. Qin Yu looked up at the old locust tree. He lightly said, "There might be some disturbances tonight. If I break your branch, consider it my apology in advance." The old locust tree shivered, as if it didn't dare, but also as if it was trembling in fear. Su Xianglin was still unconscious. Every night, Su Jiruo would carefully take care of him. Only after making sure he was fine would she return to her room. Today was no exception. She saw Qin Yu holding an unknown fruit beneath the locust tree and sipping on it. She coldly snorted and left. Bang! The door was slammed shut. The Su family's little girl was indeed a smart person. After establishing a deal with little Meaty, and also guessing that Qin Yu didn't have any thoughts towards her, she became much bolder. Of course, beneath the raging fires in his heart, he was also dissatisfied with Qin Yu. This was also an important reason. Qin Yu didn't turn his head and his expression didn't change. This was because he really didn't care. His previous expressions of helplessness and bitter smiles were all because he hoped that little Meaty would have more fun and be happier. This young lady of the Su family might be beautiful, smart, and kind-hearted, but so what? In the end, she was just a passerby in his life journey. It was fine as long as he could have a clear conscience when interacting with her. As for taking care of her feelings, he had to explain his original intentions to her. Sorry, there's really no need for that. He drank another mouthful of wine fruit and crushed the shell, letting it fall to the ground. He muttered, "I really can't forget that look in your eyes. That's why I can only kill you, otherwise my heart will be filled with injustice." Pieces of wine fruit fell to the ground at his feet. Qin Yu looked up at the night sky and muttered, "What is little Meaty looking at? How come I can't see anything?" Beneath the old locust tree there was a stone table. It had been there for countless years and had been worn down by the wind and rain. There should have been 4 round stone stools, but now there were only 2 left. Qin Yu sat on one of them, leaning back against the stone table. At this moment, he narrowed his eyes and looked at the darkness that was gradually descending and growing thicker. He placed a finger on his leg and tapped it several times. A piece of wine fruit shot up from the ground and fell in front of Qin Yu. He flicked his finger, and with a whoosh sound, the fragment of the wine fruit instantly disappeared into the darkness. Several thousand feet away from the Su family, under the shadow of a large tree, a figure's complexion changed. A certain figure's complexion suddenly changed. He took a step forward, but before he could move, his head was pierced through. Red and white blood splattered everywhere, and he fell to the ground dead. The complexions of several people changed. As they looked towards the Su family's courtyard, their eyes became increasingly cold. "We've been discovered. It looks like the last one won't be easy to deal with. It doesn't matter if his bones are hard or not, as long as we kill him, we'll have glory and wealth in the future. Attack." Since they had been discovered, there was no meaning in continuing to hide. With loud roars, several figures broke through the air and hurtled towards the Su family's courtyard. Qin Yu reached out a hand and slapped his knee. Large pieces of wine fruit flew into the air. With a flick of his sleeves, they all flew away. Puff, 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 every dull thud represented a body being instantly pierced through in the darkness. Flesh and blood splattered everywhere as all life was lost. Beneath the old locust tree, Qin Yu had a helpless expression. He muttered, "To send such characters to kill people, just who do they look down on?" He stood up and looked towards the skies. His eyes pierced through the branches of the old locust tree and looked at the thick darkness above. Tonight there were no stars in the sky, not even a single one. This clearly wasn't normal at all. After hiding for so long, it's about time to make my move. Do you want to wait until dawn? As Chinyu spoke, he punched out his fist. Bang! A large number of old locust tree branches instantly shattered. His fist was like a dragon soaring into the heavens as it smashed into the darkness above. Schwa stars suddenly appeared, shining with a dazzling light. Endless starlight sprinkled down, covering Chinyu and the old locust tree. A faint, illusory figure appeared in the starlight. Its body was curled up, trembling in pain. It hadn't fully taken human form. There was a locust tree behind it. This was the old locust tree's spirit body. Now, it was bathed in starlight, as if it were in a pot of boiling oil. It twitched as it fell to the ground, screaming out in pain. "Immortal, save me! Immortal, save me!" Chinyu shook his head. "Although I said I would break some of its branches and apologized ahead of time, I never said I wanted it to die. After all, it isn't easy for plants to become spirits. It would be too wasteful to burn it." He stepped forwards, causing the ground to shake. Great waves seemed to sweep out in all directions. With a loud bang, it was like the world had changed. The rules of the space around him were stripped away. Chinyu sensed what it felt like to attack. He couldn't help but sigh. No wonder people said that the higher one's cultivation was, the more they understood the immensity of the heavens and earth. Today, he was still in the early stage sovereign realm. However, the situation in the 9 heavenly melodies realm was very different. For example, the way he interacted with heaven and earth. It seemed to be harmonious, but in reality, he had opened up a small world within the world itself. He was the god of that small world. Facing someone with a high cultivation, Chinyu's method was still superficial. However, in tonight's battle, it was like bullying. He raised his hand and pointed. With a light "pa" sound, one of the dazzling stars that appeared shattered and extinguished. A muffled groan sounded. The perfectly hidden cultivator revealed a trace of his silhouette. One could vaguely see the shock in his widened eyes. Although his technique of restraining the stars and taking them for his own use was an incomplete technique, its might was profound and marvelous, and it could be considered to be profound and unfathomable. For many years, once a sovereign realm expert fell into it, they couldn't escape easily. But tonight, someone casually pointed and directly destroyed one of the nodes of Starfall, forcing him to reveal himself. This was the first time this had happened. In particular, the other party's finger was relaxed and there wasn't the slightest bit of difficulty. It made him feel a chill in his heart. Do it. According to the Central Desolate, this cultivator was called an array master. He was probably the key character in this assassination. With a shout, a sword light suddenly appeared. It drew a straight line and stabbed towards Chinyu's eyebrows. It was as fast as lightning and arrived in front of him in the blink of an eye. But what made the sword cultivator's eyes widen was that his sword was caught by 2 fingers. It was like he had fallen into the legendary sword trapping pool. He couldn't move at all. Chinyu glanced at him. This sword cultivator was a decisive person. With a shout, he let go and retreated. At the same time, he didn't hesitate to detonate his sword. For him, this was a fundamental injury. But if he didn't do this, he would probably die. But the fact was that even if he did this, he would still die. The sword instantly broke apart, turning into countless tiny fragments that released a terrifying strength. It seemed as if it were about to tear apart everything. But before it could really explode, 5 fingers gently grasped it and locked it in place, turning it into an ugly iron ball. "I'll return it to you." 5 fingers casually tossed it out. The iron ball howled out and sank into the sword cultivator's chest. His eyes widened and blood flowed out from every orifice of his head. In the next moment, it was like he had fallen into a sea of swords and sabers. He was instantly cut to pieces. The air was thick with the scent of blood. The sword cultivator had died. The array master revealed a look of fear. Today's plan had failed. The strength of this man that was left behind had far surpassed his expectations. How was this some early sovereign realm cultivator? Even peak sovereigns wouldn't be so strong. His thoughts of killing were extinguished. Now, all he could think of was how to escape this place. Master has ordered that if we cannot kill this person, we will both die. Bang, the ground shattered. At some unknown time, an assassin that had quietly snuck underground suddenly attacked. But at almost the same time, a giant net appeared out of thin air. It was a ghostly green color, and just looking at it made one's chest churn and nauseous. But the true killing move wasn't this ghostly green net. Although it gave off a terrifying feeling, it was more like a smokescreen. What attracted everyone's attention was a nearly transparent light silver gauze net. It looked like a woman's seductive clothing as it gently fell onto Qin Yu's body. Then, the figure of a woman really did appear. She stuck close to Qin Yu's back, completely naked. "Don't move, you'll die if you move." This was the pink-dressed female cultivator that followed Li Yuantai. Tonight, she had also appeared in this assassination attempt. Qin Yu was wrapped up in the gauze net. As he heard the whispers and smelled a faint fragrance, he subconsciously furrowed his eyebrows. After ordering everyone to attack, the array master that wanted to take this chance to escape paused. He wondered if he had made a mistake in his judgment. Did this person only know the 3 mountain-splitting axes? As a rare array master, he had a high status and wasn't someone these people could compare to. Even if he fled, he would at most be punished by his master. It wouldn't be fatal, so he naturally didn't want to die with them. The assassin's body suddenly shone brightly as a suit of armor appeared and covered his entire body like flowing water. He punched Qin Yu's chest, his fist tearing through the air with an ear-piercing sound. It seemed that he didn't care about the woman lying on Qin Yu's back at all. He wanted to kill her on the spot. Qin Yu sighed softly. The fist in front of him seemed to have sunk into a swamp and couldn't move an inch. The naked and charming female cultivator behind him was sent flying. The light silver gauze net wrapped around Qin Yu shattered into countless pieces. "It looks like you're the only ones who will be taking action tonight. But that's normal, we can't have an Emperor Realm cultivator interfering in such a trivial matter." The armored assassin didn't hesitate to cut off his arm to survive. However, he had only taken half a step back when he collapsed to the ground with a thump. He was no longer breathing. The armor that covered his entire body shrunk into a shiny silver armor pellet, revealing the assassin's true appearance. It was the Li family steward who had come with little meat and baiji. "I said I wanted you dead. How could I not keep my word?" Qin Yu flicked his finger again. A see-through hole instantly appeared between the beautiful and pleading female cultivator's eyebrows. The one who died the worst was the array master. He had used some unknown method to break through space and escape. He had almost succeeded. But since he had almost succeeded, it meant that Qin Yu had used his full strength. Space distorted and the array master was instantly pulverized. He had advised Little Meat not to kill too many people to avoid causing too much of a commotion. But in the blink of an eye, a large group of people had died. Qin Yu shook his head inwardly and turned around with a smile. "Why haven't you done anything yet?" Chapter 1652. The ancient scholar tree shivered. There was a deathly silence in the courtyard. Qin Yu calmly looked at it, his eyes gradually deepening. After several breaths of time, the ancient scholar tree's true form that appeared suddenly solidified. It was a handsome blue-robed man with a scholar tree staff on his back. At this time, his eyebrows were furrowed together, a puzzled look on his face. "How did you discover me?" Qin Yu smiled. "From the first moment I entered. Otherwise, why do you think that person that you were so afraid of was always watching the heavens from beneath a tree? At the start, I couldn't figure it out either. I only thought that a scholar tree that had cultivated to a high level might be hiding itself to protect itself. But just now, although you didn't do anything, you still revealed a trace of your aura and it was caught by me." The ancient scholar tree man bitterly smiled. "When you stepped into the Sioux family, I already guessed that there would be a change in my plans. Time and fate are truly unfathomable. This is likely the evolution of the heavenly Tao, the endless multiplication of veins." "Qin," you said, "I don't understand what you're saying, but you still haven't answered my question." The ancient scholar tree man fell silent for a moment. "Because I don't dare." He raised his hand and pointed at the space in front of him. "An early-stage sovereign realm expert is actually able to divide a small world. That's fine. After all, there are always outstanding people in the world. But how did you become the god of this small world? I can't figure this out." Qin Yu's eyes were calm. "You know many things and your vision is not something that a scholar tree spirit in the East Pole County City should have. Are you using this to remind me that your background is extraordinary and that you have a powerful backer behind you? Do you want me to carefully consider how to deal with you?" The scholar tree spirit smiled and cupped his hands together. "Your wisdom is superb. I am indeed not a native of the East Pole County City, and this ancient scholar tree is not my main body. It is only a body that I have borrowed to live in." Qin Yu thought for a moment. Then, he turned and sat down. "If you have anything else to say it all at once. Remember to think it over carefully and don't hide anything, otherwise if you lose your life, don't blame me for not warning you ahead of time." The scholar tree spirit's smile paused and he furrowed his eyebrows. A solemn look appeared on his face. He glanced at Qin Yu sitting on the stone bench and hesitated for several breaths of time before slowly saying, "My master is a great person of the central desolate divine continent. 1,000 years ago, he was able to find some clues. Thus, he sent a divine avatar to the Sioux family of the East Pole County City to reside in this ancient scholar tree and secretly look after the Sioux family while waiting for the right time to arrive. This opportunity is related to my master's cultivation of the great Tao, and it is something that he must obtain. If you are willing to take a step back, you will definitely receive my master's gratitude. In the future, when you enter the Central Wasteland Divine Prefecture, you can pay a visit to the Drifting Cloud Peak and form a good relationship. It will naturally be of great benefit to you when you travel the Central Wasteland in the future." Qin Yu fell silent. He tapped his fingers on the table, as if he hadn't imagined that the other party would be a great person of the Central Wasteland. Thus, he fell into a dilemma. A smile appeared on the scholar tree spirit's face and his tone became even more relaxed. "I will let you know that my true body is a 10,000-year-old black scholar tree. Now that my divine avatar has descended, its strength is less than 1/10 of my true body's. As for my realm and strength, when compared to my master's, I am extremely weak. With a flick of my sleeve, I will be reduced to powder." Qin Yu looked up. "Emperor Realm?" The scholar tree spirit smiled but didn't speak. Qin Yu nodded. "Thank you." The scholar tree spirit was a bit stunned. He didn't know where this thank you was coming from. What he didn't know was that in order to help Qin Yu quickly accumulate his cultivation, Ruru had prepared more than one heretical method. According to Ruru, these were all compensations given by those who had made deals with her before in order to repay a debt. For her to see them and be willing to accept them to repay a debt was certainly not ordinary. For example, one of them was called Taotai. The advantage was that it only needed to open its mouth and swallow to convert 30% of its prey's cultivation into its own. The disadvantage was that it could only be used once in 1,000 years, otherwise it would explode and die. The reason he was thanking this locust spirit was because it had provided him with an extremely suitable candidate. Of course, this was all in the future. Even though Emperor Realm experts gave Qin Yu the feeling that they were unreasonably strong, he couldn't do anything about them. But with little Meaty here, Qin Yu felt that he could still give it a try. Of course, the most important reason was that in Su Jiruo's eyes, there was a sun and moon. Little Meaty had clearly said that not only could it speed up Qin Yu's cultivation, but it could also become the key to eliminating the hidden dangers of an unstable foundation in the future. He absolutely could not miss out on this opportunity. Since that was the case, the reputation of a Taoist expert from the central wasteland would not be of any use. Well, with Little Meaty's help to conceal his aura, it should not be easy to find him. The locust spirit could not understand the thoughts of the person in front of him. He instinctively felt uneasy. He took a deep breath and gritted his teeth. "Sir," before he could speak, he was interrupted. Qin Yu smiled and cupped his hands together. "Goodbye." A great fear instantly rose up in his heart. The locust spirit roared out, "I am Sweeping Cloud Peak's Black Locust Protector." He was interrupted again, but this time it was much more bloodthirsty and cruel than before. An even larger tree had quietly appeared at some unknown time. Countless branches shot out, wrapping around the ancient locust tree in the courtyard. It was like a great maw had suddenly opened and swallowed it whole. The locust spirit man bled out from his head. With a pitiful scream, he vanished into thin air. The entire process was silent. If it weren't for the deep pit in the ground, one would have suspected that everything that happened was an illusion. The chewing wine tree bowed to Qin Yu and then vanished from sight. Within her room, Su Zhiruo covered her mouth with all her might so that she wouldn't scream out in fear. Her face was pale. When she was very young, she had discovered that her eyes were different. She could see many things that she didn't want to see. For instance, that maid that constantly killed people, or for instance the slaughter that occurred in the courtyard tonight. She never imagined that this seemingly henpecked man would actually be such a terrifyingly strong powerhouse. And she never imagined that the ancient locust tree in her family had been hidden so deeply. For 1,000 years it had taken root in the Su family. With Su Zhiruo's intelligence, she could easily guess what their goal was. Could it be that the reason the Su family had declined from being a prominent family in a county to the present day was all because of her eyes? Then, in the past, because of her father's promiscuity, it led to the great calamity of the family. Nearly all of her relatives had died, leaving behind only her and her big brother. Was the reason really as she thought, or was there another hidden story? Thinking of this, Su Zhiruo's complexion paled and her body shivered. Suddenly, she cried out miserably. She clutched her head with her hands and rolled around on the bed. Outside the courtyard, Qin Yu was looking at Su Zhiruo's room with a look of pity in his eyes. His complexion changed, and he immediately flew out. He shook open the door and rushed in. Then, he saw light gushing out from Su Zhiruo's eyes. One was dazzling, with the phantom of a great sun appearing within. The other was cold and noble, with the faint traces of a full moon. This was the so-called born with a great lucky chance, with the sun and moon hidden within one's eyes. Although the sun and moon in Su Zhiruo's eyes weren't true suns or moons, they still contained the essence of the sun and moon. They could be regarded as the source of the sun and moon that were formed by the fates of the world. If her lucky chances were high enough, she could refine the sun and moon in her eyes and take them for herself. That would be an unimaginably great good fortune. In the future, this world was destined to give birth to a super-strong powerhouse, one that might even be able to cross the threshold of the Deva realm and reach the transcendent sovereign realm. But what a pity! This good fortune of the sun and moon had been discovered by someone 1,000 years ago. Afterwards, a plot was set up to sever Su Zhiruo's road of cultivation, causing her to fall into the dust. Without the guidance of a master, she stepped onto the great Tao of cultivation. For these past years, the sun and moon in her eyes had been constantly sucking away her essence, energy, and divine. Thus, when they first met, Qin Yu felt that although this beautiful female cultivator's skin was fair, she didn't give off a good feeling and her aura was a bit weak. As Little Meaty had said, if a lucky chance was too great, it would be hard to hold on to it. If she continued to forcefully take it, she would die. The current Su Jiruo could only hand over the sun and moon in her eyes to preserve her life. But tonight, with her mind shaken, she stirred up the fluctuations of the sun and moon. She saw the scene before her. Unlike before, tonight was extremely dangerous. If she didn't have any external help, it was possible that Su Jiruo would be forcefully plundered clean and she would perish here. Of course, the sun and moon in her eyes would also vanish with her death. A massive lucky chance would return to the heavens and earth. It was unknown how many years it would take for another baby with a sun and moon in her eyes to be born and inherit this lucky chance. Qin Yu certainly wouldn't stare on helplessly as this happened. He had already offended a supreme master of the Central Desolate. If all his efforts were for naught, that would truly be a tragedy. He stepped forwards and lifted a hand to touch Su Jiruo's forehead. The sun and moon in her eyes had been hungry for so many years, and now she could finally taste the delicious food in front of her. Bang! A terrifying swallowing strength instantly erupted from her eyes, firmly sucking in Qin Yu. Qin Yu's complexion changed. He said in a low voice, "Su Jiruo, wake up! Although the Su family's change was caused by you, it is not something you can decide." Across from him, Su Jiruo still had her eyes closed, immersed in pain. She didn't respond at all to his words. Qin Yu frowned. He took a deep breath and said, "Su Jiruo, I don't know if your mind has really fallen or if you are faking it. I will count to 3. If you don't wake up by then, I will stop. At that time, not only will you die, but your big brother will also die." 1. 2. Su Jiruo opened her eyes. Although she was still in pain, there was also a bit of tranquility. She calmly looked at Qin Yu. Within her eyes, the shadows of the sun and moon revolved, as if they were gods from the highest heavens. Qin Yu's heart sank. But he didn't reveal any fear and his eyes didn't shrink back in the least. His fingers continued to touch her forehead, allowing the terrifying swallowing strength to wildly plunder away his strength. "Su Jiruo, if you want to defy the heavens and change your destiny, you can try, because you do indeed have the qualifications to do so. But what I want to tell you is that it is impossible for you to succeed. Whether you continue to live or whether you bring Su Xianglin down with you, you can choose now." Su Jiruo's eyes revealed a bit of struggle. She closed her eyes and the sun and moon phantoms in them rapidly faded away. The swallowing strength that had bitten Qin Yu vanished with it. He drew back his hand and took several steps back, gently gasping for breath. From the moment his finger touched down to the moment he withdrew his hand, only several breaths of time had passed. But Qin Yu had lost nearly a third of his strength. This was more than the battle outside the courtyard added together. It was clear to see how terrifying the situation was. If more than half of his strength were taken away, Qin Yu would truly become a fish on the chopping block. It would be difficult for him to struggle free again. Su Jiruo opened her eyes. She said in a soft voice, "You deliberately mentioned my big brother just now. Is it because you are afraid in your heart?" Qin Yu took several deep breaths. He looked at her and nodded with some hesitation. "That's right. I am a bit nervous. You will take a risk." After listening to this, Su Jiruo fell onto her bed and fell unconscious. Qin Yu took a deep breath. He turned and walked out of the courtyard. His face was pale but his expression was calm. He really did have a way to forcefully sever the swallowing power of the sun and moon in his eyes. But, if he did so, Su Jiruo would definitely die. And the reason Su Jiruo gave up in the end wasn't because she didn't dare to give it her all. Rather, she was well aware that even if she succeeded by a fluke and borrowed Qin Yu's strength to refine the sun and moon in her eyes, she would still die. This was because little Meaty would never allow her to continue living. Su Jiruo, who had the sun and moon hidden in her eyes, had already seen how terrifying this person was. This was an existence that truly left her in despair. So, when little Meaty first proposed a deal with her, Su Jiruo had nodded without hesitation. If she didn't agree, she would die. Su Girouard didn't doubt that even if she really died, that Madame would surely have a way to obtain what she wanted. At most, she would have to spend a bit more effort,